Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Knew in his heart that there is no way to force Hai Ruyue to agree on the spot. This matter is not trivial, nor is Hai Ruyue able to make decisions by himself. Hai Ruyue's expressionless and silent voice is considered tacit consent. Niu Dao added another sentence. There is still a little thing that needs to be opened by Princess Chang. Hai Ruyue, is there anything I can do together? There was a bit of anger in the words. She seems to have experienced the suffering of Shang Chaozong and others. Shang Chaozong and others have long discovered that Niu Dao does not say too much about everything. The first time I asked to see that it was a good doctor who saw a doctor. As a result, I only told you that the good doctor was arrested and asked you to help save someone. When the good doctor was rescued, the good doctor was in a bad mood and refused to cure. He wanted to kill Song Long. After killing Song Long, he thought that he could come and find out that the good doctor was not a good doctor, and the good doctor became Niu Dao himself. It's okay if the good doctor is replaced. After the replacement, he still can't cure it. When he turned around, she let go of her son and changed it to treat her, to help her relieve her worries. Made a big circle. The request she gave to Shang Chaozong for her son's treatment was downplayed and became unimportant. The matter of sending troops to help Shang Chaozong to seize Qingshan County was put in the first place again. What is it called? Now this guy has to ask again. It is strange that she is not hot. Niu Dao said with a smile. There is a deserted person from the Shanqing sect among the people detained by Song Long. I want to see him alone. You ask Zhu Shun to discuss this matter. Hai Ruyue dropped her words and got up and walked away, lest this guy have something to do, which is disturbing. Ran away. Niu Dao had to meet with Zhu Shunlu, and after the negotiation, he waited one step further, waiting for Zhu Shun's arrangement. Was led to rest. Feng Zhe was silent all the way, feeling that he was a little bit embarrassed by the prince's heavy trust. Just that time, he was able to see that Niu Dao had basically explained Hai Ruyue to him, so he decided to make a final decision there. Thinking that I have been here for such a long time, I haven't had any effect if I have been entangled with Hai Ruyue for so long. Let us take a look at other people's cattle. You just came today. So many things have happened, and they have made a lot of effort to make things happen. He thought he had done his best, and Hai Ruyue could not change his mind. Now, however, he has realized the gap between people and finally understand why the prince has to summon and inform himself to cooperate with others. The prince sent a real expert lobbyist. Because of this, he was deeply annoyed and hated his incompetence, hated himself for misusing the prince so much precious time, and almost missed the event of the prince. Looked at Niu Dao's eyes again, full of awe, and never thought Niu Dao was messing around. The round square behind Niu Dao is also secretly emotional. Before that, I was worrying about the treatment of the disease and losing my head. I didn't think that it would pass like this. The treatment of the disease seems to be unimportant. Deviation? Ming Ming put it, things turned into this way. Even if the Red Yang Zhuge cannot ask for, what can be done? The more I think, the more I feel that Dao is really powerful. Today, following Dao is an eye-opener, and I find that I have to learn a lot from Dao. He now understands Yuan Gang's pitiful tough guy who is cold, hard-working, unaffected, and unconvincing. So why did he serve Dao? After some tossing down, it was late at night. Yuqing Garden, the sea, is like a moon, and it is isolated looking up at the moon. Zhu Shun walked gently beside him and said softly, Madam, I have been told to continue. Hai Ruyue asked faintly, What do you think? Zhu Shun, although I came here as a lobbyist, it is not unreasonable to speak. Hai Ruyue was slightly melancholy. At that time, Ning Wang Shang Jianba, when Yu Luo Xiaofu and others, Wu Yumeng Shan Ming and others, when Ji martial arts complement each other, The army is overwhelming. If there's not enough support from the practice circle, I'm afraid of Yin. The country is really about to change people. Now his son, Shang Chaozong, is also capable, and when I received the news that he was released from Yin Jing, I was not optimistic about him. Zhu Shun also sighed. Yes, there are only 500 people around him, and there is suppression by the court of the Yin kingdom. No one is optimistic. They all think that the fief is his burial place, or they have to escape. However, along the way, orderly, steady, step by step, first married Feng Lingbo's daughter, borrowed Feng Lingbo's soldiers, and forcibly established a foothold in Songlu County, and now has to annex Qingshan County, not to be underestimated. Hai Ryue, his ambition is more than just a small Qingshan County. I think he's afraid to stare at the entire Nanzhou next time. Once the Qingshan County was won, the news spread to Yinjing. I don't know if the Emperor Yin will regret returning the tiger to the mountain. It is often the case under the general trend. A magistrate can reach 100,000 soldiers with just a few strokes. Could it be that I'm sitting in Jinzhou and not even a Shang dynasty? Why don't I see the magistrate come a vote for me? Is it because I am a woman? The meaning in the words seems to feel that there is a lack of capable people around me to help. Zhu Shun was silent. This is not easy to say. Hai Ryue suddenly asked, I don't know if the strategy to persuade me was from Luo Xiaofu's disciple Lan Ruoding, or is this Niu Yu Dao himself? Zhu Shun said in a deep voice, It is not like Lan Ruoding's idea or the Shang dynasty sect's idea. Madam, if you have this idea, why don't you have to drag it to the present? Hai Ryue nodded. It makes sense to say that if it comes from there, you can't commit to letting this cow have a way. You can let that Fangzhe act as an agent. Sending this cow has a way when there's a stalemate. It must be for the cow. Tao is confident. One can see from the sudden incident of Songlong. This sudden situation is by no means predictable by the Shang dynasty. However, this young man looks young, but step by step, he resolves the trouble one by one. Deny, lifting up to see the head of the flatworm. The head turned flat, slowly turned around, staring at Zhu Shun. The conditions on this side of the palace are far better than those of Shang Chaozong. Do you think this palace can recruit them to Jinzhou for life in this palace? Zhu Shun hesitated slightly and shook his head slowly. Ma'am, I'm afraid it won't work now. He just killed Yin Long, Song Long. We can't keep him here. Hai Ryue. It's okay to make preparations first. You can arrange to send someone to Yin Gua to find a way to find out his bottom, cultivate resources, money, or beauty. He will give him whatever he likes in this palace. The palace did not believe that the conditions of the palace could not compare with the Shang dynasty. Yes, the old slave turned around and arranged immediately. Zhu Shun nodded and sighed in his heart. In fact, no one came to this side. He had received more people as a housekeeper. But the fact is that there are not many people who really have the ability, and they can only be sent to be a little clerk. It can be found that even a little clerk may not be able to do a good job. Therefore, there are quite a lot of self-righteousness among those who fled, and after the rejection, the rejected people did not find their own reasons, but instead had various resentments. And Niu Yu Dao from here can prove that the truly capable people are like fireflies in the night. Niu Yu Dao, who came to assassinate Shifu, and others will naturally not return to Lefangwen. The ghost knows that there are no secret personnel lurking there, and it is unsafe. Fangzhe, who was in the house, was fighting at night, writing a book at the desk. With a crunch, Niu Yu Dao pushed the door in. Fangzhe looked up and immediately stood up and said, Dao Yi, but what did you tell me? Niu Yu Dao glanced at what he wrote and smiled. Do you want to write the message to the prince? Fangzhe is a little embarrassed. He must definitely report to the prince over what happened today, which inevitably involves a lot of Niu Yu Dao, and I don't know if the other party will be unhappy after he knows. You sit, you are busy with you, continue to write yours. Niu Yu Dao happily gestured down, and then added a sentence. Remember to send a message to the prince. Fangzhe busy said, Dao Yi you say? Niu Yu Dao said, Let the Lord release the news over there, saying that I have separated from him and have nothing to do with the Lord. Ah! Fangzhi was shocked this. Niu Yu Dao waved his hand and sighed. Don't get me wrong, I didn't expect that I would encounter Song Long here. When this happens, Yin Guo will put pressure on the prince. The attribution point is not this thing. It is important. It does in effect working for the prince. To send a message, as I said, prince can understand. Tonight, many people are destined to fall asleep. Huang Xuxing, who was in prison, and others were the parties at the time of the incident and were taken out one by one to interrogate the situation at the time of the incident. Chen Guishuo, who is one of them, is naturally no exception. Before coming www.mtlnovel.com, Huang Xuxing and others have warned everyone about what to say and what not to say. Although was brought to the torture chamber for interrogation, he was not sentenced. After all, he was an emissary from another country. After the trial, Chen Guishuo thought he was going to be taken back. Who knew that someone and the interrogator whispered for a while, and all the people left, leaving him alone to look around the torture set in the torture room. Squeaked, and the closed iron door opened again. In the dim light of the door, a slow walk came along. After the torch in the execution room cleared the other person's face, Chen Guishuo, who was tied to the pile by the iron chain, was shocked. The person who came was not someone else. It was Niu Yu Dao with a slight smile. Chen Guishuo's face appeared horrified. Didn't Niu Yu Dao get caught? How can you come and go at will in such places? He was not stupid, and soon understood that he might not be able to get rid of his relationship with Shifu. It's a good environment. Niu Yu Dao looked at the torture room with a chuckle and turned around in a row of torture tools. He took the iron for interrogation and walked to the furnace. The iron was put into the furnace and waved. Soaring up the rising Mars, he said lightly, Senior Brother Chun, Nanshan Temple is a goodbye. I didn't think we could meet it here. It really has a destiny. Chen Guishuo said nervously. What do you want to do? I am the embassy of Yingguo. If something happens in this prison. Before he finished speaking, Niu Yu Dao interrupted and said, Brother Chun, why are you getting more and more stupid? Song Long, I dare to kill, and you still help me worry about this. Is it a bit redundant? The envoy is in prison. What if something goes wrong? You were killed for running away. In this troubled world, an unimportant little person who also hopes that someone can help you make an endless success. Escape and be killed? Chen Guishuo's pupils shrank suddenly. Struggling suddenly. The iron chain was struck by the sound of the struggle, and his voice shouted hysterically, Come! Help! Help! Niu Yu Dao looked away, looking strange, and then stared at the stove again, grabbed the handle of the soldering iron, turned the soldering iron in a charcoal fire, and burst some Mars flying. He was not in a hurry to give the other party any more. Let the other party scream and play with the iron there. After shouting for a long while, there was no movement outside. Chen Guishuo was so nervous that he was panting. It was estimated that no one would come when he shouted his throat. He swallowed hard and swallowed hard, with a look of despair. Sometimes death is not terrible. What is terrible is the process before death, and even more terrifying is not knowing how Niu Yu Dao will torture himself. Seeing Niu Yu Dao didn't respond for a long time, as if grabbing the last life-saving straw, he wailed and said, Brother, brother, for the sake of the same court, please let me go. Niu Yu Dao, stop it. Who is your brother? Don't chase the relationship. You are not the Shanqing sect, and I am not the Shanqing sect. Chen Guishuo immediately changed his mouth. Brother Niu, all mistakes are my fault. Your adults don't count the villains. Please raise your precious hands and let me go. Niu Yu Dao said indifferently. Are you qualified to call me brother or brother? You are called Dao Yi. What do people say? Chen Guishuo saying control that much, and now he doesn't think so much, and he changes his mouth again. Dao, I got it wrong. Please beg me. Please don't do it. You can give me pleasure. Dang. Niu Yu Dao knocked a few times on the edge of the fire with a soldering iron hand. Look, misunderstand me. What does it mean to you? I hate killing, and killing me most. I don't like killing people. Chen Guishuo was speechless. Isn't this a nonsense with his eyes open? Don't you like to kill? Who killed Song Long? But what people say now is what? Niu Yu Dao stared at the iron that was gradually red in the stove and said, I said you are too. If the disciples of the Upper Qing dynasty don't do it, they will be traitors. You might say me too, but I and you and I don't ask the same. It is very different. You re-betraying the Shanqing sect, and I am because the Shanqing sect and hold me. You said you want to hold Song Yanqing's thighs and have a future. I can still understand. But Song Yanqing is dead. You can still give up the Qing sect and go to the Song family. I can't figure it out. The others in the Song family follow you. Do you have friendship? What's so good about following the Song family? Just because the Song family looks like a rich and powerful man? Does the Song family lack such solitary self-cultivation? You are not high-cultivated, have no background, and have nothing to take. He also bears the reputation of betraying the teacher. Will the Song family reuse such a person? You are just a chess piece in the hands of the Song family. What is the future? The red iron was pulled out of the stove, and Niu Dao walked towards the bound Chen Guisha. Seeing the red soldering iron approaching, Chen Guisha was short of breath and leaned back hard, his mouth nervous. Dao Yi, Dao Yi. Although Niu Dao didn't seem to poke the soldering iron at him, he swayed in front of Chen Guisha and said slowly, "Everyone has their own ambitions, and the future is also human nature. Understandable. But since it is for the future, you have to plan for your future. The Song family will not reuse you. You may not feel anything in a short time. After a long time, you can naturally understand whether the Song family is good or bad for you. Why not consider it? Let us look at other ways out, multiple retreats, and multiple choices." Chen Guisha seemed to understand what he was saying and was busy. "Master Dao, I would like to follow you." "Happy. It's a happy person." Niu Dao admired his face. The red iron in his hand almost didn't shake the other person's face. Chen Guisha leaned his head away. "I like happy people like you. You can rest assured that I won't make it difficult for you. When you look back, nothing happens. Continue to serve the Song family. When you feel safe, feel like coming to me. It is appropriate, and it is not too late for you to come over." Chen Guisha was speechless, thinking to himself, can there be such a good thing? Niu Dao then solved the mystery in his mind. Of course, nothing can be done. It is estimated that after this time, Yin Guo is going to recruit you back to ask the situation. After you go back, find a way to stay in the Song dynasty. Don't run away outside. Try to understand the situation of the Song dynasty. I will arrange someone to contact you in the capital, and I will naturally find you when I need it. Chen Guisha nodded busy. Okay, I listened to Dao's. Niu Dao said with cold eyes. Don't agree, so happy. Can you decide where you are at the Song family? Can you be sure that you can stay in Song? Chen Guisha, I can do it. Song Shu and his wife. I have a good relationship with Song Yanqing, and their couple treats me with Song Yanqing's affection, especially Song Shu's wife Guizhi. It s Song Yanqing relics. As long as the relics are brought up, she should mention it, by the way. She should help me talk, and the problem of staying in the government should not be a big problem. Niu Dao laughed and could tell the story of the relics smoothly. It seemed that this guy had been thinking about it for a long time. The soldering iron in my hand has gradually darkened. Niu Dao turned and walked back to the fire, and the soldering iron was put back to play again. If I just let you go, what would you do if you turn around and did not recognize the account? No way, right? Chen Guisha, I listen Dao all Dao. What do you say I will do? Good. Happy. It's a good man who can bend and stretch. I'm optimistic about you. Niu Dao manipulated the soldering iron in his hand and poked deep into the charcoal fire. Solve the problem with ease. So I won't force you. You can do it yourself. You can give me a handle, and you can give me a handle that will make me feel at ease. As long as you give me the handle, let me be satisfied. I promise you to leave here. Half an hour later, Chen Guisha returned to the prison. After reclosing the cage, Huang Shuxing from the cage next door came together, and across the fence, Shun Sheng asked, How come it took so long? So many people. Only you have been the longest. Chen Guisha said helplessly, Senior Huang, I shouldn't have said anything, but the other party knew that I and Niu Dao used to be in the same door and asked me something about Niu Dao. He shook his head. Huang Shuxing was relieved. It turned out to be the case. It's no wonder that Niu Dao killed Song Long. It's no wonder that Shishifu wanted to understand the grievances between Lord Dao and the Song family. Chun Guishuo walked to the corner of the cage, sat cross-legged, and appeared calm. In fact, he was still worried about the things in the prison room. From a moment he saw Lord Dao appeared in the prison room, he thought he was dead. Who wants to be? Came out alive intact. Exquisite, simple, and noble, this is Hai Ruyue's room. It stands to reason that no man will appear in her room. It stands to reason that no man will appear in her widow's room so late. But it was true that there was a man sitting in her room with gray hair and black beard. The middle-aged appearance of the middle age was slightly older, flatter, but his eyes were divine. This person is the foreign elder of Wandong Tianfu. The thing in Jinzhou is the focus of his responsibility. His name is Li Wuhua. The head of Wandong Tianfu is his brother. The dignified and beautiful Hai Ruyue spread her bun, and her long hair shawl reveals another charming style. Sitting on the other side of the coffee table, after expressing the meaning of Lord Dao, she asked, "What do you think?" Li Wuhua was silent, thinking. Hai Ruyue got up and brought a teapot to store tea in his teacup. As soon as the teapot was put down, Li Wuhua reached out and grabbed her wrist and smiled. It's getting late at night. Hai Ruyue struggled for a while without breaking free. A trace of complexity flashed in his eyes, and the meaning of repulsion was obvious. However, the expression of Bo AI appeared in the blink of an eye and said, "Let's talk about the business first." Li Wuhua dragged his hand, and Hai Ruyue lost his balance and fell into his arms. One hand touched her collar and touched her chest lightly. "You said these are not already there, is it decided?" Hai Ruyue twisted her body anxiously. "I made a decision. For what purpose?" Li Wuhua got up and hugged her sideways, walked to the bed, threw the person on the couch, and completely controlled her in his palm, and soon stripped her down, exposing the thrilling, beautiful white carcass in the air. You's figure. The clothes were thrown away, and the two quickly rolled together. Outside the gap in the window, a pair of eyes stared inside. Outside the window, Xiao Tianjin, who didn't even wear a thin coat and even a coat, listened to the unbearable sound inside, and looked at the unbearable scene through the unsealed window. The anger in his eyes, the clenched fists, the whole person shivered. I don't know if it's gas or cold. He knew that the man on the couch saw him. As soon as he approached the window, the man seemed to perceive it. He looked at him and looked at him, and then he still behaved with the woman on the couch. More and more wanton. This is not the first time he has seen a similar scene, nor is it the first time that man has discovered him, but he has never cared about him, treating him as if it did not exist. You click. I'm talking about the business. You reading www.ucounshu.com. You haven't answered me yet. You can rest assured that I will report this to Sherman Lee, and the problem should not be big. There were intermittent voices of men and women in the house. A big hand gently held Xiao Tianjin's cold little hand and took him quietly away, the housekeeper Zhu Shan. Until returning to Xiao Tianjin's own room, Zhu Shan said, "Master, your body is afraid of cold. Don't run out later in the evening." Xiao Tianjin, who was placed back on the couch, gradually revealed a distorted look, as if two words popped out of his teeth. "Bitch." Zhu Shan, who covered him with a quilt, stiffened and continued, whispering, "Master, some things are not what you see, and the lady also has a lot of last resort. You will understand later, alas." In his sigh, can a frail child sit firmly in Golden State's position? How can a widow with such a child live in a large Golden State without borrowing some strength? Moreover, this widow is still very beautiful. Some things he can't explain to him now. Ningguang Villa, Songlu County. Before dawn, there was a voice knocking on the door from the outside. "Yi." Shang Chaozonghua ran, still asleep with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" Feng Runin, who was sleeping beside him, also woke up and looked at the sky outside the window slightly, frowning slightly. This day was not bright. What happened? Now the two of them will naturally not hide in the house and fight again. After such a long time, Feng Runin has gradually become accustomed to this one beside him, and used to sleeping together. The outside responded. The Lord asked for advice. Shang Xuqing actually didn't come back long before, but arrived yesterday evening. As soon as Niu Yu Dao left the village, she was no longer in the mood to stay in that village, and she was concerned about things here. So when Niu Yu Dao walked 4 foot, she almost picked up things with Yuan Gang and returned. It is easier and easier to come back than to go. There are ready-to-go ships in the village, which are directly lifted into the secret road and flow down the river, which is easy and convenient. Shang Chaozong also looked at the sky outside the window and knew that if there were no special things, Shang Xuqing would not disturb at this time, immediately uncovered the quilt and stayed in the bed, wrapped around and walked away quickly. Feng Runan sat up, his face puzzled. When Shang Zongzong came out and closed, he immediately whispered close to his body and said, "Your lord, the Lord is in a hurry. It is inconvenient to say that the Lord is here. Let the Lord go to the Lord." Shang Chaozong heard the meaning and looked around. There were a lot of Feng Runan's secret whistle, and Shang Xuqing was all his own, so he nodded slightly and strode away. When he came to the small courtyard where Shang Xuqing lived, Shang Chaozong discovered that Lan Ruoding was also there and was standing with Shang Xuqing, obviously waiting for him. It didn't matter much to meet. Lan Ruoding signaled to go to Shang Xuqing's study room, and at the same time, he gestured to the guard and signaled that he should not let anyone approach. Shang Xuqing's study is very elegant, with his own paintings, as well as his own words, elegant flowers, and beautiful handwriting. The lamp was already on. As soon as he entered the study, Shang Chaozong had not asked anything. Lan Ruoding had already drawn a secret report from his sleeve and handed it to him. The secret report is not the original, but a code word used by the military. Lan Ruoding has translated it into a transcript for easy reading. Despite the use of code words, the use of Goldwing communication is still risky. The way is full of unpredictability, and it may be deciphered in the hands of others. Shang Chaozong spread out quickly and looked at the light. His face gradually showed a look of surprise and surprise. He was surprised that Niu Yu Dao met Song Long when he went to Jinzhou. He was in danger. The danger was resolved, and Hai Ryue was even out, opening up the situation again for the situation that is about to get into trouble. In the secret report, the details of the process were clear. Hai Ryue's side was estimated to have been persuaded, and he was required to prepare in advance. After letting go of the things in his hand, Shang Chaozong suddenly sighed. "I have the help of Dao Yi, like the fish in the water. It really helps me." Lan Ruoding also said with great emotion, "Yes, I didn't expect it to be so fast." Dao Yi arrived in Jinzhou yesterday, and he gave things to the same level that night. It is really a rare talent. It has right to reach 100,000 male soldiers, and Mongolian rumors are good. Shang Xuqing looked a little trance, remembering that when she was in the mountain village, she still stopped, thinking that it was a white run. I really didn't expect Niu Yu Dao to get things done so fast. She just received good news when she came back. However, because of this, she suddenly sternly said, "Fangzhe made a mistake." The Song family didn't know anything about it when they arrived. If Dao Yi himself turned the danger into danger, he almost hurt Dao Yi and almost made a big mistake and made a big mistake. Shang Chaozong and Lan Ruoding looked at each other, and Shang Xuqing's tone and attitude were very rare. Lan Ruoding pondered a little and said, "The Lord, in fact, this cannot be blamed on Fangzhe. We have no manpower in Jinzhou. Fangzhe has limited manpower, and he can understand it even if he can't focus on too many faces." Fangzhe did not know the situation of Dao Yi before, and he did not know the grievances of the Song family and Dao Yi. Forgiveness. Shang Xuqing said in a deep voice, "Is there not enough manpower to find a way to develop some informants? Didn't you bring enough money when you started? There is such an omission. If you don't do well, you don't do well. Do you need an excuse? I see he has limited abilities." Her attitude was obviously very dissatisfied with the other party's philosophy, and suddenly the Lord's momentum broke out. After all, it was a person who lived for a long time, and there was that in his bones. Others didn't know her mood. If she wanted to ask Niu Yu Dao for advice, she said this, but Niu Yu Dao in retreat didn't need to intervene in this matter. Almost lost his life because of the fault here. Seeing the situation in the secret report, it is too dangerous. As Song Long is an envoy, how can there be no masters around him? After being in contact with Niu Dao for so long, she could feel that it was a casual person, and she was unintentionally involved in too many right and wrong. She was trying her best to use Yuan Gang to leave him behind, and she ran out because of her. She was so worried about her family that she almost lost her life in this accident. She was inexplicably worried about it. Lon Ruoding was a little embarrassed. He nodded and said, "Yes, the master is right. I will reprimand the book." Shang Chaozong did not want Lon Ruoding to be too embarrassed. After all, Fangzhe was the one appointed by Lon Ruoding. The sister said a little bit without giving face to her husband, and said, "Qing'er, we are not scarce than before." Fangzhe also lacks the experience of being an emissary, and most of the talents are also tempered. Of course, the talents of Dao Ye's kind are innately incomparable. However, it takes a long time to learn, and once there is a lesson, he should pay attention next time. Shang Xuqing also realized that his emotions were a bit wrong, and the conversation was a bit overdone. Because he could not handle Fangzhe in this matter, he nodded and said, "I also hope that he will be more alert and considerate. After all, this kind of mistake cannot be made." Lon Ruoding nodded and said, "The Lord said it rightly." It was just suspicious in Shang Xuqing's eyes. Shang Chaozong raised his hand to stop and waved his secret message. "Let's discuss how to communicate with Tinyman first." However, Shang Xuqing interjected, Dao, let us openly express his disassociation from him. What should I do?" There was another silence in the study room. Lon Ruoding sighed. "Dao Yi is interested, and it is also good for us. In fact, Dao Yi doesn't care about this thing, and there is no difference, just do what he said." Shang Xuqing pursed her lips. What she wanted to say was that once the name was cut off, would Niu Dao just leave? After conspiracy to negotiate the results here, it was dawn. Shang Chaozong and Lon Ruoding left together, leaving Feng Runin aside, and went to Bai Yao's residence. After meeting Bai Yao, the two told the situation selectively and even arranged a little. Bai Yaowen listened dignifiedly, wandering in the courtyard thinking. Lon Ruoding stared at his response and asked, "Since Hai Ryue has this intention, I wonder if we will take this Qingshan County before us." Bai Yao paused and looked sideways. "It's not too late to wait for me to go to the teacher's door and make a decision after getting a reply." Lon Ruoding and Shang Chaozong met with each other's eyes, and Shang Chaozong arched and said, "In this case, then we will wait for the master's news." Bai Yao coldly squinted and said, "Don't you say that Niu Dao escorted the county master to contact Ning Wang's old department? How'd he go to Jinzhou?" Lon Ruoding explained, "Jinzhou sent a message to us here, and we didn't have any staff outside. We had to trouble Niu Dao to take a trip. In fact, we didn't really have any preparations, and we wouldn't bump into Song Long if we were really careful. This issue, I don't understand." Bai Yao shouted back without a word and said coldly, "Your lord, next time you have this kind of thing, it is best to say hello first, so as not to make you unhappy." Lon Ruoding smiled bitterly. "Where did you know this was the first thing? Hyrule only said something to discuss. Vegetable field. A group of monks weeding in the vegetable field has more people. Wei Duo?" Yuan Gang, who was standing under the tree, looked at this person who had died once in a while. He heard about it after coming, almost kneeling to the door, and was almost buried. Fortunately, Bai Yao came out and asked and checked by the way. It was rescued. I heard that the vitality was seriously injured. After a while, I slowly came back. After being able to get out of bed and walk around, Bai Yao threw people here. Niu Dao is absent. I don't know how to deal with this stuttering, but Yuan Gang doesn't seem to have the intention to chase him. A monk wearing a hat was walking briskly from a distance and returned to the city to buy some monk's things, carrying a basket. "Yuan Yi, I just saw the announcement in the city. The king of Yongping County said that he had expelled Dao from Songlu County, and he has nothing to do with Dao." Yuan Gang Hua turned back. The monk continued to say, "What's going on? Is it true? Will Dao still come back? Host? Will the host come back with Dao?" Yuan Gang said in a deep voice. What did the announcement specifically say? It is his personal grievance that Dao Yi killed Song Long, the emperor of Yin State and Zhao State in Jianzhou, and has nothing to do with here. After hearing the general meaning, Yuan Gang turned away. The guards standing at the gate of the Shang dynasty failed to stop Yuan Gang. One was swept by Yuan Gang, one fell over the shoulder, and one was finally stopped by a monk. The movement outside also alarmed Shang Chaozong and others to come forward. www.mtlnovel.com. Seeing Yuan Gang started, Shang Chaozong and others immediately guessed the situation. A few people came quickly, asked the monk to let go, and invited Yuan Gang to speak into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Yuan Gang immediately asked coldly, "What does it mean to issue an announcement and cut off the relationship with Master Dao?" Brother Yuan misunderstood. This is not what we meant. It was a word from Master Dao to let us do it. Lon Ruoding immediately explained the general situation. Yuan Gang understood that it turned out that Niu Yu Dao left the mountain village not to find something useful to cultivate, but to help these people to do things, encountered an accident, and confronted the Song family. He stared coldly at Shang Shuqing. "Have you known for a long time? Why did you hide me?" Shang Shuqing was embarrassed by questioning. "Was it? Dao Yi repeatedly told me not to tell you. I don't know if this is okay." As soon as I knew this, Yuan Gang immediately turned around and left. Brother Yuan. Any three of Ren's calls were useless. Yuan Gang never looked back. A group of monks in the vegetable field gathered, and Yuan Gang gave them an explanation. After S account, Yuan Gang called Wei Duo over again. In the hall, just two people, face to face alone. The two looked at each other for a while. Yuan Gang asked, "What are you doing for?" Wei Duo, "Building foundation." These two words can speak smoothly. Yuan Gang nodded. Not much talk, and then a sentence. "Will you go with me to find Dao Yi?" Wei Duo nodded again and again. "Okay." This is also not stuttering. So left a group of monks. Wei Duo and Yuan Gang left. In the main yard, a guard came quickly and reported, "Your grandfather." Yuan Gang left with that stutter. The two changed the clothes of the princess over there, borrowed 2 horses, and went directly down the mountain. Several people were silent, and almost all guessed that Yuan Gang was not as simple as going down the mountain and going out. Shang Chaozong waved the guard back and immediately sighed. Is it disguised to cover up? It should be to find Dao Yi. I don't know if there are any Song family's eyeliners around here. Will it be dangerous? Lon Ruoding said, "The Song family's goal is Dao Yi. The news has been made public. Knowing that Dao Yi is not here, the Song family should not stare at it again. After he disguise, it is estimated that there will be no problem." Shang Shuqing bit her lip and said nothing. She was worried that Niu Yu Dao would never go back. It was because of this. Niu Yu Dao should know Yuan Gang. Once he let the public cut off the relationship, is it Niu Yu Dao? Don't know if Yuan Gang will go to him. In the capital, the Song dynasty, in the study room, the broken vase, the broken teacup, the broken precious inkstone, the paper spilled on the ground, and the ground was messy. Song Jiuming walked angrily in the study. What makes you angry? Naturally, it's because of things in Golden State. As soon as Song Long had an accident, someone over there sent back the news as soon as possible. Upon receiving the news, Song Jiuming almost stumbled into the chair. When a family reaches this point, the death of the son is the second. The key is the consequences that follow. The envoys of the country and the country are in trouble for the sake of private hatred, and they are in a foreign country. Song Jiuming can already imagine that some people have been brewing a storm in the dark, and they will be rushed to him fiercely in the Chaodang. The butler Lu and the eldest son Song Quan all hang in the corner, so they dare not say anything. Knows that Song Jiuming is in a hurry. At this time, no one dared to touch him, and they rarely saw such a big fire. As Yan's embassy abroad, who asked him to do this kind of thing? Who asked him to do it? He just wanted to die. Was this to destroy the entire Song family? Song Jiuming suddenly pointed at the two to cover his face and scolded. His usual expressionless face was green now. The two are also very helpless. It is estimated that no matter who changed the Song family, who saw Niu Yu Dao and Jianzhou, I am afraid that they will intervene. Could it be that the smooth things can still let go the Niu Yu Dao? It's just that no one expected that things would evolve like this, and Song Long certainly didn't expect it. Song Quan weakly asked, "Can you find a way to cover up?" "Cover? How to cover?" Song Jiuming poked his finger on his head. "What did you grow up with?" "At home, we can still find ways to blame our forces." "How to cover up abroad?" "Who are you pushing to?" The envoys of various countries witnessed firsthand that those people were eager to swallow the civil strife. The more you cover up, the more happily you will be. The envoy died in Zhaogua. Will Zhao Guli help you with this responsibility? Cover up? Who covered it? At this moment, someone outside the door notified, "Master, the Sagong mansion is coming." The big Sagong summons. The room was silent for a moment, and they suspected that Tong Mo Shiu was also summoned for this matter. Heard Tong Mo summoned, Song Jiu Mingshuan calmed down, but did not rush to go to Sikong House, but let people tidy up their grooming. The combing of the hair is not messy, and the clothes are neat and tidy, so he went out and took the carriage to leave. Quickly stabilize his emotions on the carriage and adjust his appearance. After arriving at Sikong, he entered the main hall and saw Tong Mo staring coldly at his child after sitting at the case. He did not panic and salute. Then, without a word, he knelt down directly and bowed his head silently. Tong Mo said lightly, "Did you all know?" "Yes." Kneeling, Song Jiuming arched and said, "The humble priests have no way to go. They have great hopes and are willing to accept any punishment." Tong Mo observed his description and saw that his emotions were stable and his appearance did not change. He couldn't help but slightly sway. Song Jiuming's body is what he most appreciates, and he is not surprised when something serious happens. "Just know it, then I won't talk nonsense. You can take the initiative to resign." "Yes." Song Jiuming responded directly, but did not let go of the arched hand. The humble office immediately took over and asked to resign. Seeing him being so calm even when he lost his job, Tong Moyue appreciated and sighed. "You are not so incomprehensible. This is probably because your son is advocating, but there is no way. The last time, Nanshan Temple intercepted it without permission. Things have angered your majesty, but fortunately no one knows. Things will pass. You should know this time it's a big deal." Dong dong. The finger tapped twice on the case. "Your majesty must be irritated. I'm not good at speaking to you. Rather than being impeached and degraded, I would rather confess my guilt and give up my position to some people to fight. I can talk. When the wind has passed, look at some people. Can you do better in your position than you did? Make a mistake. It is not too late to reactivate you." Song Jiuming said yes. Everything is at the command of the Sikong. Tong Mo felt very relieved, got up from behind the case, walked out, and leaned over to stretch out his hand to support him. "Some things are not easy to do in their place. I can understand. Since it is a private matter, it is better to take advantage of it. Take care of your own private affairs in this slot, and deal with it cleanly, and wait until your heart is gone, and then come back. Dian still needs you to be a capable person." Song Jiuming. The Sikong's painstaking efforts, he understands his inferiority. Tong Mo patted him on the shoulder. "Resignation is written here. I'm going to the palace to report to your majesty Song Long. And take it by the way." "Yes." Song Jiuming should get off. By the time he returned to the Song mansion, the messy study had been cleaned up. After he sat down after the long case, Song Quan personally served a cup of tea and tried to ask the sentence. "Father, what does the Sikong say?" Song Jiuming said indifferently, "Nothing. I have asked to resign from the position of Ting Wei." "Ah!" Both Lu Lu and Song Quan were taken aback. Especially Song Quan. He still had to rely on his father for his future. Without his father as a backer, he was afraid that he would be in a difficult situation. He was a little anxious and said, "Is my father too anxious?" Song Jiuming ignored this. His eyes fell on the opposite wall. A whole picture of the world hung in his study. Got up and walked around, went to the picture, and after a while he asked, "When will the body of the second son be transported back?" Lu returned. "I'm afraid it's still a little troublesome. Jianzhou holds the corpse there, and says that I want to wait until the matter is found. Song Jiuming put his hands on his back. That cow is right. How to deal with Jinzhou? Lulu also said that it will be after the matter is ascertained. Song Jiuming, don't expect Jinzhou to give Niu Dao what to do. Jinzhou has participated in this matter. It will neither dispose of Niu Dao nor hand it to us. It is estimated that it will be released privately. Song Quan wondered, Father, do you mean that Jinzhou participated in the murder of the second brother? Song Jiuming, I don't listen to the messy explanation. I have been in charge of criminal law for many years. I'm not a blind man. It's such a big deal. It's impossible to be so coincident without any link. I don't believe that there is such a coincidence. The person directly involved at that night estimated that no party clean, the second child, is probably caught in someone else's trap. Although I don't know why Jinzhou is doing this, I can be sure that we are not so easy to find Niu Dao. Is there news from Songlu County? Lulu. When he arrived, the Shang dynasty had published a public statement saying that Niu Dao had been expelled from his unit, and Niu Dao had nothing to do with them. Song Jiuming sneered, staring at the map indifferently. For things in reason, Niu Dao is afraid that he will not show up again in Songlu County for quite some time. We have to find out by ourselves. Kill my grandson, now killing me again. If I don't solve it anymore, it will make people laugh, and what kind of face will stand in the court? Fortunately, I will solve this matter while I am idle. He raised his finger to the map, the post on the road that must be passed by each region in each country. Carefully selected, set up an observation point. Find someone who knows Niu Dao to draw his image. www.untilnovel.com. Going to various points. I do not believe that he will never hide. After the net is ready, he will continue to send people to negotiate with the Shang dynasty. Let the Shang dynasty make contact. It is not important that the Shang dynasty does not agree. The price can be added at will. It is not necessary, yes, but to create a momentum, fight the grass and startle the snake, so that Niu Dao has doubts about the Shang dynasty, and he dared not hide in the place where the Shang dynasty knew, forcing him to show up, lest he would never hide. Lulu wondered, Master, do you mean to set up a point in each country, not in the territory of Yin State? He thought he had heard it wrong. Song Jiuming, countries. Lu was shocked and said, Master, drawing and negotiation are easy to handle, but is the scale of this setting too large, and the support of human and financial resources is afraid? Song Jiuming, human, material, and financial resources don't need us to do anything. You don't have to worry about this. I will find the old MO of the intelligence agency to borrow his spare manpower that is looming in various countries. Lulu and Song looked at each other, and now the old man didn't take it. It was extraordinary at first. This is directly using the national power to deal with the cow. You are treated like this. If you are dead, you'll not be wronged. The two also heard another meaning. Even if the old man stepped down, the influence would still be there. I will consult with Mr. Mo. Once the target is reached, let the intelligence agency directly hire people to solve it. Otherwise, when the news comes, we will send someone to go, and it will not be able to resolve the thirst, so the cost of this employment is the last. It has still for us to pay the bills, but nothing else. Lulu was energized. He and Dao were considered to have a murderous feud. He immediately nodded and said, Master, I am assured that Niu Dao's paintings will be immediately engraved and printed out to every point. In a vegetable field, Lon Ruoding approached slowly and stood on the ridge beside the vegetable field. He looked at Shang Shuqing, who communicated with the monk who was growing vegetables. Shang Shuqing soon found him, walked out of the vegetable field, and after meeting with him, asked, Mr. Lon, what's wrong? I just received a communication from Dao Yi again. Lon Ruoding smiled and pulled out a secret piece from his sleeve and put it in his hands. Shang Shuqing received it and opened it for viewing eagerly. Lon Ruoding's eyes flickered, as if carefully observing Shang Shuqing's reaction. After seeing the secrets, Shang Shu was relieved. Niu Dao asked here to arrange a point in Yanjing to take charge of the secret connection with Chun Guish. With this arrangement, she was relieved, indicating that Niu Dao had not moved completely away from this thought. looked up and found that Lan Ruoding looked a little weird in her eyes, and she couldn't help but ask, "What do you see?" She raised her hand and touched her face, thinking that she was just contaminated by the vegetable field. Lan Ruoding was busy. "It's nothing. It's a bit weird to see the county master learning to grow vegetables." Shang Shuqing smiled. "Although it was a bit ugly, I found that the vegetables they grew seemed to be better than the outside. I deliberately asked for advice." "Oh, that's what it is." Lan Ruoding nodded happily. In a mountain forest far away from Jianzhou Prefecture, Niu Dao and Yuan Fong put down the shoulder baskets and took out swords and parcels from the objects stacked in the baskets. Both were dressed as farmers and quickly changed. Not far away, someone led 2 horses and waited. The 2 took things and went to confirm the identity with the horseman. They asked the horses to turn over, and the horse rushed out of the forest. As for the union of Shang Dynasty and Heryu, the forces behind both sides agreed, and the people in Tianyuman and one Di Tianfu had agreed to meet. As soon as the matter was settled, Niu Dao also left immediately, ready to honor his promise. "It's a matter of the sea," ran up a slope, and the 2 stopped one after another, turning their mounts to look at the huge city in the distance. "Dao, do you really want to ask the woman to ask for Qiyang Zhugua?" Yuan Fong tried to ask. Niu Dao raised his eyebrows and said, "Old bear, in your eyes, am I a nonsense person?" No, Master Dao, I don't mean that." Yuan Fong scratched his face and smiled. "I just don't think it's necessary. Everything has been negotiated with her. It doesn't matter if you can't find the Qiyang Zhugua. Besides, we are afraid that even things that she will never come to are choking. The implication is, why should I run for nothing?" Niu Dao said, "It's one thing to get it, it's another thing to do it. Once the war starts in Qingshan County, the prince seems to have a big win, but there are variables in everything. Whoever said the final result certainly, I don't know anything about fighting. Since you follow me, I have to be responsible for you, and I have to prepare the way for you." Yuan Fong thought about it and understood what he meant. Dao Yi had regarded Jianzhou as a retreat, and he was shocked again. "Dao Yi, Qingshan County is at war. Will the people in my temple be in danger?" "Niu Dao," I said, "you will follow me, and I will be responsible. You can rest assured that I have arranged it. As long as they stay in the villa, there will be no problem. Once something happens, do you forget the secret road under the mountain? Someone will arrange for their evacuation." "Oh." Yuan Fong was relieved, and also noticed a bit from Niu Dao's act of taking Jianzhou as a retreat. Dao Yi did not intend to hang himself on the tree of Shang Dynasty, and he tried again. The sentence, "Master Dao, in fact, we don't need to be involved in this right and wrong. It's better to just leave, forget about either side, and feel comfortable." Niu Dao said, "Do you think I don't want it? If you can really give up what kind of broken temple, everything is easy to say, it's really impossible. Let's just hide it. There is blood in the monkey's heart, so he always says to do something meaningful. Unless he is never allowed to see someone, he will cause trouble sooner or later, and sooner or later he will be involved in right and wrong. I can't let him never contact others. In this world, his character can't stay in seclusion all the time. Also with your bear demon, a good goblin wouldn't do it, but what kind of host would you like to be? Or what Nanshan temple should I revitalize? Is it fun?" Yuan Fong weakly said, "It has nothing to do with fun. Before the old host died, I promised him." Niu Dao sneered. "Yes, you want to revitalize Nanshan Temple. The temple is built. With your strength, do you live in this troubled world? Do you believe you really want to make a big temple? If you see and sustain it for a year, you'll be closed. If you are one by one, if you do ain't have the strength to support you, you will be and you will die. What should I do? Someone must be wronged." Yuan Fong seems to understand. "Dao Yi, then we might as well go find a strong one to go to the good job. Looking for a powerful surrender will make you worry-free. Who do you care for? You can see what kind of scenery you climb to. You can get melons when you grow melons. You can only get beans when you grow melons. It's useless, and it will ain't let you return. You still follow me honestly. I haven't seen the world well. This time, I am going to open my eyes and go." Niu Dao turned his mount, his feet and heels hit the horse belly, and gallop away. Yuan Fong immediately chased the horse. After running for a while on the official road, the two turned into a trail and walked on the predefined path. For the time being, they dare not go on the official road for the time being. They were worried that the Chiu family would be waiting on the road, preparing to bypass the road and then take the road. Target, Dezetsuzen, Binkswij in the north of Korea. In the mountains of another place, two horses grazed leisurely. Not far away, Yuan Gang was naked and his back was like a dragon, bowing there. Wei Duo took Muji and beat him around Yuan Gang. After practicing, Yuan Gang jumped into a pool of water to clean. On this way, the horses cannot run nonstop and need be trimmed. Yuan Gang will take advantage of this to reserve 1 hour of practice time every day. The two have entered the Jianzhou territory, getting closer and closer to the Jianzhou city. The night came, Broad County, Taishifu. In the study, the housekeeper entered into his life and presented a secret letter with both hands. Master, from Tainyuman. In the case, Feng Lingbo raised his head and rested his pen, took it in his hand, and frowned gradually, staring at the content of the letter for a long time, without saying a word. After a while, Peng Yulan brought in a bowl of hot soup and saw that Feng Lingbo looked wrong. Put down the bowl and asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Lingbo handed it to her and let her see for herself. Peng Yulan was a little puzzled. After taking it for a while, he was a little surprised and said, "Limit us to prepare 50,000 horses to be distributed to Shangqiao Zone within half a month? Why does a small Canglu county need so many horses? So much food for him? Can there be so many people in Qingshan County?" Looked back and asked him, "If there is no news from Wanan's side, is there any movement in Canglu County?" Shonyin shook his head. "No, there is nothing more than Niu Yud." Feng Lingbo pondered. "Is it related to what happened in Niu Yudao in Jianzhou?" Peng Yulan looked at the secret letter again. "Don't guess. I will send a message directly to ask my father what is going on." Her father is the current head of Tainyuman, Peng Yozhen. The towering city walls are tall, and Jianzhou City is here. The tall city wall in front of him is the largest city that Yuan Gang has seen since he joined the WDO. He and Wei Duo dismounted at the gate of the city. After accepting the investigation, they led the horses into the city one after another. Not to mention the prosperity in the city, they didn't eat anything along the way. The two found a roadside stall to fill their stomachs, tied the horse, and just sat down at the stall. After a while, there was a movement on the rear road. A group of people came to guard a luxury car. Pedestrians on the road gave way to each other, and the owner and his wife suddenly panicked and shouted, "Girl!" The two young daughters took a nest and ran away. They were on the road. They didn't know how to move in and out. They seemed a little scared, and the horses that had opened the way had rushed. Yuan Gang jumped out suddenly, rushed over in an instant, arms out of the little girl. It seemed that the person who came by the horse was startled and stopped urgently. His horse's front hoof stood hissing, and then a whip was drawn towards Yuan Gang, who turned away with a little anger and shouted, "Not yet, step aside." Yuan Gang grabbed the drawn whip with his backhand and walked smoothly. The horseman's whip flew out of his hand and flew out to the roof on the side. Yuan Gang said nothing, as if nothing had happened, turned around, and continued to move forward. www.untilnovel.com. Walked to the stall. The stall owner and couple hurried out to meet. The horse rider was angry, and he rushed directly on horseback and ran into Yuan Gang. The couple who took over the child was a little scared, and the woman screamed in fright when she saw the war horse coming. Wei Duo stood up abruptly, but Yuan turned around, turned his arm around, and waved his fist, bang. A heavy punch was hit the horse's face. "OM!" The war horse mourned, and even the man tipped the horse to the side and knocked it down the street. This scene caused a shock to the crowds on both sides of the street. For the average person, how incredible it is to overturn a rushing horse. Don't talk about other people. Even Wei Duo secretly shocked Yuan Gang's strength. This bone is hard enough. Hai Ryue, sitting in a carriage, looked at the scene on the street in front of him through the bead curtain. On both sides of the carriage, a monk flashed out, and the sea inside the carriage said indifferently, "Forget it." Someone was talking outside the carriage immediately. The two monks who fell in front of Yuan Gang gave Yuan Gang a cold look, and at the same time they glanced at Wei Duo flashing around Yuan Gang, and then flashed back again. The group of people continued to move forward, and the little girl was so scared that she cried. Yuan Gang leaned over and picked up the falling head of the ground, blowing the dust on it, tearing off some dirty parts, stuffing it back into the little girl's hand, and stroked the little girl's head. The little girl bit her mouth directly, looked at him in tears, and stopped crying. For the passing horses, the proud Yuan Gang didn't even bother to take a look. But Hai Ryue in the carriage took a panoramic view of this scene, even leaning his head to the side window until he couldn't see it. As the horses passed by, the people who avoided the sides of the street returned to normal, and many people secretly pointed to Yuan Gang. The couple holding the little girl thanked Yuan Gang again and again, and it was obvious that the fear component was greater than the gratitude. Yuan Gang didn't say anything to thank, and sat back at the stall to eat. Hearing the whispering words in the crowd, he said that the people who just passed by were people who stabbed in Shifu. Yuan Gang looked at the disappearing direction of the carriage. Yuan Gang had always had a large amount of food and had a heavy meal. The owner and couple refused to collect the money when paying the bill. Yuan Gang did not push around with the stall owner and couple, threw a silver coin, and led Wei Dao away. Inquiring along the way, the two finally found the Shifu and was naturally stopped outside. In fact, Hai Ryue had just returned from tour. It was just a while before she rested here. A maid was holding a box of new jewelry and was selecting it for her. Butler Zhu Shun came to the bulletin. "Madam, Yuan Gang is here." Hai Ryue said, "Go and get the letters from Lord Dao." Zhu Shun didn't rush away and said with a smile, "Someone just saw Yuan Gang, specially mentioned to the old slave, saying that this Yuan Gang just ran into his wife's car on the street. It's him." Hai Ryue raised his head in surprise and put the jewelry in his hand back into the jewelry box. "He is Yuan Gang." Zhu Shun shook his head. The old slave hadn't accompanied him before, didn't see it, it's not clear. Hai Ryue said with a lot of interest, "It is really a collection of things, all are very people. What do you feel about the situation there? How is Yuan Gang and Lord Dao related?" Zhu Shun, "The two rarely show up outside, and the people over there can't touch anything, but they're sure to be around him, they're probably confidants." Hai Ryue waved her hand. "Please." "Yes." Zhu Shun walked to the door and ordered to the following people. Yuan Gang and Wei Duo, who were stopped outside the house, were released, but they still searched according to the rules. Wei Duo's sword and Yuan Gang's dagger were temporarily detained, and the body was also banned. The two were led to the living room and waited. After waiting for a long time, Hai Ryue arrived with Zhu Shun and the host and guest met. After the identities became clear to each other, Yuan Gang was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that the hostess of Jinzhou would come out to meet herself. Yuan Gang did not have the habit of bowing his hands to meet people, even when he saw Shang Chaozong and Shang Shuqing. He glanced up and down at each other and asked, "Where's Lord Dao?" Hai Ryue was also looking at him, and felt that this person was a bit interesting because of Yuan Gang's previous behavior on the street, and found that Yuan Gang did not seem to have a class concept. For people in this world, people are divided into 3, 6, 9, etc. Officials are officials, people are people. Yuan Gang does not put officials in the eyes, but to please the small people, and the streets collide for the concept of Hai Ryue, a little unable to understand Yuan Gang's behavior. Hai Ryue, who was sitting on the seat, said indifferently, "Lord Dao is gone." Yuan Gang frowned and asked, "Where did you go?" After seeing the other person did not return, he asked another question, "Ice Snow Pavilion?" Hai Ryue said, "It seems that you know a lot. Disturb leave." Yuan Gang dropped his words and left. Hai Ryue was so angry and funny, and found that this person really didn't put himself in the eye and shouted, "Stop! I am here where you can come if you want to go. If you want to go." Yuan Gang stopped and slowly turned around. "I have no grievances with Princess Chong." Hai Ryue, "Stay in Golden State for the time being," added the sentence. This is what Lord Dao confessed to the palace before he left. He tilted his head and gestured. Zhu Shun took out a letter from his sleeve and stepped forward to Yuan Gang. Actually, I didn't observe any etiquette here. I opened the letter and read it, but I was a bit ignorant because I couldn't understand it. I didn't understand it after repeated research and study for a long time. Yuan Gang took out the letter in the letter and only glanced at it. He knew that it was undoubtedly that Dao Yi left it. There were simplified characters in it, and the font was also Dao Ye's running script. There is no rule to follow this thing without reference, and it is impossible for him to rely on a letter to decipher the content. The content of the letter probably means that Niu Yudao guessed that he would come after he knew the news and let him stay in Jinzhou. When he returned, don't run around. This is also Niu Yudao's hard work, knowing that the matter here is settled. There will be a war in Qingshan County. If Yuan Gang stays with Shang Chaozong, he will join the war in all likelihood, and there is a certain feeling in Yuan Gang's body. It's too thick, bloody, not afraid of death. I'm afraid I'll take my life to get rid of it on the battlefield. Niu Yudao didn't think that the great cause of the brothers and sisters of the Shang family was worth Yuan Gang's life. Niu Yudao let Shang Chaozong openly cut off each other's relationship for this purpose, knowing that Yuan Gang must find it, taking the opportunity to transfer Yuan Gang away from Qingshan County and wait until the situation there is stabilized. If the brothers and sisters of the Shang family become successful, it doesn't matter if Yuan Gang goes back. If the brothers and sisters of the Shang family defeat, the territory is occupied by others, and naturally there is no need to go back. In a word, he can't leave Yuan Gang in danger regardless. He kept his promise and ran to Bingswich to get what Qiang Zhu did to stabilize the sea like the moon, as he said to Yuan Fong, and took Jianzhou as a retreat. No one can tell what will happen in the future. At least for now, Yuan Gang will have a place to live. However, as soon as Yuan Gang saw the content of the letter, he immediately realized that there was a risk for Dao Yi to go, otherwise he would not let himself follow. Farewell. Yuan Gang dropped the words and turned away again. Two monks appeared at the door, stopping them. Hai Ryue said indifferently, "Bring it to Lufeng Pavilion." Wooly. Although all countries have introduced year calendars, all countries are based on the Wu dynasty. Each country uses its own calendar to communicate with each other, which is a bit confusing. Therefore, the calendar that is commonly used in various countries for easy calculation of the year is basically the military calendar. This also regrets the dominance of the dynasties of the various countries. The dynasty of the Wu dynasty is still alive, and all aspiring people have the desire to unify the calendar one day. When the wish is reached, it will naturally be the time to rule the world. Wooly 523. Yin Long as envoy Song Long was assassinated in the Golden State of Zhao State. Jianzhou found out that Song Long disregarded the Golden State law because of private enmity and acted arbitrarily in Jianzhou. It was unbearable. He asked Yin for his statement. Yin Guo refused to negotiate with Jianzhou on the grounds of unequalness, and only communicated with Zhao Gui's court. Jianzhou spurred his anger and gathered heavy soldiers to point at Yin Guananzhou. He made an offensive situation at any time. The move disturbed the Yin state's court, which was worried about internal and external problems. Zhou Zhouxian, the prince of Nanzhou, urgently mobilized Nanzhou's heavy soldiers to defend. However, the Yin state's court must be vigilant against the princes, and the outside should guard against the enemies that are watching. At the end of the spring of that year, when the internal defense of Nanzhou was empty, the son of the former king of the kingdom of Yingua, the king of Shang, Jianba, the king of the Shang dynasty of Yongping County, excuses that the attack was caused by Zhou Shouxian, the prince of Nanzhou. Evidence excuses, Shang Chaozong angrily asked his father-in-law, Feng Lingbo, to borrow 50,000 soldiers. Cheered Zhou Shouxian, attacked the city, and swept the ground all the way, unstoppable. Yingua shocked the whole country. The vast Gobi, vast and endless. When a faint mountain finally appeared in sight, Yuan Fong pointed out excitedly, "Dao Yi, it's here, picking the Star City." The cow swaying slowly on the horse's back looked down. "Look at the mountain and run the dead horse. It is estimated that it will be dark." The star-picking city is an ancient city. According to legend, It was originally the capital of a country. It was later destroyed by the Emperor Wu of the Wu Kingdom. Now, it has become one of the places where people gather, trade, and buy in the practice. It is not a land without a master. The master behind it is one of the few masters of the infancy period in the practice world. The situation is similar to that of Ice and Snow Pavilion and Demon Ridge. For example, behind the Ice and Snow Pavilion is Snow Granny. The purpose of coming here is to take a look at it. As for the matter of going to the Bingshua Pavilion to get Qiang Zhuwa, it is not urgent, and even the power of the sea and the moon can't get it. Niu Yudao doesn't think he can get it right away. Some things are in a hurry. It may be more beneficial to fully understand the situation of some spiritual circles. The reason why Yuan Fong is excited is because he has heard from Niu Yudao in the future that he knew of such a place. The Gobi is desolate, but is not without popularity. From time to time, Kuai Ma can be seen running back and forth. Unsurprisingly, when the two reached the foot of the mountain, it was already dusk. There are no trees in the mountains here, almost no grass grows. The horses they ride were unable to go up the mountain, but there was a horse farm at the foot of the mountain, which encircled a lot of horses. After inquiring, I found that this is a storage place for horses. The horses here will help you to care for the forage, but the price is very expensive, 1 gold coin a day. The two had no choice but to deposit the horses here, and then flew up the mountain. At the top of the mountain, it's not the destination, it's the place where the lights are on. All the way across the mountains, I finally saw a dilapidated ancient city. The two entered the city, and there were many people in the city, obviously monks. From night to night in the city, the light is not good, and each house is in charge of the house. It is said that it is the merchants who are qualified to put the stove lighting at the door, so most people fly with illuminated butterflies above their heads. There are too many unidentified people in this place, which means unidentified risks. The two went straight to the famous Yi Inn in the city. It is said that it was opened by the city owner's home with a strong background and can guarantee safety. www.mtlnovel.com. Two people who don't know much about it are naturally safety first. The location of Inviting Moon Inn is high. It is halfway up the mountainside of the main peak. The location is good. It can overlook the city. It is the only city in the city that is qualified to open the store in this location. The background is visible. It is said that the location of Yuyue Inn was originally the imperial palace of the ancient city. Upon arrival, Niu Yudao believed that this is clearly the scale of the palace. When ascending the steps at the entrance of the inn, Niu Yudao stopped suddenly. Huo Ran turned to look behind him and found that many people wandering outside the inn were staring at the two of them. His eyes were like seeing two pieces of fat. But these people obviously did not dare to cause trouble here, only dare to watch under the steps. After the two entered the inn, they felt the luxury of this moon-inviting inn. The lobby is very spacious and bright. The luxury level is not mentioned for a while. Some people came to greet warmly and confirmed that it was the accommodation. They led the two to register. The two asked for a room, which cost 10 gold coins a day, which was ridiculously expensive. However, the shopkeeper said that as long as the guests staying in the Yaya Inn stay for 1 day, they will be safe for 1 day in the star-picking city. With the house sign of the Yaya Inn, no one dares to make trouble in the star-picking city. The two also learned at this time that the horse farm under the mountain was also the property of the owner of the Star City. Guests who stayed at the Moon Inn were free of the cost of the horse farm, and it was a gold coin. I asked for the number plate number of the two mounts here. When I look back, I will notify the horse farm to use the good fodder for the two horses. Dare to love a gold coin on the horse farm is not using good forage. Such an account, it seems more cost-effective than saving a gold coin. The buddy then led the two to the guest room. Niu Yudao once again looked at the dome hall lit with oil lamps everywhere, and found the feeling of a 5-star hotel in the previous life. But the ancient flavor of the castle fusion is obviously not comparable to the so-called star hotel. The vicissitudes of mood and the charm make people relax. No way. This inn is called Yin. The hotel is a star. Here is the month level. Niu Yudao laughed in his heart. As soon as you enter the interior, The scenery in front of you is as bright as a plant garden. There is no grass on the outside. The lush green here is lit by a burning brazier. The flicker of the firelight is better than the lighting makeup of the previous life. Some residents drink tea and play chess. Neo Dao shouted again in his heart. From the garden pattern, we can see that the city owner is a good person. This environment makes people feel that the money is not wrong. In the guest rooms upstairs, the furnishings are simple and refined. The man palmed the light inside, explaining where the tea was and where the charcoal stove was, so he could make tea directly. As for taking water, there is water from the copper pipe in the house, which is the snow water melted down from the mountain. It has been flowing all the time, and there is no need to go out to take water in the house. Neo Dao has found that it is really not comparable to that of an ordinary inn, and already has a prototype of a hotel. If there is any need, the guest official can greet us at any time. After the guest politely left a sentence, he closed the door and went out. Neo Dao pushed open the window, overlooking the lights in the city and the starry sky in the night. Pleasing to the eye, and in a good mood, he said to his back, "Cook tea." The Yuan Fong set a charcoal stove, burned a charcoal fire, put a pot of water on it and burned it, and turned back to the window and said with a loud cheer, "Dear master, 10 gold coins a day is more ruthless than the money." In order to get 10 gold coins, breaking your finger and counting to Neo Dao listens. 1 gold coin to 100 silver coins, 1 silver coin to 100 copper coins. This day is 100,000 copper coins. Enough for ordinary people. It has been used for several years. We live this day without any cost to others. Accounts are not calculated in this way. It is not easy to get this kind of in such a place. Besides, people are playing this tune. Isn't it also responsible for protecting security? Security is not easy to convert with money. Neo Dao laughed and ridiculed. You can't afford it either. It's okay if you live for a year without leaving. Yuan Fong smiled and touched the gold ticket in his arms. Before he came, Neo Dao asked Hai Ruyue for 10,000 gold coins as a fee. I was afraid to take trouble. There were some large and small sums of 10,000. The gold coins of the 7 countries can be exchanged for cash at any country. Wealth returns to wealth, and Yuan Fong, who is used to a miserable life, still has some pain, reminding, "Dao, I just saw the signs of other inns in the city, which should be much cheaper than here. Don't count this little account." Neo Dao said with amusement, turned to look at him, and smiled. "Old bear, listen, follow me. I will not be short of money, as long as the conditions allow. Despite eating the best, use the best. The safety is more important than anything. If there is no money, there will still be, as long as I'm still there. Don't worry about the money. In the future, you will find that the money is just a number." Hey, Yuan Fong was silly, listening to the atmosphere and comfortable, but still whispered in his heart, "If the money is saved, how good it is for me to repair the temple, so the flowers are too wasteful." Outside the inn, the lights in this room lighted up, and many people outside stared at it. A woman with slightly dark skin gritted her teeth, turned around, and waved a few people to a remote place, hiding in the dark and whispering to several people. "I'm going to go find him." Someone said, "Boss, you can't let in if you don't stay here, unless the people who stayed inside say hello. But we don't know him, and it's not hard enough to break into our heads." Women's Road. Then spend money to live in for a day. Someone said, "At least 10 gold coins a day. Why spend the wrong money? Let alone, he may not be able to agree." "Boss, he cannot stay inside and do not come out. We take turns to stay outside." He stopped immediately as soon as he came out. The woman shook her head and said, "No, didn't you see it? The people who are staring at him are not just ours. When he comes out, he may not get us in turn." Someone said, "Can he agree? Although the people who live here are rich people, but few people will agree. We are just here." Woman, "I have a hunch this person can help us. I am optimistic about him." Premonition? Can a hunch be taken seriously? A few people were speechless, but since she made up her mind, the others said nothing. Stepping out of the darkness, the woman raised her head and climbed up the steps of the inn and broke straight into it. However, as soon as he entered the door, he was stopped by the guy. "Black Peony, what do you want to do?" Go out, go out. The name could be called, and the guy is obviously familiar with each other's situation. The woman known as the Black Peony bit her lip. Can I spend money on accommodation? She said this. The man had to hesitate to let it go, staring at the side to the counter. Black Peony figured out 10 gold coins and shot them on the counter. The shopkeeper, stay for 1 day. The shopkeeper's head looked up, and when she saw it, she smiled and sneered and pushed the money back. Black Peony said in amazement, What do you mean? The shopkeeper said indifferently, Black Peony, this is not where you came from. Be conscious. Seeing that the money-paying people didn't do her life. This humiliation made Black Peony a little embarrassed, his face flushed with rage. Is there less money or higher prices? The shopkeeper saw her even harder and said directly, You are not welcome here. Seeing the attitude of the shopkeeper, the guy immediately waved, Go, go, go. Black Peony was furious. I don't leave. I didn't pay. I didn't save you money. I didn't do anything. Why did you drive me away? You dare to drive me away today? I saw the city owner appear in the city someday. There must be an argument. Ask if there are any rules for picking up Star City. Seeing her like this, the shopkeeper's face was dull, and finally knocked on the counter to warn. It's okay to live here, but I warn you, all those who live in the Invitation Moon and are expensive guests, you better not harass, otherwise don't blame me for not polite. Black Peony stalked his neck and said, I know, without your reminding. The shopkeeper's wave swept the money in, threw out a house sign, and waved his hand to signal the buddy to take the person away. Coming to the back garden, the Black Peony began to look around, discerning which room the light was on just now. After confirming the location, it was silently remembered. After entering the room for a while, Black Peony opened the door again and walked towards a room I remembered. As a result, before the room was near, someone from the inn immediately followed. Black Peony stopped and turned around and asked, What are you doing with me? The man said, I didn't follow you. I can walk around in this inn at will. Black Peony knew that he was defending himself, and this humiliation was hard to tell. She estimated that it was impossible to get close to the target normally. The inn knew that her background was very likely to stare at her all the time. After a few thoughts in his head, he simply turned around and strode away to the target room. However, as soon as he walked to the door of the room, the man immediately approached him and stopped in front of the door. He whispered, Black Peony, I advise you not to mess up. The guests are unhappy. You can't eat walk around. Black Peony said, I know the guest in the house, he called me. The man sneered, Don't make trouble. Everyone is also an acquaintance who often meets. Do you want me to say more about what you want to do? Black Peony, it's really the guest inside who called me. He has something to ask me. Don't believe you to ask. The man said in a deep voice, You don't come to this one less, and then make troubles unreasonably. Be careful I call someone to greet you. But at this moment, the door opened, and the square opened the door, and there was a muttering motion outside the door. Neo Yudao told him to come out and see what was going on. What do you want to do? Yuan Fong Mulu asked alertly. The guy hurriedly said, It's okay. Looking at the other party's reaction, he more and more confirmed that the other party didn't know Black Peony. But Black Peony took the opportunity to shout into it. Brother, it is me we have seen. The man was furious. There are many guests here who should be in cultivation. How could they be disturbed by such a noisy situation? They turned around and started to strike, and immediately 2 people flashed. Yuan Fong is a little puzzled. What happened? Neo Yudao also showed up at this time, shocked by the shout, and asked, What's going on? He looked at the Black Peony that was dragged away in the struggle. Yuan Fong shook his head, a little confused. I don't know what happened. The guy nodded and said, It's okay. It's annoying the rest of the guests. I'm really sorry. Black Peony turned his head and shouted at Neo Yu. Brother, www.mtlnovel.com is me. We have seen before. The man who held him suddenly shot her and made her silent. Neo Yudao was stunned for a while, and I remembered a little bit. I remember one of the eyes of the tiger's eyes outside before, because the other party is a woman, and she has a certain appearance, plus the dark skin has the characteristics. It is easy to remember pointed. Isn't this okay? Why is it okay? Is it for me? The man hurriedly said, The city is full of fishes and dragons, so there are some people who misrepresent their ideas. You don't need to control her. Niu Dao is just trying to understand the situation here. His background is not afraid of dealing with messy people. The messy people often only know about some messy situations. For example, a gentleman who knows what is going on in the blue building then pointed out, "If it's convenient, let her come." The dude froze and finally gestured over there. The hostage let go of the black peony, and the dumb black peony pointed to himself again, indicating that he was lifting the ban on himself. After the ban was lifted, Black Peony tidied up the messy clothes and then walked back upright. Looking at the momentum of walking back, the eyes of the upper man also have a bit of what you can taste the old lady, but when you walk to the door, the eyes of the cow were right, and there was a bit of imagination because there was no confidence. Niu Dao smiled and said, "Find me." In front of the man, the Black Peony mouth said firmly, "We have seen it before." Niu Dao, "Is there anything?" Black Peony glanced at the man and lifted his chin towards the room, saying, "Can you talk into the room? Please." Niu Dao gave way sideways and reached out. Watching the Black Peony walk in, the buddy reminded Niu Dao, "Guest, don't blame me for not reminding you that money was thrown into the water after the customer was cheated. After the incident, the money was also spent. No one can chase it back. If someone mentions money, you need to be careful, otherwise the inn is not responsible for anything." He didn't shy away from the Black Peony inside. The Black Peony smelled slightly warm inside. The silver teeth bit his lips secretly, and he scolded the dog's eyes to look down on people, determined to one day want to live upright here, to let these people nod your head. Listening to such a reminder, Niu Dao thoughtfully thought of some of the people mentioned in Shangqing Shi Su Ji and probably understood what this woman was looking for herself. There's work. Niu Dao flipped a gold coin as a reward. Yuan Fong toothache, distressed Niu Dao's way of spending money. "How much do you have to pay for it?" The buddy received it, smiled, and was a generous, noble guest, busy saying, "I was staring downstairs, and the guest officer greeted me with something." Niu Dao and Yuan Gang then enter the house, and the guys help bring the door. Seeing the tea boiled, the Black Peony in the house immediately got busy, moved the table and chairs, and reached out to signal, "Brother, please sit down." Niu Dao smiled and sat down, smiling at the other person with a wink, and saw the master-slave relationship between him and Yuan Fong. Black Peony reached out again and motioned for Yuan Fong to sit. "Brother, please sit." Yuan Fong was full of fog, wondering what this woman was doing, didn't sit, learned Yuan Gang, stood beside Niu Dao, watched and stared. In his impression, Yuan Gang was like this. Once a stranger approached Niu Dao, he immediately remained vigilant and wanted to start beating at any time. Seeing that the other party did not appreciate it, Black Peony grinned and turned to serve tea to help the two of them pour tea. After pouring, Duan Duanjing was sitting opposite Niu Dao and introduced himself. "Everyone calls me Black Peony." Niu Dao raised his hand and interrupted, looking out the window and saying, "Go find me this beast record." Yuan Fong. "Oh." He turned away and left. He thought he had something to avoid. He even wondered if he wanted to do something between men and women, and he suspected that the woman was here to sell. "You come back." Niu Dao hurriedly greeted, and there was a bit of laughter in her heart, and found that this was the gap between Yuan Fong and Yuan Gang. She often knew what Yuan Gang wanted to do, pointed at the Black Peony, and said to Yuan Fong, "Without saying you, I'll let her go." Black Peony and Yuan Fong froze at the same time. Black Peony then stood up, looking puzzled. "Beast record, but also good wine and good food, right? He is vegetarian." Niu Dao said clearly, asked her, "Is there a problem?" Black Peony is a little ignorant. "What do you mean?" "Just met and didn't finish the next sentence. Let yourself go shopping?" After the reaction, she realized that the person was unusual and gave her some inexplicable confidence. At least the other party was willing to talk to her about it. She nodded and smiled. "Okay. Wait a minute. I will return immediately." He walked away quickly, walked to the door, and just opened the door. Niu Dao said again, "I'm going to live here for half a year, and I have only paid 1 day's room. Black Peony stopped at the door suddenly, looking back at Niu Dao. But Niu Dao looked at the night outside with a teacup, and the words seemed to be unknown to whom, but she knew it was to her. Black Peony hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. I will help Mr. Hand-It-In. Yuan Fong was at a loss and asked, Dao Dao, is she going to pay us the house money? Niu Dao said, maybe. The tea here is also the best tea, and the money is not wrong. He reached out and gestured for him to drink tea. Yuan Fong sat opposite, took the teacup and tasted it, and asked, are we going to live here for half a year? Will she help us pay half a year's room? She loves not to pay. We don't lose anything. What are you worried about? Niu Dao rolled his eyes to him. Is there still such a good thing? Yuan Fong's suspicious, but he can be seen. Dao Yi is a person who used to be used to people, and wherever he goes, he is used to call people at will. It is natural and straightforward to call directly. The buddies waiting in the forest garden below looked up from time to time to the guest room upstairs and saw the Black Peony that came out as soon as they entered. Black Peony hurried out of the inn and found several of his own. When several people arrive in a remote place, someone immediately asked urgently, Boss, have you seen it? Did he agree? Black Peony, I've seen it, and I haven't started talking yet. I don't have enough money on my body. You can give me 800 more gold coins. One person wondered, why do you need so much money? Black Peony was embarrassed and squeaked for a while. Well, he wants to live here for half a year and only pays for 1 day's room. We will pay him the rest first. Several people stared at her in a daze for a moment, but they didn't understand what it meant. So Black Peony made things clear again, and he didn't feel confident when he said it. Several people lost their voices together and looked at him like a fool. One person said, Boss, we are here to ask him for money. What's the matter with you? One person said, 10 gold coins a day, this half a year is 18. One person said, Boss, have you made a mistake? And you haven't said anything. You have to help him pay half a year's house money. What if he doesn't promise to go back? One person said, yeah, we don't have much money. People who live here, as soon as they come here, dare to open their mouths. This is where our confidence is. We may not be provoked. If people don't agree, we may not be able to take him. Anyway, the money can be floated. Black Peony is also awkward. They always eat black people. They seem to have encountered a ruthless character today, but they are ashamed. They don't want to say anything, and they do enforce it. They will take the initiative to promise. After coming down, it's like a ghost. I think it's a little reliable. Black Peony gushed. One person said, reliable? Boss, where is it? I don't think this person is like the right one, like the old black oiler. If you can't do it, you just want to cheat our money. Let's not overturn the boat in the gutter. One person said, yeah, we can't touch this kind of person at all. If you don't take him to play like this, let's forget it. If you lose 10 gold coins, you will lose it. There's no way out for us. It is really not easy to save people, and it is bigger to have fun in it. One person said, who is this person? It is too dark. Even the poor will not let go. Black Peony was angrily said, don't bother. The money comes out. The old lady gambles today. One person said, gamble? Is this a gamble? Boss, you didn't take the wrong medicine. Wouldn't you fall in love with him at first sight? Black Peony, what are you talking about? I counted it. I counted it a loss, and will be deducted from my share in the future. One person said, Boss, this is not the case. Is there someone like him? This is clear to us. Black Peony, come on, people are still waiting. She was sullen and even kicked a few feet at each person. She was a bit crazy and was embarrassed by Niu Dao. Get a hard bet, as she said. The last few people reluctantly clouded 8 gold tickets with a face value of 100 to her, sighing one by one, watching her jump into the fire pit, but unable to pull the feeling. A book of alien beasts, good wine and good food. Remember, do it make up, want good wine and good food. By the way, one of them is vegetarian, and the vegetarian food see it and be less. Go, I am waiting for you here. Hurry, do it grinding. Black Peony hurried. One mourned, I still have to spend money to prepare wine and good food for him. How deep is the pit? Boss, you jump in with your eyes closed. Black Peony kicked him, staggering. Hurry up, have you heard? He drove away several people. After seeing a few people head down, she couldn't help but cover her face with her hands, annoyed in her heart, and also asked herself if she was taking the wrong medicine. But in the end, he insisted on his decision and decided to gamble. He took a deep breath, turned his head and turned back, walked back to the inn hall, walked to the counter, and found a gold ticket of 500 face value and 1,300 face value, and pushed it out the shopkeeper, Room Yeetsi, hand in half a year. The shopkeeper froze, confirmed the authenticity of the 14 gold tickets one by one, and after confirming that they were correct, he doubted. Hand over half a year to Room Easy. Are you sure? Black Peony nodded daringly and said, Is money going to be fake? Or will I have to chase me out again? The previous humiliation, now with so much money photographed, came back with confidence. The shopkeeper looked at each other. Did he really misunderstand before? The shopkeeper took the account book and wrote down a large sum of money, and specially wrote a receipt to her. I took the receipt and felt that it was a little heavy and pressed my hand. The Black Peony was carefully collected. The man kindly asked her to enter. She put her back on the shelf and ignored him, but turned around and left the inn www.mtlnovel.com, standing in the inn outside waiting for the brethren to deliver things. Faced with this vast night, the mood is inexplicably complicated. After waiting for a while, the brethren came back and gave her things one after another, still sighing there. Black Peony brought 2 food boxes and strode back to the inn. Yuan Fong opened the door and let her into the room. After entering, Black Peony put down something. First found out the receipt to Lord Dao. This is a half-year's receipt of the house money. Lord Dao took it and looked at it, then handed it to Yuan Fong. Come on. Yuan Fong received a glance at the hand. 1,800 gold coins? The corner of the mouth couldn't help but smoke a bit before I heard the innkeeper said, You can pay back more, which means that 1,800 gold coins are in hand. He turned around and had to go to the hotel lobby to verify the authenticity. Giant buttocks and actresses exposed large-scale bed photos. WeChat public. Mangu 123. Long press for 3 seconds to copy. You know, and I know. Black Peony also guessed what Yuan Fong was about to do. He made his own, opened the 2 food boxes, and took out the dishes one by one. In the lobby of the inn, the Yuan Fong receipt shot at the counter and asked, Is this true or false? The shopkeeper got it at hand and understood and returned, really, the money that the woman with a little dark skin just paid. Receiving the receipt, Yuan Fong said nothing, turned his head away, his eyes flickered, and he murmured in his heart, Is this all right? He found that he had tossed around Nanshan Temple for a few years before saving up a few hundred gold coins. It would be better to do this, pondering how to figure out what is going on. If appropriate, this is a way of wealth. With a hot heart, he quickly returned to the house, walked to Lord Dao, and bowed his head to his ear canal. Dao Yi, really? Lord Dao squinted and looked a little speechless, and found that Yuan Fong was a bit of a petty person. He hadn't seen any money before, so he wanted to learn Yuan gang. How could 1,000 yuan of coins make you throw away your protected object and run away? Is money important or people important? The dishes were laid out well, the wine was served well, and the Black Peony figured out a small porcelain bottle. Each dish shook a little white powder, and the poison was tested to show the light. Yuan Fong reached out and took the small porcelain bottle from her hand, made a little bit on her finger, licked her tongue, and tasted it, and confirmed that there was no problem and returned it to the other party. Lord Dao couldn't help but forget that this expert, who was a medicine expert, pointed his finger to Black Peony in the beast record. Black Peony immediately took both hands to offer. Lord Dao took the beast records in his hand, turned it for a while, and turned to the one with the Golden King Bear catalog and handed it to Yuan Fong. Look at it. What is he? Yuan Fong suspiciously, holding a look, his eyes stunned. Lord Dao stretched out his hand and begged to sit across from Black Peony and asked, Is Black Peony a nickname? Finally, I was willing to talk to myself. Black Peony rejuvenated and sat down across the street. He nodded and smiled. It's a nickname, and it's also a real name. I don't know who my parents are when I'm playing. Wandering in the street. He grew up in black and was called Black Girl. Later, when he met the master, he he called Black Peony. Neo Yu Dao said aloud, and asked, "Which master is the master?" Black Peony. "There is no way to do free repairs. When I was taken to the sea to collect spirit grass, I was looted and killed. I escaped into the sea and escaped." Neo Yu Dao raised his chin. "Are you single?" Black Peony. "I used to have no eyes, followed a man, and then dumped the old lady in order to climb the branches. Now I am wandering with several like-minded brothers." Realizing that there was hatred in his tone, he raised his toast to hide it. Neo Yu Dao had a drink with him, and at the same time he slanted the round square on the side of his eyes and found that round square face was wrong and secretly funny. Black Peony put down the glass and motioned for a table of dishes. "Mister, try it out of your appetite." At the same time, she got up and sat on the edge of Neo Yu Dao to help pouring wine. Neo Yu Dao took chopsticks and tasted a few bites and asked, "What do you do? What do your brothers do outside?" Shouwei has reached the foundation period. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to find a sir. Black Peony filled the pot with wine and tried to ask, "I don't know the surname of the sir." Xinyuan Road. Neo Yu Dao explained himself with a smile, then pointed to the ugly square. "He is called Jinwei. Sick of the enemy of the Song family, especially the killing of Song Long, the envoy of the Yin family. The two changed their names to the outside world. Yuan Fong didn't have a proper name. Nanshan Temple used to call him Shao Jin, and Jinwei's name was taken by Yuan Fong himself. Yuan Fong felt that Yuan Gang's name was very strong, and that his name could not be worse, so he called Jinwei." Black Peony smiled and said, "I just heard that Mr. Jinwei called Mr. Dao Yi. It turned out that this is the origin. Then I will call him Mr. Dao Yi. I don't know what kind of master he is." Neo Yu Dao said with a smile, "Like you, they are all self-cultivation." Black Peony's face changed, and he looked soothing and said with a smile, "Impossible." Neo Yu Dao said strangely, "Why not?" Black Peony, "It's not easy to get some money for casual repairs. There are a few moon-ins who are willing to live these 10 gold coins a day, and Dao Yi looks at this young and chic, and also has a follower." Shook his head. Yuan Fong had closed the beast records and sat aside, grabbed his glass, and raised his head and sulked. He now knows that he is actually something that many people want to kill, and he knows that his hair is regarded as a treasure by practitioners and can be used to weave into invulnerable defensive soft armor. But he dared to show that hair before. Come, think about it, and startled a cold sweat. Neo Yu Dao gave him a slanted look, knowing that he knew it, and smiled at Black Peony again. "Aren't you a casual practitioner?" Black Peony knew he meant that he had not spent the same 10 gold coins to live in. "It's not the same. I spent money to live in. I wanted to find Dao Yi." Neo Yu Dao said with great interest. "What do you want me to do?" Black Peony didn't believe he didn't know. If she really didn't know why she gave her such a call, she secretly cheered herself up and finally expressed her intention. "I want to create a martial art to get rid of this loose repair identity." Neo Yu Dao. "This is a good thing, but is it related to me?" Black Peony asked. "It must be that Dao Yi knows the conditions for creating a sect. It's not that we say that we are either sectarian, or that we say we are a sect or a sect." Neo Yu Dao nodded. "First of all, this sect must be recognized by the practitioners before it can be established in the practitioners, but it is not possible to get everyone's approval. So the practitioners recognized 9 highly respected meta-infant masters as notaries. For example, the owner behind this picking star city is one of them. Only those who have obtained the notarization of these 9 people will be eligible for the establishment of an open school. To obtain this notarization, you need to prove your strength and financial resources to have an open school. Qualifications also require referrals and guarantees from other schools. I don't know if I am right." Black Peony nodded. "Dao Ye's words are completely correct. We're not the top 10 masters in Dambang. Without the prestige recognized by the world, we can't get the notarized notary directly. We can only take the normal route." Neo Yu Dao laughed and asked, "Then I wonder if you have met several of these conditions?" Black Peony, "We have already proved our strength. We have completed the 30 tasks on the list of evil demons, and now we have poor financial resources and referrals. The so-called evil demons list Niu Dao knows, refers to some people who have broken the rules of the spiritual world, or some people who have done a lot of bad things to cause public outrage. The monks went to eradicate and defend the rules of the spiritual world. If you want to create a martial art, you can't say that you have strength. You have to prove it. Then you have to prove yourself. If you want to establish a school in the spiritual world, you must first prove that you are willing to defend the rules of the spiritual world. Well, the names of a bunch of bad guys on the list, you can figure it out. It won't force you. You will solve whatever you think is easy to solve. In short, 30 tasks, kill 20, and find out the whereabouts of 10 bad guys and report their hidden locations. The posters will notify the bad guys to solve their problems. Of course, it would be better if you were willing to kill those 30 together, and it would definitely count as the completion of your task. Niu Dao said, "It's not easy or difficult to complete 30 tasks. If you think about it, it's not easy and the danger is not dangerous. In addition, how much time and effort do you have to spend? Can be considered enough." Black Peony looked slightly sad. In order to complete these 30 tasks, our brothers together died a dozen, and now only a few of us are left. With such a big price, we have to give the dead and the alive an account. Niu Dao raised his lips and swallowed slowly. That is to say, there are difficulties in other areas. Black Peony looked at him with a little hope. In terms of proof of financial resources, we can find a way for the basic application fee of 10,000 gold coins. At present, we still lack a referral school, and we can't take out the fine of 100,000 gold coins. In fact, the fine of the 100,000 gold coins is not for the applicants of the school, but for the school of recommendation and guarantee. In the practice field, the open school is a serious matter. It is not a child's play. It can't be played if you want to play, or you can't play if you don't want to play, so you can't help others. If you introduce and guarantee, you will be responsible, and no one will withdraw from the newly created school within 3 years. If you have problems, you will resolve them internally. It probably means that a school has no basic self-management skills. Why do you create a school? Create to play? If this happens, the faction is deemed to be disbanded automatically and no longer qualified for the faction, and the guarantor will have to pay a fine of 100,000 gold coins to the AI Pavilion. The so-called AI Pavilion is not a place name or a thing name. An organization that maintains the practice rules on behalf of the practice community. Under such rules, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com asks which school will easily guarantee people. It is not that people who are quite sympathetic will not agree to cause trouble for themselves. Those who are willing to introduce and guarantee you are already benevolent. Just a little consciously, they will first give out 100,000 gold coins to others. CA, and let the guarantor take the risk for you. Either this money will be used as a deposit for others, and it will be returned to you after passing the permission of the rules after expiration, or you should not expect to pay it back, and directly use it as a gift for asking for help. At this point, how could Niu Dao not know what she meant? Bulk repair is indeed the most embarrassing group in this practice. If you want to join another school, the normal school is unlikely to easily enter the messy outsiders for self-maintenance unless you are really good for this school. And most people with this strength are disdainful. Why find a martial art to restrain themselves? The crux of the problem is that for the sake of safeguarding their own interests, the various schools of practice have formulated rules through the Confederation of Cultivation Realms, which is called in order to prevent the normal life of ordinary people from being disturbed and to prevent monks from competing with the people for benefits. No monk is allowed to do business directly or indirectly in the private sector, and finding one severely punishes one is not to be forgiven. This rule, which seems to be fair to all monks, is influenced by various factors, and the way of loose repairs is almost broken. Do you want to do business secretly? Doing business is a matter of facing the masses. Competition among peers. In a world covered by monks, it is easy to expose you behind the scenes. The consequences of the discovery are not eliminated by any self-cultivation, so this financial path is basically broken. It is a fortune for the official practice teacher to follow, but this line is basically monopolized by the forces of the martial arts group. Generally, it is impossible to squeeze in the bulk repair, such as the Tianyuman behind Feng Lingbo. Is it possible to recruit freelancers? It is also a way of making money for the wealthy to practice as a master. But which big family is not under the authority of the official? And which big family dare to do something that the official does not agree with? It's almost the same if you want to be robbed. So in the secular world, loose repair is basically unlikely to have a source of money. Doing business in the practice field is allowed, but there are rules and restrictions, as the name suggests, in order to ensure the fairness of the transaction, in order to protect the interests of buyers. How about a guarantee law? Unrestricted businesses are not allowed to open shops. What is an unconstrained merchant? That is, the merchant who opens the store must have the ability to be constrained. You can't sell fake goods and the customer will slip back. Who will the buyer look for to be fair? Therefore, the shop must be opened in the name of a sect. Once something goes wrong, the monks see ant run the temple, and you run away. The sect behind you is responsible for your behavior. Who asked you to seduce such a disciples? Who is not responsible for your martial arts? This statement is reasonable, and no one can say that it is unreasonable, so the right to repair and open the shop is deprived. Of course, no matter how powerful the alliance of cultivation realm is, you can't manage to hide in every corner and trade secretly. But it does not matter. Anything is not protected in private transactions, and the seller and the buyer bear the responsibility. However, how many customers can there be in private transactions elsewhere? Most of them still want to come to places like Star Picking City to face a wider range of customers. There are also a lot of private transactions in Star City, but when buying the same thing and the same price, why don't people go to a higher security store, so you can only sell at a low price before someone may buy it? But it is still the same sentence. Private transactions do not adhere to protection. Then you will face a dangerous situation. Buyers and sellers, once they feel confident that they are likely to be black. I feel like I can kill you. Why pay you? Or knowing that you have this money, I can kill you. Why give you something back? Grab your money. You can continue to sell things to the next house. If people are poor and short-minded, it is easy to go to extremes, especially if they are slack. In this way, it could be described as a vicious circle, and the reputation of loose repair is getting worse and worse. The rules given by the are more reasonable and less likely to be denied. There is also a situation where the peer is an enemy. The things you sell and repair are the same as those sold by my school. Do you sell them at a low price? How can I do business? Anyway, your transaction is not protected, and it is normal for someone in the martial arts to disguise your identity and come to you. With all kinds of restrictions, casual repairs either carry their heads to do illegal activities, and they will die once they are discovered, or they can only go to some dangerous places where secular mortals cannot collect spirit grass, for example, to try their luck on overseas islands. Where mortals can patronize, they are unlikely to pick up leaks. This is a vicious circle again. You monk wasted a lot of energy on this kind of thing. There is still too much energy to practice, which is naturally worse than the disciples' progress in disciples. All kinds of questions, which one does not want to become a martial art. It is not easy to open a school. I set a lot of access conditions. The 30 tasks that prove the strength can wipe out most people. Finding other referrals and guarantees can wipe out a large part. Finally, very few can qualify for the establishment of a school. This rule, even Lord Dao, had to be side. I feel that this is a bit lacking in virtue. A group of loose repairers are already suffering. You also have 30 tasks to make a group of casual repairers desperately help you to eliminate the evil demons. It is estimated that there are a lot of people who have killed some people who have done their job in dissatisfaction. This can be described as hard work and hard work. Some people do not have to pay wages. Some people take the initiative to help clean up the environment. Those who have entered the threshold of martial arts will enjoy the environment created by loose cultivation to a certain extent, have the leisure to manage their wealth, and earn cultivation resources. In this regard, Lord Dao has no sympathy. He knew very well that everything that everyone needs will inevitably become scarce, and it will inevitably lead to a situation where monks have more meat and less meat. No one can change this situation. There are always people who want to occupy more resources. This kind of thing can't make people carry forward their style. Even if there are a few, they can't change the environment. And Black Peony found him so humbly and respectfully. Just want to get the admission ticket. So Niu Dao smiled and said, "Why do you think I can help you?" Black Peony wants to say that you look so young, with accompanying attendants around you, and live in such an expensive place again and again. There is no power and background behind it, and the fool can see it. Of course, she wouldn't say that on her lips. Dao is extraordinary. At first glance is someone who can help me. Niu Dao laughed dumbly. There are a lot of guests here. Why are you staring at me? The young people are inexperienced enough to persuade chance, and the other people are afraid that they will not even be given the opportunity to talk. Are we sitting together now? Black Peony thought about this in his head, and suddenly he was confused. Does this person seem to be inexperienced? The smell in the eyes was deep. Intuition, feeling, women sometimes believe in how they feel. Black Peony gave such an explanation. Niu Dao tilted his mouth and rejoiced, looking at the round side with a dull face. Old bear, are you not happy? The Black Peony is speechless. How did it digress? Yuan Fong stopped talking, looked at the Black Peony here. After all, he didn't say it, and shook his head. Niu Dao raised his chin towards Yuan Fong. Black Peony, look, my companion is obviously unhappy with you. Yuan Fong, stunned, glanced at the Black Peony, whispered in her heart. It had nothing to do with her. It is hard to ask for people. Black Peony knows this truth, so he forced a laugh with him and said, Dao, we ain't let you do anything for this. You will be told to do something in the future and go all out. Niu Dao said, it's nice, but it's useless. It is estimated that no martial arts will take this risk for an unknown person. It is not a small amount to put 100,000 gold coins. You must put together the money first. Such a polite part. Slave the slave at the table. I can help you find a referral. Black Peony thought, can I still get you with so much money? With a bitter smile on his face, said, Master Dao, it's really not easy to repair. 100,000 gold coins is too large for us. We really can't get it out. It's better to do so, as long as things are done. We have corresponding to earn the conditions. You must make up the money as a reward. No need to return. Niu Dao shook his head slightly. Even if you apply for it, based on your cultivation behavior, a small startup school that wants to earn 100,000 gold coins in 3 years, is it possible? If you collapse in 3 years, it will not even be worth it. Isn't the guarantor self-confessed? If possible, would you tell me, how can you make money? Open a shop? What kind of business is this profitable? What do you want to do? Do not say whether you can compete to win other schools. Can you find an employer who pays a lot of money? Black Peony bit his lip and thought about the reason. Niu Dao said, if you hesitate, you can't help. It's better not to find a reason to fool me. Black Peony gritted his teeth. Yes, even if things are done, we can't guarantee that we will earn 100,000 gold coins within 3 years. It's better to do that. Master Dao, you open the terms. Let's see if we can do it. I opened the terms. Niu Dao looked at her, revealing the look of inquiry. A look you are sure? Black Peony nodded. Dao, you might as well say, listen, dirty and exhausted. Niu Dao's mouth turned up, but there is something you can do. Waving at Black Peony. Black Peony immediately leaned forward expectantly. Thinking he wanted to whisper, his ears were put on. Who knows? Niu Dao gently reached out and stroked her face. Black Peony was startled and quickly shrank back, looking at him in amazement, as if guessing what he wanted to ask. Sure enough, Niu Dao looked at her up and down and said, the appearance is not bad, so I live here for half a year. You accompany me to sleep for half a year. I will help you solve your problems. Black Peony Horan stood up, and his face was angry, but finally he endured it, and Chong Yin smiled and said, Dao Yi, I'm just a broken flower. I can't get into your eyes like this. I'm afraid it will dirty you. What kind of girl do you like? Let me help you find it. Niu Dao said calmly. Do you think I will be short of women? This beautiful woman with dark skin is the first time I've seen at www.ntlnovel.com. I haven't slept and want to try something fresh. It's you. Yuan Fang's expression convulsed, and he completely came out of the influence brought by the beast records and looked at the cow with a strange expression. Black Peony said with a smile, "What's so good about black? The white woman is beautiful. Dao Yi is not kidding." Niu Yu Dao was unimpressed. "On this condition, can't you agree?" "Don't agree. Please help yourself." Black Peony's face sank, and he suddenly reached out. "I handed me a receipt for half a year's rent." "You handed it over. I didn't force you." Niu Yu Dao looked sideways and swallowed slowly. "Old bear, is this money hers or ours? I'll go and get it in 1880. The spirit of Yuan Fang was revitalized, and he found the sense of accomplishment of Nanshan Temple-less robbery. He caught the case and happily said, "Of course, the money in our pocket is ours. How can it be someone else's? Who dares to grab it? First ask this inviting moon and can't agree." That was a reasonable man. Black Peony almost broke his teeth and pointed at the two of them. "Dare to swallow the old lady's money, you try it." Niu Yu Dao said, "The shopkeeper seems to say that the guests of Inviting Moon Inn are protected in picking the Star City here. I have a try in and out in half a year. Is it true?" Fun Fong Hey nodded in agreement. Dao Yi said, "It's reasonable. Let's try it." "Okay, you are ruthless. You have the ability to always stay in the star-picking city and don't leave. Dare to start in this place. Behind this place is one of the highest in the world. Threat me?" Niu Yu Dao stared at her with a smile instead of smile. "Did you not see that there is a force behind me? I leave. Are you sure you can stop me?" "You are waiting." Black Peony gritted his teeth and shook his hands away. "She just walked out of the table here." Niu Yu Dao suddenly said indifferently, "Don't hurry to walk. Unwilling. You can talk again." Black Peony stepped in and looked at him. His eyes hated and looked forward, expecting the other party to make a condition that he could accept. Niu Yu Dao said casually, "What you haven't tasted always wants to try it. Okay, how about I take a step back and sleep with me for a month?" Black Peony fist clenched. There was the urge to punch on his face, silver teeth bite, pointed at Niu Yu Dao. "Don't fall into my hand." Turned his head away. However, as soon as I walked to the door and just reached out to open the door, Niu Yu Dao said lightly, "I take another step back and sleep with me for one night. Just one night." Black Peony's outstretched hand froze. The expression on the face facing the door changed, entangled, hesitated. How difficult and bitter so many years have passed. A group of people who can survive to the foundation period are all desperately robbed of other people's cultivation resources. The murderous and over-the-top things are not done, and they can't count how many invisible things they have done. Just expose one. All will fall into a land of nowhere. Sometimes it's hard to get through today. Everyone has reached the foundation period, and they don't want to do the risky things they often do. There's still a problem when Shuwei reaches the foundation period. The required cultivation resources are getting bigger and bigger. The things that are made by robbing small goods are not enough to seize the teeth. You must find a bigger target to start, and the dangers increase. Everyone knows that if you often walk by the river, why don't you get wet feet, and then continue, sooner or later will be planted. The former colleague fell down one by one. I don't know how many times I was shocked by the sudden seeing a master approaching them, or was scared out of cold sweat, worrying that the accounts were coming. I don't know how many times I woke up from a nightmare, and it often makes people collapse. This kind of day, you really don't want to go through it anymore. So although you know that it's difficult for them to hold a party, they still work hard in this direction. In order to complete those 30 tasks, the world is running everywhere, and the hardships are paid by outsiders. Unbelievable. In order to find this one, what was the humiliation of the buddies and the shopkeeper and the calling from the drinker? And now, there's an opportunity to be in front of my own eyes. Only need to accompany others to sleep for one night. Only with one night, it is possible to completely change their own destiny and change everyone's destiny. It's just for one night. I'm not a big girl with yellow flowers. What is it to sleep for a night? She even told herself in her heart that she understood herself, not for herself, but for the brothers, and promised him. Facing one night's conditions, Black Peony's hand stretched out as heavy as he could not touch the door to open it. Yuan Fang also saw that Black Peony was about to agree, and couldn't help but be bemused. He laughed strangely and squeezed his eyebrows at Niu Dao. Was also sighing in his heart. Dao Yu is really dark. He wanted people's money and other people's money. This woman's initiative to hit the door could be considered bad luck. After a long time without opening the door, Niu Dao knew that the black peony was moving and slowly looked back at her standing at the door. His eyes were indifferent and continued to bewitched. You should understand that if you're looking for someone else, even if you take the initiative to mention this requirement, let alone staying for one night, even for 1 year, people will not agree because the risks and costs are too high. Black Peony, after this village, you will not have this shop. If you miss this opportunity, you may miss it for a lifetime. Even if you regret it later, it will be useless. You will never have such a chance again. I missed this time and think about where you will be in the future. Would you like to live like that before? As long as you promise to accompany me for one night, the basic application fee for those 10,000 gold coins will not be determined by you. I will give you. In this troubled world, 10 gold coins can buy a good woman, and the risk of 100,000 gold coins is mine. Just let you stay with me for one night. One night. Just one night. I will not publicize this kind of thing to bad reputation, and you will not say it to anyone. Nobody knows. The tangled reaction in Black Peony's heart reached her outstretched hand, her fingers trembling faintly, and finally stretched out slowly, caught on the door handle, and said sadly, "That dumped me. I scolded him to climb the branch, scolded him shameless. I know I am not a good person, but I don't want to be someone who looks down on me." Pulled the door open and strode out. Inexplicably, the Black Peony felt that the oncoming wind made his cheeks cold, raised his hand and wiped a hand, and found that somehow his inexplicable tears burst into his face. The tears on her face wiped and wiped, but she couldn't wipe them off. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She was always strong. She hadn't cried for many years. She had forgotten the taste of crying. How could she shed tears? She was a little flustered, quickly turned around and looked around, looking around, full of feelings of helplessness, even forgetting which room she was in. She didn't want people to see her like this, just wanted to find a room to hide. In the house, Yuan Fong was stunned, but the woman actually refused? Looking at how it looked before, I thought I would agree. Niu Dao's indifferent eyes watching the door gradually melted, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Can completely reverse the fate of his life in one night. He can understand the tangles of Black Peony. He can understand how difficult it is for a woman to refuse such temptation in such a situation. Raised his hand to Yuan Fong and pointed out the door. Go find her back. Yuan Fong was speechless, unable to cry or laugh. Master Dao, what's the use of calling back? She doesn't agree. Whispered in your heart. You just do such a shameless thing. Pull me to do it. How can a monk do such a thing? Niu Dao said, tell her that this condition has been cancelled. Let her come back. See what to see. Let you go quickly. People can't find it. Don't you come back. It's not my business. Yuan Fong is very helpless and can only leave quickly. It didn't take long for Yuan Fong to come back, and Black Peony also came in, but this time he came in with his head down, and he never had the spirit to persuade the negotiations when he first met. Niu Dao pointed to the empty wine glass in front of him and said indifferently, pouring wine. Black Peony bit his lip, walked to the table, held the pot, and poured wine. And when he filled it down, he found that the cow stared at his face with a smile. She was a little flustered and turned her head. Niu Dao smiled and asked, "What's wrong with your eyes? It's red and wet, crying." Black Peony quickly faced the strong. "Speak. What conditions have you changed?" Niu Dao said, "My conditions are clear to you. One night is my last bottom line, and I will give you another chance to consider." Yuan rolled his eyes straight. "Still not stubborn? How much do you like it?" Black Peony called a shame. This is obviously playing with himself, pointing at him, with a never-ending taste, and said sharply. Yuan said, "I have written down this account." He turned around and turned away again. "Stop." Niu Dao drank and fluttered lightly. "Can't you hear it jokingly? You're too funny. Come back and talk about business." Black Peony stopped there, as rushed up and down. He was abused to death, and he felt crazy. Didn't turn around completely, just turned around and stared at him. Niu Yu Dao smiled and said to Yuan Fong, "It's not your money. You're also embarrassed to put it in your pocket. The receipt is returned to others." Ah, Yuan Fong dumbfounded, which one out of trouble. Black Peony also has suspicious eyes. Slowly turn around. Niu Yu Dao said, "Let you return the receipt just now. Did you hear it?" "Oh." Yuan Fong reluctantly touched the receipt and walked to the Black Peony. Some reluctantly said, "Hey, give." Black Peony slowly took the receipt and looked at it. Yes, it was the one just now. She was also confused. She looked at Niu Yu Dao in a puzzling way. I didn't know what it meant. This is what money doesn't want her and doesn't agree. If this is the case, she doesn't think it's a bad thing. At least it saves the money. Niu Yu Dao said with a smile, "What are you doing to pay the bill for me in a hurry? Did I let you pay? I can't afford to live here. Can I make you pay the bill?" Black Peony has the urge to spray his face. www.himtailnovel.com. You clearly meant that before, and now it is all reasonable to say the opposite. Niu Yu Dao continued to smile and said, "I don't care what could be exchanged for money. If you really agree to accompany me, I won't let you accompany you, and I won't help you do that. I don't want to take the gold coins back again. As a result, you refused, so I do want your money, and things will be as you wish. You don't have to ask anyone for that broken thing in the future. You can tell your brothers. From now on, start from scratch." Black Peony stayed in place and understood that the other party was indeed teasing her to play just now. Niu Yu Dao blinked at her suddenly. Is it worth crying? In a word, a look inexplicably hit her weakness. All kinds of emotions that had just been pushed down suddenly again. Tears came out in disappointment, staring at Niu Yu Dao with a choked voice and scolded, "You are a jerk." Niu Yu Dao shrugs indifferently. "Thank you for the compliment. Remember to collect the receipt and return it to you. Is it worth crying for some money?" Black Peony glanced at the receipt on his hand and thought of all the emotions that he had suddenly lost control. He covered his mouth and slowly backed up, leaned against the corner of the wall, and slowly sat on the ground, buried his head in his knees. Woo, sobbing, "I can't control it if I want to control it. The more I control it, the more I cry." And finally I cried aloud, crying and tearing my heart in heartache. Niu Yu Dao held a glass of wine in his hand, looked out the window, and sighed, "Ah, the woman is really made of water, so she can't stand crying and crying. I can't stand it." There are cool words here. The cry in the corner penetrated. Fong Fong grinned. "The money was also given back to you, and things were promised. Why did you cry like this? It doesn't seem to be crying for joy, nor for being aggrieved. So weeping for joy and being aggrieved so as to cry." Yuan Fong didn't understand a bit, so I got close to Niu Yu Dao. Dao, is this woman sick? Don't worry about her. The food is cold. Let's eat quickly." Niu Yu Dao gestured to stop him from doing much business. Yuan Fong, look at the left, look at the right, sit down, the two of you chopsticks, I chopsticks, eat and drink opened. For Yuan Fong, the food and drink is not bad, but there are people crying all over this side. It really feels weird. Or the first time you listen to people crying while eating, usually listen to the song to eat. The two ignored the Black Peony and did not say anything pleasant, so she let her hide in the corner and cry. Cried for a while, and the bitter negative emotions that had been held for many years were vented, and the crying gradually weakened and gradually disappeared. Black Peony, sitting in the corner, sobbing from time to time, wiped tears and finally stood up, staring at the two eating and drinking, angry and annoyed, and secretly blaming themselves. Why cry in their face? But just inexplicably, she couldn't control herself. Calmed his emotions, and Black Peony walked over. The two looked sideways, rounded their mouths, and found that Dao Yu was right. The woman was indeed made of water, and the clothes actually cried a lot. Black Peony was embarrassed, but for a second, he was sitting at the table in a straightforward manner, took the receipt on the table, and pushed it to Niu Yu Dao. "Limited capacity. I can't take out too much. Be careful. Don't be too little." Niu Yu Dao teased. His eyes were weird. "Dare I accept?" Black Peony understood what he meant, and it was originally delivered by her. After seeing that the office was not established, Ma threatened to go back, and now he took the initiative to deliver it. It was embarrassing anyway. Niu Yudao, lazy to push back and forth, lifted his chin toward the circle. So Black Peony placed the receipt in front of Yuan Fong again. Yuan Fong is welcome. He is more interested in money. He happily accepts it, smiles, and finds that he has returned to his pocket after a round. Black Peony took the initiative to pour wine for Niu Yudao and tossed and tortured to death. At this time, he found that he was relaxed and joyless. He didn't know how many years he had not been so relaxed. She knew that it was not just because the other party promised to help herself. Even if the other party said not to help her now, she felt that she would not be angry and would leave calmly. In short, I felt at ease, very at ease. Although the man in front of me bullied her just now, but felt an inexplicable sense of security from him, she still couldn't tell where she came from. I feel that this man is very bad, but the bad is real. The bad is reassuring, and there is a personality charm that makes her feel at ease. For so many years, I have been entangled in the uneasiness in my heart. Suddenly disappeared like this. Niu Yudao leaned slightly on the back of the chair and asked, "There should be a lot of people who want to set up a school here. Why don't you join together and make money to form a common martial art?" Black Peony sighed, "I have thought about it this way, but if people are too mixed, there will be a big hidden danger. After the establishment of the school, who will be in charge? Who can say it? Can't be like-minded. If something goes wrong, the entire faction should bear the responsibility together. Similar things have happened, and it has happened repeatedly. No one believes in any other factions. The dispute over interest has happened soon. The internal struggle for power and profit is by any means. There is no way to compete with other schools. It is easily disintegrated by other schools." Niu Yudao said aloud and expressed understanding. Black Peony hesitated and asked, "Dao Yi, I don't know which school you are looking for to help us with referrals and guarantees. When? We can prepare well in advance. Brothers outside are still waiting for me, so I can answer them." Niu Yudao said indifferently, "Is it important to find which school to introduce and guarantee?" Black Peony is amazed. "Isn't it important?" Niu Yudao looked at her. "Look long-term. Don't always stare at a place. Stare at something." Black Peony looked puzzled, but still didn't understand. Niu Yudao said indifferently, "Follow me in the future. I will arrange it if I should arrange it." Saw her hesitating and added a sentence. "Is there a problem?" Black Peony hesitated a little, then seemed to make up his mind and nodded with emphasis. "Okay." Niu Yudao took the wine glass again and tasted. "How many brothers do you have outside? Men or women?" Black Peony, "3, all are men." Niu Yudao said, "Is everyone reliable?" Black Peony, "This is assured. Dao Yi is absolutely reliable. Otherwise it will not be possible to be together for so many years." Niu Yudao said, "You tell me these are useless. I just ask you, do you control them?" Black Peony hesitated and said, "It doesn't matter, but I still speak." Niu Yudao said, "When I'm an individual, I can communicate and enlighten one by one. For example, with you just now, when there are more people, I don't have the energy to deal with them one by one. When there are more people, I have to follow the rules. You listen, unreliable. If you have any doubts, kick me out immediately. This is for your own good as well as for them. Otherwise, don't blame me for anything in the future. If they see a ant eat it, you will be embarrassed. Long pain is not as good as short pain. Yes, get together as soon as possible to solve it." Black Peony, "I am not kidding." Black Peony, "Dao Yi, really are reliable people. There will be no problem. Otherwise, I am a woman who can't be with them for so many years, and I can't tolerate sand in my eyes." Niu Yudao said, "Well, since you said so, I believe in you. But you are responsible for what you say. Looking back, I do not want to hear anything yin and yang. You take care of yourself." Black Peony found that this man had great rules, but instead he was more confident and nodded. "Understood. Give her 4 gold tickets to her for 1,000. Niu Yudao pointed his finger to the round side and motioned to Black Peony. Black Peony and Yuan Fong froze at the same time. Yuan Fong was a little reluctant, but still did so. 4 gold tickets with a denomination of 1,000 were pushed to Black Peony. Black Peony wondered, Dao Yi is this? One by one, don't stay outside one by one, and let them all live in. Niu Yudao waved her hand and asked her to do it immediately. For him, it is not enough to rely on his mouth to win over the hearts of the people. The necessary strength must also be shown. Financial resources are also part of the strength. Black Peony shook his head. Dao Yi, no. Although we don't have much money, we can still get the money for a few days. Niu Yudao said undoubtedly. There is nothing embarrassing. Let you do it. You will do it. Black Peony had to reach out and took 4 gold tickets to get up. Okay, I will arrange for them to live in here. He quickly walked away and left. When opened the door, he naturally thought of the previous situation and thought of the situation where he almost agreed to others and was secretly a little panicked. She didn't want to keep feeling guilty about it in the future and suddenly turned around and ridiculed. Dao Dao, if you really want me to stay with you for one night, I will get out today. I will come to you later. Niu Yudao rolled his eyes. I like white ones. I'm not interested in black ones. Get out. Black Peony chuckled and opened the door. As soon as she left, Yuan Fong began to mumble and settle the account. 10,008. Take out 4,000 and lose 2,002. Dao Yi, what's the use of such a woman? You don't sleep. He obviously still feels distressed. Money out. Niu Yudao said. A group of casual repairs. A woman can control a group of men. This woman is still a bit capable. If it is not a woman, I am too lazy to deal with her. Some things are more convenient for women than men. I need a service around me woman. This woman is okay. Walked out of the door. The Black Peony walked lightly and comfortably and felt that every capillary hole in the body was breathing easily and freely. It was really physical and mental pleasure, and could not help but open his arms happily and fly like a bird. As soon as he left the inn, several associates who had been squatting immediately came around. Someone saw the clue. Boss, have you ever cried? Black Peony Huss said, happy. Several people immediately looked at each other in surprise, and they all heard the meaning in this sentence. It should be that things were done. Black Peony beckoned and led several people to a remote place, said righteously, the matter of the open school is not considered for the time being. Several people were surprised, and one asked, Boss, www.mtilnovel.com. What does that mean? Black Peony, I made it very clear that I don't think about the faction of the open school. I'm going to go with him. Those of you who want to be together will not be reluctant. I'm willing to take all the things on my body. Come out to the unwilling. Let's get together. No one will force anyone. Someone immediately asked, Boss, is this a big player? The implication is obvious. If not, how could you promise to go with others? Black Peony shook his head and said, I don't know what happened, and you don't believe it. I don't even know what his identity is. After that, he couldn't help but laugh, a little doubting whether he was crazy, and was casually fooled sentence. I was so stupid as to agree with others. Is he still the Black Peony? But she just feels like this silly and happy heart, and she has never had a happy heart. This time, even if she is cheated, she is also asking for it, and she is willing to bear the consequences. Several people found out if this one is crazy today. The series of actions today is full of madness. Several people took the initiative to post money to help people pay for half a year's room. They also helped people prepare good wine and dishes. After many years of giving up, I decided to go with others without knowing who the other person was. Someone tentatively said, I said, Boss, wouldn't you be in love with others? Black Peony immediately scolded. Fuck your motherfucker. Don't talk nonsense. Leave or leave a happy talk. If you don't want to leave, my family will give you all. You continue. I will follow him alone. Several people looked at each other and finally felt that Black Peony should not pit them. Is purely based on the trust in the Black Peony. Several people hesitated and agreed, and all agreed to stay, and no one left. The old brother did not leave. Black Peony was very happy. He found out the 4 golden tickets and issued one each. A few people received it, and they were naturally surprised. Boss, what does this mean? It was given by others. Let us stop staying shabby outside and live inside. Black Peony Huh said, seeing that, we will also be in and out of inviting Moon in the future. Looked at each other's currency and found that they were all 1,000 gold coins. Hey, someone chuckled happily. The shot is generous. Boss, you are not interesting enough. Just tried us. Black Peony raised an eyebrow and said, tell a fart. For so many years, don't you know what kind of person I am? It's not that I deliberately tried it, but that people talked about rules and they were right. Vote, lest everyone be uncomfortable. Bright Eyes glanced at several people. I will talk about the ugly words first. What does it mean if you accept the money? I don't need to say more. The benefits of others will not be given in vain, and no one will support idlers. There are many scattered repairs in this world. Yes, there is no need for others to be ours. The rules of other people, since they follow others, we see and decide for ourselves in the future. What should be done, what should not be done, what should be said, what should not be said, everyone take a look for yourself. There is room for the other party to speak, and I don't want to reveal the truth. I really don't know what the way is. It is purely my personal optimism about him. I haven't had to lie to everyone for so many years. This is the case. Everyone understands people. I do need to say more about it. I am sorry to think about it now. I am sorry. I have the opportunity to repay. Everyone will give him the money on hand and also give him the 30 completed tasks. Those who can be constrained will stay. Those who do not want to be constrained will leave. It doesn't make sense to say more between us. Several people can be seen. This man really made up his mind today. Still the same sentence, because trusting her, several people still decided to join her. The result made the Black Peony heart bloom. The reason is also very simple. If someone does not want it, she will feel guilty. Everyone insists on working for so many years, because she gave up must be the person who quit by mistake. Unified their opinions, and Black Peony happily waved and shouted, listen to people's arrangements. Live in, go. A few people followed to enter the Yayan. When the guys saw them, they immediately stepped forward and stopped, smiling at Black Peony with a smile. This is... The Black Peony said straightforwardly. They also want to stay in the store, can't they? Regardless of the buddy, led the person directly to the counter and paid for 2 more rooms. She also specifically requested that her room be adjusted to the next door. After returning to follow the man to confirm the room, Black Peony led 3 people to visit Lord Dao. The door knocked open. Yuan Fong opened the door, and Black Peony smiled and said, take them to Lord Dao. Yuan Fong asked back, and after getting the reply, he went back to the door and said, Dao Yi said, it's too late, and it's gone today. I'll say it tomorrow. He couldn't figure out why Lord Dao didn't see him. He was standing idle in front of the window and watching the night scene. The money was spent. It's okay to meet and see, and he can't afford anything. Black Peony is okay, but this reply alone made the other 3 feel invisible pressure. Black Peony had no choice but to look back at the elegant and quiet garden. His eyes lit up, and he said, go and get something. Let's drink tea here too. Several people were immediately interested, not because this place is better than those beautiful places, but because the inn usually does not let them in. They all have a desire to feel. The next day, Yuan Fong opened the door and saw Black Peony and others who had been waiting outside. Lord Dao came out later. Black Peony smiled brilliantly. Dao Yi early. Turned around and recruited a few people to come. These 3 are my brothers for many years. Lei Zongkong, Wu Sanliang, Duan Hu. This is Dao Yi. This is Brother Jean. Dao Yi, Brother Jean. With a careful smile on their faces, they bowed their hands together. Lord Dao looked at a few people. Black Peony grows black. These 3 grow longer. They are obviously middle-aged people. They are younger than Black Peony. They are all led by Black Peony. Lord Dao once again looked at the Black Peony. I will be my own in the future. Lord Dao chuckled. Even after saying hello, he turned and left. He is not close to everyone. For example, a group of people in Nanshan Temple, he only aimed at the Yuan Fong. The other monks basically did not communicate much, and there was no need to spend time and energy on everyone. As for these few, he only for Black Peony. Fong Fong put the Black Peony along with Lord Dao, inserted a foot behind Lord Dao, and separated the three strangers behind. Yuan Gang followed the behavior of Niu Dao. He didn't learn the similarities, but he learned the similarities. The three of them had to follow behind, and Black Peony looked back. Niu Dao walked around in this circular inn for a while, looking at the buildings behind the garden like layers of mountains, laughing and saying, "Where is that? Go and see." Black Peony Xiaohan gave a hand, and it was estimated that Niu Dao was here for the first time, and he quickly persuaded, "Dao Yi, in front is the inn, and behind is the place where the city owner Sha Huanli lives. There is no amnesty to kill." Niu Dao said aloud, "Although the things in the practice world recorded in the Shangqing Shisu are not detailed, but there are still mentions of Sha Huanli picking the Star City Master, 9 babies in the world, the granddaughter of Luo Qiu, one of the masters. Isn't it okay to go in and visit?" Niu Dao asked again. "I don't know how many people in the city want to climb this tall branch. If anyone can see it, how can they come over? I am afraid that even the words can't be forwarded and let the following people block it." Black Peony shook his head, but looked at the cow. Yu Dao said, her eyes flickered, and she tried to say, "Of course, if the background of Master Dao is important, report it, and the city owner may not necessarily meet." Niu Dao nodded his head, expressing his understanding. "How can I have any background? By the way, have you seen her?" Black Peony, "I've seen it many times. She basically walks around the city after a certain period of time. The exact time is not necessarily." Niu Dao said, "What does Sha Huanli look like? How does she look? Does she marry someone?" Black Peony, in a little sweat, "Is it appropriate to talk about this kind of topic in such a place?" Whispered, "The appearance is average, the posture is mediocre, but the status of others, the average is long, and the temperament is not comparable to ordinary people. I have not heard of a married man." Niu Dao again asked, "What are her preferences?" Black Peony was nervous when asked by him, and quickly whispered to remind, Dao, can we talk about these questions for you? If someone hears it, we think we're trying to misbehave, and it will cause trouble. Speak quietly." Niu Dao laughed and turned around to go back. Since he couldn't get in, it wouldn't be hard to touch. Black Peony accompanied him, and his voice was extremely low. "I don't know what my preferences are, but people who don't worry about food and clothing and who have no shortage of cultivation resources can have other preferences. It's nothing more than a place of so-called elegant tones, not to be boring. Should you like your cultivation?" Niu Dao nodded his head to express his approval, and asked, "How is he?" Black Peony, "I don't know how I am, but it seems very kind. Every time I appear in the city, there is no shelf when I meet passers-by." Niu Dao said, "Do you know who she usually deals with?" Black Peony was a little startled. "This is to inquire about Sha Huanli. What do you want to do?" Suspiciously in his heart, he whispered in his mouth, "I don't know about this. How can those of us know who she usually contacts with? Come here, I have seen Sha Huanli accompanied Shua Luo to wander around the city, and the rumor should be correct." "Master of the Ice and Snow Pavilion," Niu Dao murmured, his eyes slightly weird, so he stopped and asked no more. When the party passed the inn of the inn, the shopkeepers and the guys paid attention to it. It was not how attractive Niu Dao attracted attention, but that he noticed that Black Peony and others followed him. Watched a few people out of the house. The shopkeeper shook his head. "Young people can't bear coaxing. It seems that these people really succeeded." The guy beside him smiled and said, "It's up to him to persuade him, but I can't persuade him. It doesn't matter to us if something goes wrong." As soon as I walked down the steps of the inn, the scattered people outside gathered at once. www.novel.com. I looked forward to Niu Dao's eyes. Niu Dao looked at it and probably understood that the purpose of the same as Black Peony. The footsteps did not stop, and he drank lightly in his mouth. "I am not interested in your business. Get out. Who will talk? Kill me. If you smash it, you won't have any affection, and you won't have any room for discussion." The group of people around was embarrassed, unable to understand the thoroughness of Niu Dao, and dispersed to make way. The Black Peony and other people's waist plates that accompanied Niu Dao seemed to be straightened a lot, and they felt like they were different from these people. A group of people watched, and someone sighed with a sigh. it seems that it has been succeeded by black peony. I already knew that we went in last night. What's the use of you going in? Black peony is also a bit of figure. Last night, I might have been with others for a night, and my face was moisturized. Some of the yin and yang weirdness against the black peony came out sour, more envy and jealousy. Around the ancient city, there are ruins and walls that have been baptized by the years. It can be seen that the buildings were originally large stones. The shops in the city were obviously rebuilt from the ruins, mostly of wood and stone. Many people wander around the city, and many people look east and west, looking for what they're looking for, and occasionally see whispers. Black Peony introduces that those who look east and west are probably loose repairs. It may be that there is something on their body that they do not want to sell to the acquired store. This kind of person, the goods will generally be on the partner, not on themselves, and will meet the appropriate way to negotiate a good deal. Despite being so careful, it is inevitable that there will be black and black eating. Doing so just avoids being stared by too many people. Seeing Lord Dao seems to be unclear about the doorway inside. Asking all the layman's words, Yuan Fong is also ignorant, and he knows nothing about it. Black Peony introduced it all the way, but he was a little puzzled in his heart, worrying whether he was watching go away. Glanced at Lei Zongkong, Wu Sanliang, Duan Hu from time to time, with the same doubts in his eyes. Lei Zongkong's brows were obviously frowned, and some words stopped. Do you usually do the same? Lord Dao asked casually. This is also something that can be helped. The purchase price of those schools is too low, forcing people to take risks. Black Peony explained a little embarrassingly, and turned back to the shops around him to start the topic. There are many shops here because they are sectarians. They're eligible to open stores here, but most of the sects that can open stores here are strength. The cost of owning a shop here is not low, and the small school is a bit overwhelming. The people in the practice are those who use it, so don't look at the many shops here. The sales are mostly the same. Many schools are getting here. The shops are just for the convenience of doing things. The business is just a matter of course. Normally, the shops where Zheng'er Buying is doing business are mostly those schools with special expertise. For example, Lingzong, because it is good at refining Lingdan, is the largest alchemy school in the practice world. The store here is naturally a shop selling immortality medicine. Qi Yunzong is the largest school of refining magical instruments in the practice world. It is a shop of magical instruments. Thousand Beast Gate is good at tame birds and beasts and sells these things. Tian Xingzong is good at formation and sells all kinds of seals. The shops opened by these schools are really profitable. These special schools are naturally rich in financial resources, and many schools have direct dealings with them. For these schools, Lord Dao saw it in Shangqing Shisu. At this time, the rise of listening was to open my eyes. I couldn't help laughing. Go to these schools. Black Peony and others are naturally leading the way, but in fact they can easily find it without leading the way. As the Black Peony said, these martial arts are dedicated to serious business. Both the shop area and the scale are large. Standing in the city, it is very conspicuous. The party first came to the nearest Tianxingzong shop. The atmosphere here is a little special, like the spirit position of many dead people, but it is not a spirit card, but a woodcut spell-like appearance, similar to the meaning of the sample. The price is marked above. If necessary, I will take out the physical product and sell it. A variety of dazzling spells made the first contact with Niu Yushin amazing. The key to Fu Zhuan is the way of storing and releasing energy in Fu Zhuan, which can play different magical functions. Many monks will have some methods of refining, but making Fu Zhuan with their own mana is a very expensive practice. The source of this life law can be injected into it. For example, the Dharma amulet in Lord Dao's body is a kind of amulet made by Dong Guohaoren's output of his source of natal life. Under normal circumstances, no one would use his hard-earned source of natal method to engage in this. According to Shangqing Shisu, Tian Xingzong broke through this key and mastered the method of collecting Reiki to gather energy in vitro, using it to the extreme, placing on a special carrier and making it Fu Zhuan sold. For example, there are physical restrictions on running horses, and you need to rest and recover on the way, but some of the symbols of the Tianxing Zong can bless, so that the horses gallop all day long and can quickly hurry. However, when Fu Zhuan's energy is exhausted, that is, when the horse is dead, no one will use this Fu Zhuan in special circumstances. There are also evil seals, which, once used, can produce mana fluctuations at home, which makes the nearby monsters and ghosts mistakenly believe that there is a monk and dare not enter the invasion. There are also seals, such as energy that can kill people directly under violent energy, and there are also amulets that hold people under the energy. However, most of these seals are disposable, and the price is not cheap. It is almost the same as burning money. The ordinary people can't control it. Only monks can control it. The symbol is dead, the person is alive. There are certain uncertainties in use. So Niu Dao just came in and watched it for a while. It didn't mean to buy, and he couldn't afford anything with the money. Came out of this house, and his party went to Qiyun Zone, where they actually sell a variety of weapons and accept customization of various weapons. Everyone can come to Qiyun Zone to buy weapons. Naturally, it is not only because the refined things are refined by others, but the key is that they have unique refining secrets. Ordinary swords are very easy to nick with each other, not to mention the fierce monks who shoot their strength. Ordinary swords are actually easy to break. The nature produced by Qiyun Zone can solve this problem to a certain extent. The higher the price, the better. Wandering around the shop, Niu Dao was thinking about customizing a batch of daggers for Yuan Gang. The square ring knife also needed to be replaced, but Qiyun Zone's things were not cheap, and they were selling so-called swords, and the like. Yes, the money on hand is not enough for now, so I can only stroll around and look at it. And his party came out of Qiyun Zone and wandered the streets. Next to the street, a person stood at an intersection and glanced around as if searching for something. After looking inadvertently from Black Peony and others, he froze and quickly returned to Black Peony and others. On Niu Dao's face. After Niu Dao and others passed by, he mixed into the street crowd without looking and followed behind. It didn't take long before he watched Niu Dao and others enter Lingzong's shop. Instead of following him, he waited beside the diagonally opposite street. In the Lingzong shop, Niu Dao almost went shopping casually. He didn't need Linguandan for cultivation, but the square was needed. But the two had limited financial resources, and the lack of buying made people laugh, and there was no need to increase it. The doubts of Black Peony and others only spent 1,000 gold coins to buy some medicine. And his party came out, and the people waiting on the street joined the street crowd to keep up. The shop's 1,000 beasts are quite worth seeing. Various tamed birds and beasts are kept in cages for anyone to watch, which is eye-opening. All are domesticated. As long as you buy it, Wanshaman will teach the buyer how to control it. Different birds and beasts have different functions and different prices. The gold wings used for communication are cheap and the most sold. The really expensive ones are all the large birds inside the cage. Some of them standing on the ground have a height. These are flying mounts, which can be used for riding, and it is inconvenient for ordinary people to control. If you sit on this kind of bird with a heavy weight, although the bird is large in size, it is enough to fly with a heavy load. When a monk is driving, it is the most suitable to apply a little imperial coordination. It is a good thing for long distances. Nowadays, such large birds are very rare in the wild. They are either caught or hunted, and it is difficult to breed such things. It is not as simple as hatching chickens and birds. However, the breeding and breeding of Wanshaman understands. This is also the reason why there will be sales in Wanshaman shops. This kind of bird is good as a mount, but the price is ridiculously expensive. With tens of millions of gold coins, not everyone can use it. Do not open for 3 years. Open for 3 years. Niu Dao stared at the price and twitched. And his party can only be open with an open eye. Came out of the shop of 10,000 beasts, and the group walked around the city casually and had fun before returning to the inviting Moon Inn. Outside the inn, some envious and jealous people pointed and muttered at the back of the Black Peony that disappeared in the inn. The person who had been following only appeared at this time and walked towards some pointing people and asked, "What are you muttering about here?" "Yo, Huangya," A few people looked back and saw that they were disciples of Lu Xianzong, and they all said politely, "His name is Huang Engui. He is one of the disciples sent by the Lucian sect to the shops here. It seems to be just a shop buddy. For this group of casual repairers, they're not able to provoke them." Huang Ingwicho lifted his chin inside the inn. "What are you pointing at?" Shook his head and sighed. Yellow Huang does not know. Black Peony is the woman with a little dark skin who often turns in this city. "Does Huang Yi know?" Huang Ingwi yelled. "No, what's wrong?" The man sighed. "It's time to get close. You know, it's estimated that it won't take long to open the school, and I don't know what method this woman has used, but I can imagine that it's not the case for women." Pants 1. "It is better than 1,000 words." Huang Engui chuckled and heard the sour taste in the other party's words, but this was not his concern. He smiled and said, "This is a good thing. Are you jealous? By the way, who is there? What kind of expert is he? Refer her for insurance?" The man shook his head and said, Lord looks very young, no matter which school is known. It is estimated that there's a name on the roster registered there, but the invitation of the moon and will not reveal any information of the guests, nor will it tell. We are not. Oh, I'm not going to you and slowly envy you. Huang Engui happily patted his shoulder, www.untilnovel.com, looked at the inn and turned away. The man shouted, "Yellow Master, would you please help me talk to Lu Xianzong?" Huang Engui, who left, waved his hand to his back. "I can't do that, Master. You are still waiting for opportunities here." In spite of this, several people complimented. Yellow Lord walks slowly. Lu Xianzong's shop, Menki Luoke, is not a serious store. Huang Engui, who came back quickly, entered the store, went straight to the counter, and shouted to the shopkeeper sitting cross-legged behind the counter, "Uncle Master, let me see the portrait again." Opened the shopkeeper's eyes. "What portrait?" Huang Engui. "Aren't you letting a few of us stare at the streets?" "The paintings from the Song family, Lord Dao, I just saw him just now." "Really?" Horan, the shopkeeper, stood up and pulled a roll of paper from below and threw it on the counter, beckoning him to take a look. "I can't guarantee it, so let's look at the shadow again." Huang Engui turned his mouth back and spread out the paper in his hand. It was a person's head on it. It looked like a cow. He didn't know how the songs got it. Yes, he stared right and left and looked like. There are 9 points similar, especially the style with long hair tied up. It is really possible that he is. Nyoyadeo's haircut and Shang Shuqing took care of them when they were together. After leaving Shang Shuqing, he was actually a man of particular importance. As long as he had the conditions, the habit of washing his hair daily would basically not change. Every time I removed the hair bun and washed it again, it was too troublesome, so I restored the ponytail style. If he was unafraid to look too different, he wanted to cut it short and had trouble washing his long hair. "Are you sure? The shopkeeper's spirit is coming." Lord Dao killed several Luxianzong disciples and had already had a grudge against Luxianzong, especially the death of Lu Ziyu, the son of the Song family's housekeeper. Luxianzong was not as good as Lu Ziyu for protecting Lu Ziyu. Lu has been taking care of him for a long time, and this time it is said that the Song family owner cast the net personally. If he can succeed here, it must be a great contribution. Neither the Sherman nor the Song family will definitely be ill-treated. Picking up the Star City, I didn't expect to find a trace of Lord Dao here. Just because it was something from the teacher, it was carried out as usual, and I didn't want to have an unexpected surprise. Huang Engui smiled bitterly. After all, there are still some discrepancies between portraits and people. If Master Uncle asked me to confirm, I would not dare to make this guarantee. The shopkeeper was a little anxious. "Then why did you come back and don't stare to figure it out? What if someone ran away? Don't you want this credit?" Huang Engui said, "Uncle sure is not in a hurry. People have settled in the Inviting Moon Inn, and the situation should not be so fast for the time being. So I will come back and look at the portrait to confirm." "Invite Moon Inn?" The shopkeeper touched the beard on his chin, and he was a little suspicious. "It's a bit troublesome for people to enter the Inviting Moon Inn. It's inconvenient to start." After a while of pondering, it seemed that he had made a decision and dropped his hand and knocked on the counter. "Understood." Huang Engui nodded and turned away quickly. He went to another intersection in the city and shouted another fellow brother who was on guard. After the situation was informed, the two went straight to the inviting inn. Entered the inn and put 10 gold coins on the counter. Huang Yinping smiled and said, "The shopkeeper needs a room." People who are often in this city, even if they are unfamiliar, most of them have seen it. Seeing it as a disciple of the immortal sect, the shopkeeper showed a slight warning tone. Does not know what the other party is going to do, but knows that the disciples of Luxianzong have their own shops in the city to settle down, and it is not normal to come to live in the inn. Huang Yinping said with a hippie smile, "The shopkeeper, you laughed. How dare we dare to make trouble here? We're going to have guests over there, and we will come back and settle here to cope with it. It means nothing else. It's better." The shopkeeper's cold snorted, after registering, through a house card. After the two of them thanked you politely, they were led by the guy to find a room. In the guest room, Black Peony didn't know what Niu Yu Dao was doing. In short, Niu Yu Dao asked her to stay. Fong Fong also didn't know what Niu Yu Dao wanted to do. I saw that Niu Yu Dao took charcoal and cut it into a pointed wooden stick. Both didn't know what he was doing. He asked. Niu Yu Dao didn't say it, just said it later. After cutting out a few pieces of charcoal, Niu Yu Dao set up a scene in front of the window himself, and then set a chair, turning back and beckoning to the Black Peony. "Come, sit down." Black Peony was at a loss, and went to the window to sit down as he instructed, sitting in danger. Niu Yu Dao shook his head a little bit dissatisfiedly, and said, "Don't sit so serious, sit sideways, yes, and raise your Erlang legs again. With that hand on the leg, the arm rests on the back of the chair. Don't do that foolproof. Be natural, yes, be more natural, be right, and smile a little bit. Okay, just do it, don't move." He turned and went to himself. Black Peony sitting there is awkward, and some can't laugh or cry. "Master Dao, what are you doing?" Niu Yu Dao said, "Make money. Make money." Black Peony is at a loss again. "So can you make money?" "You will understand it when you look back." Niu Yu Dao said this again. He always has a 3-point margin in his mouth, and rarely speaks of death. He looked back and moved another chair to face the Black Peony, beckoning to the circle, "Come, sit down." "I have to sit." Yuan Fong looked shocked. "Let you sit down." Niu Yu Dao smashed out a sentence. Yuan Fong had to sit down reluctantly, and then imitated the look of the opposite Black Peony, scratching his head, and also put a chin on his Erlang leg. Niu Yu Dao was suddenly shocked. Puff puff, huh? Sitting opposite the old man with such a movement, Black Peony couldn't help but laugh, and finally couldn't help it. He posed in a messy manner, laughing with flowers and branches, leaning forward and backward, holding his stomach and yelling, "No, I can't help it anymore. I laughed at me, huh?" The cow was speechless and pushed around side. "Who made you sit like this? Sit down, bow your head, bow your back." After helping Yuan Fong to sit up, a wooden board was placed between Yuan Fong's back and the back of the chair, and paper was laid on the board, and Yuan Fong crossed his hands over his shoulders, holding the board and paper back and carrying it back. Behind him, "Sit down just now." Niu Yu Dao pointed to the Black Peony that almost smirked. After Black Peony calmed down, he returned to his previous sitting posture. Niu Yu Dao took the charcoal pen in his hand and stood behind the square. After staring at the Black Peony on the opposite side for a while, the charcoal pen fell on the paper and began to scatter the lines and began sketch drawing. Don't talk about painting the living, painting the portraits of the dead has been done. In his previous life, when the technology was not so advanced in the early years, the dead people's portraits were all painted by hand on porcelain plates. He's the real player who can play all kinds of games. Heard the movement behind him. Yuan Fong turned his head to see what happened. Boom! Niu Yu Dao knocked the board. "Sit down, don't move." Fong is honest, and leaning over there motionless, only the eyeballs flicker. Niu Yu Dao from time to time has a horizontal charcoal pen in front of him and compares the distance with the Black Peony. It didn't take long for the Black Peony with a cheery smile to appear on the paper, gradually showing the whole picture. Black Peony bright eyes blinked from time to time, and also a little curious about what Niu Yu Dao is doing. Can he paint himself? I don't see how to use pen and ink. Can it be drawn with charcoal? Until the painting was almost finished. Niu Yu Dao removed the cardboard on the back of the round square and put it on one hand with his arm. He told the round square to say, "Go." Let the in guy send the altar. Yuan Fong just moved a little, his waist stiffened and stood up. He had a wrong way with the cow and passed out. Naturally, he couldn't help looking at what Niu Dao was doing. It's okay not to look. At this look, my eyes almost popped up and opened my mouth, pointing to the drawing board and to the black peony. "Dao Yi this," Niu Dao said indifferently. "Is it like it?" "Uh-huh." Yuan Fong nodded like two fools and looked at Niu Dao's eyes. It was a worship. It was just two eyes shining. It seemed to understand why Yuan Gang followed this with a heartbreak. Dao Yi is simply too powerful. It seems that he is really painting himself. The black peony sitting there is tickled, and I really want to come and see it. "Have you done nothing to hear?" Niu Dao asked, leaning his head. "Oh." Yuan Fong quickly hurried away. "Remember, you don't need to bring it up. Let the guys bring it up. You understand?" Niu Dao, who turned away, called again. "Well, understand." Yuan Fong opened the door and left. It didn't take long for Yuan Fong to come back again, and he replied, "The guy will send it right away." After he finished speaking, he looked at Niu Dao's complete brushstrokes, shaking his head from time to time, and amazed from time to time. Black peony is more itchy, slightly thin in the eyes. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside, and the voice of the buddy followed. "Guest, your wine is here." Niu Dao. "Come in." Buddies opened the door and didn't know what was going on in the house. The wine was on the side table. "Guest, I'll leave this for you." "We will leave after we finish talking." Niu Dao said again. "Wait, it's almost done. Let me frame it." "Painting?" The guy answered and looked at it recently to see what Niu Dao was painting. Similar to the response of Yuan Fong. After seeing it clearly, the guy opened his eyes, stunned, looked at the black peony opposite, and looked at the person who jumped on the paper. "Tao!" Niu Dao finished his strokes soon and inscribed in another corner. "Once having seen the best, the rest is not worthwhile looking. Take the second flower bush lazy review. Half marginal cultivation path, half marginal gentleman. The end of spring in the 5th and 23rd years of the woolly period. www.mtlnovel.com. Free black peony. Oh, okay." Niu Dao threw the charcoal and cardboard to Yuan Fong and beckoned towards the black peony. "Come and see if the painting looks like it." Black peony could not bear it any longer and had been waiting for this sentence and immediately ran with a novelty on his face, not looking at it, startled, and covered his mouth with both hands, staring at it. Never seen it like this. Lifelike such vivid paintings, unless she saw it with her own eyes, she could not imagine that it was actually painted in charcoal. In the painting, the window is open, the sky is open, and a pot of green plants is on the windowsill. The woman in this background leans on the chair and leans her cheek, smiling softly. Even her eyes are like living, then watching in a copper mirror. Are realistic. Slowly put down the black peony, covering his mouth, and said stupidly, "Is this me? Give it to me." His eyes were fixed at the end of the following poems, and he gave black peony. Niu Dao shook the picture and handed it to the guy on the side. "Go, frame me, and send it. Don't break it." "Okay, no, you must be careful." The man took it cautiously, fearing that it would be broken, and nodded and walked back to leave, looking at the full of excitement in Niu Dao's eyes. But the black peony that watched the painting leave is full of reluctance. She hasn't read enough. She hasn't read it carefully, so she took it away. Charcoal is not easy to use. I got a black hand. Niu Dao went to the cubicle and washed his hands. When he came out, he saw that black peony was still stunned. He couldn't help but happily. "It seems that you like this painting." He guessed that he should like it. He is more at ease after seeing the reaction of black peony. Black peony looked at his eyes very tenderly, still the sentence, "Dao Yi, really give it to me?" Niu Dao said, "It is you who is drawing. Who will you not give you? Give it to the old bear, or will I keep it myself?" Black peony said nothing, walked to the side, and opened the wine sent by the buddy, poured a glass of wine, put it in both hands. Everything was in silence. Niu Dao raised his glass and drank, and asked seriously, "If this picture is not for you, but sold to you, Can you buy 100,000 gold coins? Black Peony froze for a moment, nodded, and shook his head again. I can't afford 100,000 gold coins. If I have ample money, I will definitely buy them. Yuan Fong put his mouth down and felt that Black Peony was flattering. This painting is beautiful, but who would spend 100,000 gold coins to buy this thing? And his brain is almost the same. He might think about 10 gold coins. Black Peony said this. It seemed a bit clear that Lord Dao had previously said, "What does it mean to make money?" and asked in doubt, "Dao, do you want to make money by painting? Make money by drawing?" Lord Dao laughed dumbly. If painting can change the thoughts of monkeys and old bears, if painting can make the Song family give up their hatred, if painting can solve all troubles, he would not mind. But this thing can only make people who haven't seen it fresh for a while, and the things to watch are ultimately the things to watch. When faced with benefits, a painting may not have the temptation to have a bowl of rice. As soon as the guy went out, he quickly walked to the inn lobby and went directly into the counter. The shopkeeper looked. What? The shopkeeper's doubts were fixed on his unfolded scroll. After seeing the contents, he was stunned. This is Black Peony? Identified who was painting at a glance. The key is that the painting is too realistic, and the ink painting that shows the hazy mood is completely different in two styles. Yes. The guy nodded. The shopkeeper took the painting in his hand, shining his eyes, looking at it, and said strangely, "What kind of painting is this? Where did it come from?" The guest in the number 2 room painted the Black Peony. I saw it with my own eyes when I sent the wine in, and I took a charcoal as a pen, and it was on the paper. The man detailed what he saw. After that, it was explained that the client asked him to take it for mounting. After that, he tried to ask, "Should I show this new thing to the back?" The eyes of the shopkeeper flickered, carefully rolled up the picture, and commanded, "It's not a hurry to mount. You can watch it here first. I'll see the manager." Good. The guy nodded. The shopkeeper took the picture and quickly left the counter, quickly went to the castle behind the inn. In the garden, Huang Engui and his brother Chui Yuan wandered, observing the surroundings, looking for targets. There should be a room number for the target registration over the counter. But the two did not dare to ask, and they would not tell them if they asked the counter. They could only find it slowly. Look for a long time. There is no clue. The two can't knock on the door one by one. I really want to do that. I am afraid that I will be stared at by the moon inn. The goal must be to go out. The two are preparing to stand by the door of the inn and wait for the rabbit. Chui Yuan suddenly touches Huang Enping's arm. Huang Enping looked in the direction he indicated, and across the gap between the trees, the two saw Lei Zongkong coming out of a room on the opposite floor and opened the door to the next room. "Go find him." Huang Enping, who noted the room, whispered. Chui Yuan held him. "Brother, it's wrong to go directly to the door. Isn't Uncle sure let the grass catch the snake?" Huang Enping stared at the room and said, "Since they are hugging the man's thigh, they will not even have the least courtesy. They will not even knock on the door. The Lord should not be in that room. Just ask him to confirm the news." Chui Yuan nodded his head and approved his point of view, went out of the garden and went up to the opposite building, paying attention to the surroundings near the door of the room where Lei Zongkong disappeared. As slowly approached, taking advantage of nobody's attention around, Huang Enping suddenly opened the door and entered. Chui Yuan then followed and quickly entered and closed the door. In the house, Lei Zongkong was standing in front of the window and fluttered his thoughts outside the window. He was a little worried about the decision of Black Peony. Today, the Dao Ye's behavior in the city is not like someone with insight. What is the background? Asked for 2 more rooms last night. He and Duan Hu, Wu San, and 2 of them were singles. He lived alone, and it was not suitable for him to fight with the Black Peony. He was just in the room between Duan Hu and Wu San, and he talked about it with the two. After a round of contact and understanding, the two also felt that the Taoist did not seem to be a person with a big background, but the two still decided to believe in Black Peonies. Everyone has been together for so many years to understand each other and believe that Black Peonies will not do anything that harms them. Lei Zongkong's original intention was to persuade Wu Sanliang and Duan Hu to persuade Black Peony together with him. Some things are still too late to regret, and it will be too late to regret it when they are trapped in it. As a result, the two of them disappointed him. For so many years, it was impossible for several people to agree with each other. When there were differences on a certain issue, the minority generally obeyed the majority. Since Wu Sanliang and Duan who have such attitudes, he is not good to say anything. He did not believe in black peony. Suddenly came behind to open the door. Lei Zongkong thought it was Duan Hu and others, looked back, and suddenly stunned. Before waiting for him to speak, Huang Yinping made a silent gesture to him, keeping a certain safe distance from him, expressing no intentions, and lowering his voice at the same time, saying, Lei Zongkong, you can rest assured, we are not inviting the moon and his chaotic. Lei Zongkong wondered. Yellow Huang and Shui Yi suddenly came, do not know what advice. Huang Yinping, it's nothing, but I want to ask you something and ask you something. Although the other party showed the attitude that Xiao did not commit crimes, Lei Zongkong did not dare to approach, suspiciously said, Yellow Master, but it's okay. Huang Yinping, I heard that you have found a person who recommended a guarantee. Speaking of this, Lei Zongkong couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is a bit misunderstood. Not as seen outside, he did not promise any recommendation or guarantee. Huang Yinping asked, what's that man's name? Lei Zongkong didn't know why he cared about this. It seemed like nothing to say about it. Reply, Zhuanyuan Do, Xinyuan Tao. Dao, Huang Yinping whispered and looked at Shui Ping. His eyes were full of deep meaning, and he asked again, do you know where you come from? Lei Zongkong shook his head. I don't know. Lord Huang, it's not a lie to you. He didn't disclose anything about his origins, and no one on our side can figure it out. Exchanged a glance with Shui Ping again. Huang Yinping slowly walked to the chair and sat down, sighed slowly. I think you guys are really living impatiently and dare to fight against our immortals. Lei Zongkong was amazed. Yellow Master, why did you say this? Which one of us was not respectful of your staying with Immortal Zone? Huang Yinping, do you really don't know the origin of that person? Or do you not know? Lei Zongkong felt something in the other party's words. I don't know. Does Huang Yi have any advice? This person is not Xinyuan Dao at all. Xinyuan Dao is a pseudonym. The real name is Niuyu Dao, and his true identity is the apostate of the Qing sect of Yin Kingdom, who killed the grandson of Yin Guotingyu Wei. Huang Yinping will Niuyu Dao. The negative side of the story will be briefly described, from killing Song Yanqing to killing Lu Xinyu, a disciple of Lu Xianzong, to Song Long, an emperor of Yin Yin, etc. After speaking, you will ask, you are mixed with him, not against me. What is it? Lei Zongkong was terrified. No wonder that the Dao Yu was a bit abnormal. If the other party said that it was true, it was really against Lu Xianzong. Who can afford Lu Xianzong busy? We really didn't know about it, and we didn't really have anything to do with him. I emphasized the things that I only promised to follow, and finally showed again and again. Yellow Master, rest assured, I will immediately say hello to Black Peony and immediately leave him. Relationship. We dare not fight against Luxianzong. Huang Yinping sneered. Involved in this matter, so you can go in and go back when you say it? It's really an emergency to go to the doctor, www.mtlnovel.com. You don't want to think about how big it is to kill the emissaries of the Yin Kingdom. King Ying will let him go. Even the king of Shang Dynasty, the king of Yongyong County, feared that he could abandon him. You are all right, but you have to rush forward, and you are really not afraid of death. Lei Zongkong felt cold sweat. Yellow Huang. Huang Yinping raised his hand and interrupted. Since I have found the door, since I can sit down and talk to you about this matter, I'm not here to find fault. You and I have no grievances, let alone you have just met others and did not help others. I do'n't have to live with you, but it is hard to tell you that it is over. Lei Zongkong quickly stepped forward and said, Yellow Master, I also hope to give pointers. Huang Yinping said indifferently, you know the rules of picking the Star City. For the guests staying at the Yi Inn, we are not easy to move. We don't want to let the grass and snakes make people slip. Do you understand? Lei Zongkong froze for a moment, then suddenly realized, understood, this is to help here to stare, immediately nodded and said, Yellow Lord, rest assured. I immediately notify several associates. Help Lu Xianzong to stare people. Will atonement. Huang Yinping waved his hand. Black Peony would actually agree to such a thing, and I don't know what drug now gave Black Peony. This sly is very cunning. It can be seen from repeated escapes and chasing. I don't want to have any accidents. This you only need to know the matter. For the time being, do let the Black Peonies know. The more people you know, the easier it will be to find out. You can rest assured that you will not be in vain. After that, I should ask the Sherman for your referral guarantee. As for the matter, it depends. Lei Zonkum nodded silently. Will Huang Yinping keep trusting the referral guarantee? He doesn't expect much. If there is one, it's better. If there is no one, he see and help others. The key is that he doesn't like bullishness at all. Whoa. Looking at the attitude of Black Peony and others, he is also worried about the consequences after the notification. Black Peony and others are not without the possibility of perseverance. If they are leaked to Lord Dao, Lu Xianzong might not let them go. It seems that the safest way is to come here and say, although it is not easy to explain afterwards, but everyone must understand that he is for everyone's sake, and at the most, he will pass after a meal. Seeing that he agreed, Huang Yinping stood up and said happily, so that's the deal? Lei Zongkong nodded silently again. Seeing him being silent, Huang Yinping leaned in front of his face and spoke out word by word. It is not only me who stayed in the immortal sect, but also the entire dying court. You weigh yourself. Can you stop it? Lord Dao is just a family dog. If you see and wait for it, you'll be able to deceive you to do these casual repairs. What consequences will follow you? I don't need to say more. Do perfume me. Lei Zongkong immediately arched his hand clearly and said, Yellow Lord, rest assured. I know what to do. Okay. Where to contact, Lu Xianzong must not need me to teach you. Huang Yinping patted his shoulder and then quickly left, not daring to stay here for long, fearing someone would come in and see. Lei Zongkong remained in the house and sighed. Dong! Boom! Boom! A dull impact sound came from inside the house, leading a few entourage into the courtyard of Hai Ruyue for a moment. Someone immediately ran to the close hall door and pushed the door open to see what happened. I saw Yuan Gang in the house only wearing a pair of pants, naked. A rope was suspended from the beam, and a log was suspended. Wei Duo pushed the log and hit Yuan Gang's body hard. It wasn't necessary to take such troubles, but because of the fear of running away from Shifu's side, Wei Duo was banned, and Wei Duo couldn't use it as a practice. Otherwise, he only needed a wooden stick to help Yuan Gang. Can't make such trouble. As soon as the door opened, the two of them stopped and looked out of the door. Hai Ruyue, who was standing in the yard outside, also saw the situation inside the house and was a little flustered at a glance. Yuan Gang's tall body and that tendon flesh seem to contain explosive power, and the muscle lines all over the body make the whole body look like a stone sculpture. This figure is enough to cause an unparalleled and powerful visual impact on a woman who is coming over. Hai Ruyue had never seen a man of this size, and when he inspected the barracks, he also saw some shirtless, very strong soldiers, but that was just strong, and the eyes were shocking. She had never thought a man. The figure can grow like this, even if the big log is hit naked. The strength of this man's body can be imagined. Seeing that Yuan Gang in the house was not wearing clothes, considering that Hai Ruyue was a woman, the two who opened the door quickly closed the door again. It is also useless to close the door. Some things can be impressive at a glance. Yuan Gang's figure is really deeply engraved in Hai Ruyue's mind. Slowly turned around to look elsewhere, Hai Ruyue took a deep breath and spit out slowly, trying to dispel the shadow in her mind. She was working outside the Lufeng Hall. I thought that this one was here, so I took a look at it. I didn't expect to see this scene. After a while, the hall door opened again, and Yuan Gang and Wei Duo, dressed in clothes, came out. Walked to Hai Ruyue. Yuan Gang did not salute and asked coldly, "When do you want to shut us down?" Hai Ruyue turned to look at him and smiled. "You should know that this is not what I mean. By the way, I'll tell you a good news. Shang Chaozong played well. I think it won't take too long to take the whole Castle Peak County." Yuan Gang didn't know if he had listened in and asked, "Is there any news from Dao?" "Hi, Ryue." "Not yet." Yuan Gang, "I don't want to hurt the peace. Let us go, and you don't need to be responsible if something goes wrong." Hi, Ryue turned away and threw a sentence lightly. This brother looked at the barbarity where he controlled his brute force so as to avoid any accidents. As soon as this remark came out, a monk flashed, and he poked acupuncture points on Yuan Gang and imposed another kind of prohibition. Yuan Gang didn't resist at the hard station. Knowing that it was useless, he didn't turn around until he watched a group of people leave. When he turned around, his figure was slightly shaken, and he seemed to be unstable, feeling soft and covered. It takes no effort. Wei Duo knew that he had been sealed by some people and quickly came over to help with the handle and helped him into the hall. As soon as he arrived in the hall, Yuan Gang, who felt poor breathing and had difficulty breathing, pushed him away with difficulty and said weakly, "Close the door." Wei Duo hurriedly shut the door and then turned back, only to see that Yuan Gang had ripped off his upper body clothes and exposed his upper body barely. Yuan Gang separated his legs and squatted slowly, shaking, and he was about to fall at any time. He closed his fist with both hands and slowly closed his waist. Looking at the front, he grew out in one breath and took a deep breath. Gradually, Wei Duo's eyes widened, and he found Yuan Gang's breathing movements became bigger and bigger, like a bellows. He had seen this movement, but what he hadn't seen was that the air exhaled from Yuan Gang's nostrils was faintly white mist. How could this temperature exhale white air in this weather? Lightly exhaled through his nostrils, then inhaled from his mouth again and again and again. Gradually, Yuan Gang's abdomen slightly bulged, a sphere gradually bulging, and began to roll up and down his abdomen with his breath. Breathing is getting longer and longer, and the spheres rolling up and down the abdomen are slower and slower, seeming to be delayed by something. Wei Duo stared at Yuan Gang's body again and found a change again. I saw a little erythema on Yuan Gang's body surface. The erythema began to be only the size of the finger, gradually getting bigger and bigger, and getting brighter and red. It seemed something blocked the eyelid, and the blood began to accumulate. Wei Duo responded quickly. Every part was an acupuncture point of the human body, and it was also the part where Yuan Gang had been acupointed. The gathering place gradually swelled and became red. With a bang, a bulging blood bag suddenly collapsed, and the blood color of that gathering place quickly shrank, as if it had penetrated into a hole. Boom! Boom! The sounds continued one after another, and the blood bags on Yuan Gang's body surface collapsed one by one, and the gathered blood colors were like withered flowers, which quickly disappeared and disappeared. After all the blood on the body surface disappeared, Yuan Gang took a deep breath, and the light white breath he exhaled was all inhaled into the abdomen. Call! The fist closed by Yuan Gang suddenly rushed out like a thunder. The strong wind cried. The green muscles on the muscles of his arms protruded, and there was a faint mist. Wei Duo was shocked. What exactly did this guy practice in Kung Fu? He actually used his flesh and blood to release the monk's prohibition on him? Obviously, the force of these two punches shows everything, but there's one thing that seems to be that even the stand is not stable just now. The ban has been removed. Ma Bu got up, Yuan Gang calmed his breath, looked at his clenched fists, and felt his strength return. Not only did his strength return, he felt his hard qigong seemed to have improved a lot. This situation, even he himself was a little surprised. He just felt that after being restrained, he was having trouble breathing, blood gas, and a suffocation. He wanted a vent, so he practiced with his own strong breathing method, but he didn't expect it to have this effect. Ban! He faintly felt that the physical stimulation to his hard qigong practice did not seem to be a bad thing. Instead, it seemed to have a promoting effect. However, no one had told him how to control the stimulation. Wei Duo was also staring at his hands. His face speechless, he could not help himself with the prohibition on his body, and he was not as good as a warrior who practiced Kung Fu. How can I say this? Yuan Gang picked up the clothes and put them on again, then turned around and asked, "Did they say that they need to mention it?" "Yes." Wei Duo nodded. "No. But the premise is, yes, we are honest, On a stay here other, eat and drink, play all can be full satisfy me. He shook his head vigorously and finished speaking. Yuan Gang Shenlong said, I want to buy something to play with, fine paper and pens. I opened a purchase list for them. Niu Dao was standing in front of the window with a deep gaze, and I wondered what I was thinking. Fong Fong held the cardboard, took a charcoal pen, and drew it in front of Teapot. The painting was bitten by the dog. Black Peony also spread a piece of paper on the table and was also drawing with charcoal. The things he drew, he couldn't help but occasionally snickered. The two suddenly had this yaxing because Yuan Fong asked Niu Dao if he could teach him. There is nothing wrong with Niu Dao. He pointed to a teapot and asked him to copy from the simple beginning. In a word, practice makes perfect. Yuan Fong played, and Black Peony couldn't help but try it out. So there was this scene. Dong dong. The sound of knocking on the door rang. Yu reading www.yuukiangshu.com. Niu Yudalang said, Come in. Pushed in the door, Yuan Fong and Black Peony looked back. They were all stunned for a while and thought they were the guys in the inn, or Duan who wanted to come in was actually the innkeeper. The shopkeeper smiled all over his face, took a scroll in his hand, and looked around the room. He quickly stepped forward to look at the paintings of Yuan Fong and Black Peony, and found it a bit terrible. He immediately said, Several VIPs are busy now. Black Peony surprised. The shopkeeper, why are you here? The cow facing away from a window heard the story, and the corner of his mouth twitched a joke. The shopkeeper held the scroll in his hand and looked at Niu Dao. He said, Mr. Xin Yuan did not let the guys mount the paintings. The paintings were framed and sent back. Just when the guys have everything, I will send them on behalf of them. At this time, Niu Dao turned around and calmly said, That's really a shopkeeper. How much money the painting spent on the account, and check it out with other things when I go back and check out. It doesn't matter. The shopkeeper put his scrolls on his hands with his hands. The painting is already mounted. Mr. Xin Yuan looks satisfied and dissatisfied. Niu Dao received it, opened it, looked at it, and nodded, Yes. Then he handed it to the Black Peony. It's framed. The Black Peony can't wait to be appreciated, and his eyes are softly sticking to the painting. Yuan Fong also gathered up again to appreciate, and there was a voice in his mouth again. Niu Dao turned around and saw that the shopkeeper was still on the edge. It didn't seem to mean leaving. He couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong with the shopkeeper? Oh, there's something wrong? Oh, I just don't know if the opening is suitable or not. The shopkeeper's smile was a little reserved. Niu Dao said, There is something to talk about, but it doesn't matter. Okay. The head of the shopkeeper owed his head slightly, looking at the drawing axis in the hands of Black Peony. It stands to reason that and shouldn't disturb the guests. This is the case. Mr. Xuanyuan's painting is indeed a new one. I want to ask Mr. Draw another one. I don't know what Mr. intended. Appreciating what seemed to be touched by the Black Peony in his hand, he suddenly looked up and stared at the dispenser. Niu Dao hesitated and shook his head. I'm afraid I will disappoint the shopkeeper. I will not paint for people I don't know. Hearing this, Black Peony's eyes flashed with anxiety. After rolling up the scroll in his hand, he slowly walked to Niu Dao's body and reminded him with his eyes. The shopkeeper froze for a moment and then smiled. Do not let Mr. White paint. Get paid. Niu Dao didn't seem to see the Black Peony reminder, but refused. The shopkeeper, if there is nothing else, I will not give it away. I have something to do here. Black Peony couldn't help saying, Dao, the shopkeeper's personal door-to-door, sincerity can be learned, may wish to make an exception. The eyes of the shopkeeper fell on Black Peony's face, and he seemed to see something. He said, It's an understanding person, and Mr. May wish to consider Black Peony's opinion. Niu Dao said, No need, drop off. Yuan Fong didn't say anything, reached out to deliver guests. Please. Black Peony was anxious to stomping his feet. The words of the shopkeeper undoubtedly confirmed her guess. How could such a good opportunity be missed? And want to persuade again, but was stopped by Niu Dao's cold eyes. The shopkeeper didn't leave in a hurry, but asked, Does Mr. Xin Yuan want to know who is painting for? Niu Yudao said indifferently. The shopkeeper has nothing to do with who he paints for. Inviting Moon in has the rules for inviting Moon in. I have my own rules too, so please take it easy. Now it is time for the shopkeeper to settle down. If you see a ant complete the things explained above, then he will have more fun. And he says, Mr. Xianyuan, you are sincerely invited. What conditions do you have to mention? Everything is easy to discuss. Niu Yudao was entangled with him impatiently. Let me paint 100,000 gold coins. Please consider it yourself. Yuan Fong blinked and looked at the black peony face. The speechless shopkeeper, a painting like this, 100,000 gold coins? How? Feel expensive. Niu Yudao spread his hands. Then there is no way. It is like you're in, staying for 10 gold coins a day. There is no room for bargaining. The volunteers come. Never seen such a slaughter. Anger raged in the shopkeeper's heart, but because of the appeal to others, it was not easy to offend, and he smiled and said, That's the case. Let me go back and ask. Niu Yudao stretched out his hand. Please, the shopkeeper arched his hand and said goodbye. When the shopkeeper left, Black Peony immediately said, Dao Yi, the shopkeeper can let the shopkeeper run for a painting, and it is definitely the head and face behind the inn. Niu Yudao said quietly, said indifferently, Is it still possible for Sha Xingli, the owner of Star City, to pick up? Black Peony nodded again and again. Dao Yi, there is definitely this possibility. Even if it is not for the time being, even if other managers in the city get this beautiful thing, it will not be hidden. It will definitely let Sha Huanli know afterwards. Dao Yi might as well think if you can meet friends with paintings and therefore establish friendship with Sha Huanli, who will not give you a thin face in the future. Niu Yudao squinted at her and found that the idea of the small person at the bottom is the idea of the small person at the lower level. Many things are easy to think too naturally and too naive. People at the level of Sha Huanli, in the eyes of this class of nobles, a painter who swishes out is a fart. Really thinks how good a painting can be in friendship with others? 10,000 steps back, they insisted that you paint. Do you dare not paint? He wanted to ask Black Peony, can people at the level of Sha Huanli not know some masters in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Experts in various tunes are estimated to have seen more. Is there anyone who can really talk to Sha Huanli in this respect? Maybe there is. It can never be established by calligraphy or painting. The reason for establishing a true friendship is definitely something other than calligraphy and painting. It is either status or closeness to people. It is definitely not because of calligraphy. Something like that. Whoever dared to play Sha Huanli sign if he thought that he had painted a picture for Sha Huanli, then he was asking for trouble. When it comes to the level of Sha Huanli, someone will immediately poke the depth and test your relationship with Sha Huanli. There are two kinds of face. One kind of face can smooth out trouble, and one kind of face can come to complement envy and bring some benefits. The former is true face, supported by strength and confidence. The latter is false and deceived by oneself. It will not last long, and it will be revealed immediately when it hits the real thing. Many people in the world know that the people with confidence and strength will not be afraid of you because you painted Sha Huanli. Black Peony's vision is not yet in place, and now it is too verbose to talk to her. Niu Yudao is much lazy to say anything, and said indifferently, If it is really Sha Huanli, earn some money. It is enough to know, other don't think about it for a while. Black Peony is distressed. I do not know what to say about him. Sha Huanli, the granddaughter of Luo Qiu, one of the 9 great supremes in the world. How many people see a ant climb such a good opportunity? You are not serious? She didn't believe that Dao Ye's background could reach Luo Qiu's height. Came to the shopkeeper at the back of the inn through the arch, quickly climbed up the high steps, and came to a flowery garden. An old man in Tsing Yi and white hair is holding a pair of scissors to trim a large potted plant. From time to time, he takes a few steps away to look at the overall shape. This person is the housekeeper Xiangming, who picks up the main palace of Star City. The shopkeeper stepped forward to respectfully salute. Manager. Xianming didn't look back, staring at the potted plants and surveyed. Bring me to see the lady when you come. The shame of the shopkeeper said, Manager, people refuse to come. Xiaoming turned around at this time and asked, why not come? The shopkeeper's bitter smile said, he said he would not paint for people he didn't know. When I asked him in 3 phases, he made the condition that a painting would cost 100,000 gold coins. Oh, it's really a big lion's mouth. Xiang Mingpi smiled and waved his hand without a smile. Mislikes, there's no way. 100,000 is 100,000. Don't let the lady know about the money. Please come. Yes. The shopkeeper responded, secretly smacking. He was about to turn around and leave, and Xiang Ming added a light sentence. This person's every action is staring at the point, and he will report diligently. The shopkeeper froze for a moment. Does the manager think he has any problems? I don't know if there is any problem. Money is a trivial matter, but there are always so many people who don't know life and death who want to change their ways. How can you see it when you draw a picture? Xiang Ming said lightly, without face. Expression, the scissors snapped again. Yes, I see. If the thoughtful treasurer owed, he walked away quickly. Soon after, he returned to Niu Yudeo's house and knocked on the door again. Haha, Mr. Xin Yuan, the person who wants to paint has agreed and is willing to pay 100,000 gold coins as a reward. The shopkeeper bowed in his hand and reported the good news, a congratulatory look. Black Peony rejoices and quickly looks at Niu Dao, hoping that Niu Dao will not regenerate. Yuan Fong is a refreshing spirit, 100,000 gold coins, obedient. Niu Dao slightly observed the other party's reaction. After a little silence, he sighed, I don't seem to have any reason to refuse. Please. The shopkeeper reached out and said to the Black Peony, you too, take the painting by the way. The person who wants to paint wants to see if it is really like it. Seeing that Niu Dao did not refuse, Black Peony did the same. Several people left the room, went straight to the back of the garden, and came to the front of the arch steps. The guard only let Niu Dao and Black Peony enter. Yuan Fong scratched his neck. He was stopped and would not let in. This gorgeous place, similar to the castle land, needless to say, creating such a magnificent place in the environment surrounded by the Gobi requires a lot of financial and material resources. And his party crossed the garden and came to a Xin pavilion. Some people asked them to wait a few moments and went to inform the official www.mtlnovel.com. The Black Peony and a shopkeeper are a bit cautious. Niu Dao hovered slowly with his hands behind him and admired. Fei Xin Pavilion, carved beam painting building, very exquisite. Niu Dao stared at his engraver and even reached out to imitate the scoring gestures, pondering how the engraving craftsman made a knife. This stuff is like a brush copybook. A person who knows how to read can see how the person writing down the pen and how to collect it. The shopkeeper paid attention to Niu Dao's every move, whispered in his heart, and looked at the person like the idiot. After a while, several maids gathered around a woman in pink from the end of the corridor. Niu Dao glanced at the reaction of the Black Peony and the shopkeeper. He knew that the Lord was coming, and could not help but look carefully. He found that the person was indeed, as Black Peony said, and his appearance was average, but his skin was fair and he moved every moment. There's an elegant temperament and a gentle look. That's right, it was Sha Huanli, the owner of Star City. As soon as Sha Huanli arrived, the shopkeeper and the Black Peony bowed to the ceremony, and Niu Dao followed her for a moment. Sha Huanli raised her hand to be rude, staring at the Black Peony, and asked softly, I will look at the painting again. Someone immediately invited the painting from Black Peony and opened it to her for appreciation. Sha Huanli looked at the painting and then the Black Peony. After repeated comparison, she exclaimed slightly, amazingly, it looks like a god. Looking back at Niu Dao, is this Mr. Xin Yuan who is painting? Niu Dao is in a proper manner. It's just below. Sha Huanli's face is novel. I am also familiar with painting skills. What kind of painting are you doing? Is there anything to say? Black Peony is looking forward to it. This is for advice. I hope Niu Dao seizes the opportunity to communicate well. She really hopes that Niu Dao is good and the water is rising. Outside the Xin Pavilion, the director, Xiang Ming, also slowly walked in, standing silently beside the entrance and observing silently. Niu Dao is not easy to pull a bunch of unclear nouns with her. For people who do understand, the more explanation some things will only have more questions, calmly said. Black Peony is really speechless. Such a good opportunity does not know to cherish. Sha Huanli stared at him, not knowing whether he was conscientious in conservative skills, or what. He seemed reluctant to say more, nor was he nervous and frightened, so he pondered again. Once the sea was hard to water, except Wushan was not a cloud. Take a second look at Hua. Sound lazy. Half yuan Dao, ban yuan. Is this poem written by you? Any meaning? This is indeed Niu Dao's intention to stay. He didn't know what Sha Huanli was good, whether it was poetry or painting, so both were left. On the lips, he calmly replied. The poem was accidentally listened to by others. When I was painting, I felt something. I filled in the blanks and had no meaning. Oh, Sha Huanli thought about it. She really saw it. She was completely perfunctory, and she didn't want to talk to herself more. She turned her head to the left and right. Did you not neglect Mr.? No. City Lord, Sir just arrived. He didn't say anything. The people around hurriedly cleared one after another. It was Niu Dao's voice to help clear the way. Urban Master, I wonder if the person who asked me to paint is you? If so, can we start? Sha Huanli also wanted to see the work early, and immediately smiled and said, Okay, just Mr. E. Niu Dao said, You need to prepare something to draw in a hurry. Sha Huanli nodded. What do you need, sir? Paper, easel, charcoal. Niu Dao gave a detailed description of what he requested. There were two people who quickly hurried to prepare. Soon, the easel and paper pens put together temporarily were delivered. Charcoal pens were not very suitable. Niu Dao had to come again with a knife to redress. For this, Sha Huanli looked carefully and walked aside to observe closely. The meaning of learning is obvious. Everything is ready. Niu Dao asked, City Lord, are you painting here? Sha Huanli has seen the previous paintings and knows that there is a background. She's also a person who understands paintings. She knows that backgrounds are needed to set off and asks, Let us listen to Mr. Mr. feels that it is appropriate to draw wherever. Niu Dao said, Naturally, painting for the city owner cannot be perfunctory. When I come here for the first time, I don't know where the scenery is more suitable. Sha Huanli said with a smile. Understood. Sir can take a walk around and pick a place that he thinks fit. Okay. Niu Dao took his lead, looked around, paced out of the Xian pavilion, and began to look slowly. It could be described as where to look, and took advantage of this opportunity to take a good look at the main palace. Sha Huanli followed not far away, and the ensuing followers carried what Niu Dao needed. Manager Xiang Ming still observes Niu Dao quietly. The main building of the city was built according to the mountain, rising up one level at a time and moving upward. It seemed that I could not find Niu Dao satisfied. I saw my head constantly shaking my head, until he ran to the pavilion at the highest point in the house. Niu Dao walked to the terrace to look at the entire ancient city, nodded, and then turned around and said, Just here, how? Sha Huanli. Okay, listen to Mr. The person who carried the thing asked where the item was placed. Who knew Niu Dao looked back at the scene and said, Change the large drawing board and the big paper. Open his arms and roughly stroke the scale. I have been carrying things for so long. You don't need it? The people who carried things were speechless. However, Sha Huanli listened to the excitement. This is to give yourself a big production. Quite expect, immediately supervised and said, Go. Go according to what Mr. said. Yes. Several servants should get off. Quickly lifted things away and remade. Fortunately, due to the lack of human and material resources, it was not too much trouble, and it took a long time to come, and it was placed in the pavilion according to Niu Dao's requirements. As for Sha Huanli himself, he was instructed by Niu Dao to bask in the sun on the terrace under a few steps outside the pavilion. Back to back, leaning on the railing, covering a few important scenes in the city. Then go a little left, don't face right here, stand slightly to the right, stand sideways. Face not a face here, Head to the right. Eyes not look down, look forward. Yes, yes. That's it. Niu Yu Dao said a series of envoys. Sha Huanli was fiddled around, without complaint. This scene made Black Peony secretly sweat a little, worrying that Niu Yu Dao would accidentally make people angry. I do not know that Niu Yu Dao is not worried about this at all. According to the experience of his previous life, in the face of shooting and painting, the woman's IQ immediately returned to 0, and there is no immunity. These two practices are also the best to coax a woman. Next, how can there be any complaints? Finish Sha Huanli. Niu Yu Dao raised the pen and made a proportional distribution on the paper, and then the pen was drawn for the drawing object. At this time, the black peony that was laid down on the side was finally able to see the drawing process. Those servants did not dare to disturb, so they all looked up. Xiangming is also curious about how to draw. He naturally can get closer and look at it. He is also surprised to see the outline of a thing change. This drawing technique is unheard of and unseen. He occasionally looks at the concentrated cattle. Road. Sha Huanli glanced a little here. Niu Yu Dao immediately said, "Don't move." Sha Huanli was immediately honest and dared not move anymore. S frame is large. This painting took a full hour. Sha Huanli was exposed to the sun for almost an hour, standing still. Many onlookers secretly squeezed the cold sweat, worrying about whether Sha Huanli could eat it. Many people outside did not know, but they were clear. Need to know, Sha Huanli is not suitable for cultivation, not a monk. After Niu Yu Dao closed his pen and said, Sha Huanli, who had been leaning on the railing in one motion, took her standing position. As a result, when she moved slightly, her face showed a painful expression, and she found her body stiff, and someone rushed immediately in the past. She helped her come. As soon as she entered the attic, someone quickly cast a spell to help her blood circulation, and soon helped her recover. Witness this feeling, Niu Yu Dao said for a moment, and looked at the black peony face, including the black peony, only to realize that Sha Huanli was not a monk. Xiangming asked Sha Huanli a few words. Sha Huanli shook her head and came over with a sunburned red face, unable to wait to see the painting. Niu Yu Dao hurriedly arched his hand to make up for the crime. I don't know that the city owner is not a monk. I knew I would move a chair and let the city owner sit down. It's okay. Sha Huanli is very generous. She has already suffered her sins, but she still cares about this. What she cares about now is that she painted her beautifully or not. Her eyes are already on the drawing board. Bypassing the obstructive Cao Yu Dao, when she reached the front of the drawing board, her eyes were instantly fixed on the painting, and her eyes instantly burst into surprise. The woman in the painting, wearing a long dress, gentle, youthful, and dignified, looking sideways in one direction and looking into the distance, seems to be thinking about something. In the background, the sky and the sky are far away. The woman is alone in the sky and earth. The vicissitudes of the ancient city in the rear are ruined. The shops and houses in the city are up and down, all under her feet. While I looked at this picture, I knew that the city was her city, but it was not important to her. What was important was the realistic artistic conception in the painting. It seemed that I really saw the true portrayal of myself alone. The background showed a unique charm to her whole person. Sha Huanli didn't think she was so beautiful in the painting. Don't talk about her. In fact, the people on the side also think that the city master seems to be more beautiful in the painting, but I don't know that Niu Yu Dao slightly moved his hands and feet that don't seem obvious. Look at the scene in the painting, and then look at the objects outside the drawing board. Sha Huanli is happy in her heart, shaking her head and exclaiming, Mr. Xin Yuan is really talented. Niu Yu Dao said with a smile, the city owner likes it. Sha Huanli stopped talking and stood in front of the painting for a while. Then she turned to look at the group of maids, pointed to picking the most beautiful one, and asked Niu Yu Dao, can you draw another for her? The maid heard the surprise and looked forward to it, but she said politely, don't dare. She thinks a little bit, www.mtlnovel.com. Sha Huanli wants to see how Niu Yu Dao paints herself, wants to learn, and wants to see how Niu Yu Dao paints. Niu Yu Dao frowned and said, sure to draw only one. Sha Huanli smiled and said, I feel tired after standing for a while, and my husband must have spent a lot of effort to work hard. If I am tired, I can paint another day. Who knows that Niu Yu Dao turned his head to the shopkeeper standing next to Shusho and asked, the shopkeeper, I also painted the black peony. You can see this one, which can be several of the paintings. 100,000 gold coins are the size of a black peony. I saw that I was painting for the city owner, which only increased the size for free. The city owner said to draw another one. Since the city owner spoke, I see it and say anything, but the price how is it counted? Confirmed that he was painting for Sha Huanli and knew that it was the kind of rich man, and he didn't mind taking another chance. Xiangming Wenyan, eyelids slightly drooping. The little Khan at the shopkeeper wished to rush over to block the mouth of Niu Yu Dao. He had explained it to the chief executive before. Duant let the city master know about the painting of 100,000 gold coins. I didn't know how to answer for a while. This painting requires 100,000 gold coins. Sha Huanli was also taken aback. According to her knowledge, even a painting by the world's top masters, 1,000 gold also reached the top. The maid, who was full of anticipation, was also taken aback, drawing a picture of her with 100,000 gold coins. The cow was surprised. He spread his hand to the shopkeeper. When Sha Huanli faced, the shopkeeper didn't know how to answer. Lifted his eyes towards Ming Ming and slowly walked to Niu Yu Dao's side and raised his hand to pat on Niu Yu Dao's shoulder. The mana in his palm exuded and accumulated on Niu Yu Dao's shoulder. Niu Yu Dao looked back and looked at Xiang Ming, feeling the warning in Xiang Ming's eyes. Xiang Ming smiled at Sha Huanli. Misunderstood. How can a single painting cost 100,000 gold coins? Mr. Xianyuan came to pick Star City to do business, and we have reached a deal worth 100,000 gold coins with us. Painting for the lady is incidental. But I did say it in advance and only draw one according to the transaction price. Turned back and said to Niu Yu Dao, Mr. Work hard today. Take a rest for a while and come back tomorrow to paint, and the price of another painting can be slowly negotiated. I will discuss with Niu Yu Dao later. Sha Huanli is not a fool. You can see the clue from the reaction of the shopkeeper. Take your hand away. Xiang Ming's hand on Niu Yu Dao's shoulder was released. Sha Huanli stared at Niu Yu Dao. Mr. Xianyuan, please tell the truth. What is going on? You can rest assured that if anyone dares to threaten you, I will make the decision for you. Xiang Ming lowered his eyebrows and looked down. Niu Yu Dao said, the lord of the city has become more mindful. As he said to the director, the painting is incidental. If it is said that only one picture will be made, it is naturally necessary to pay another price. After knowing that Sha Huanli was not a monk, he understood that Sha Huanli could not control the star-picking city gathered by this monk. The person who actually exercised the power of the city master should be this director. So he stood directly without thinking. Xiang Ming is here to help Xiang Ming, unless he doesn't want to leave the star-picking city alive. Xiang Ming is calm, stared at a few people and observed. Sha Huanli said, Butler, I just hope you understand that there are still many people in the world who can't eat enough. Was able to say this, and she clearly still had doubts. Xiaoming is quite helpless, thinking, what you usually eat is not the best in the world, but you do ain't know it. What is 100,000 gold coins for you? But on the surface, he bowed and said, Miss, rest assured that we will spend a sum of money every year to help the poor and do what we can. Black Peony gazed left and right. Sha Huanli pointed to the picture. Mr. Xianyuan, you honestly told me how much it would cost you to paint this picture, and no deception is allowed. Otherwise, you will be at your own risk. The cow has a greasy taste. How could he run into such a second-hand woman? He just made him embarrassed, and it was really sudden and unexpected. I have talked about the incidental to the sale. There is really no way to estimate the specific value. Niu Yu Dao smiled bitterly. Sha Huanli, then I will let you make another one. How much money are you going to collect? Niu Yu Dao said, Urban Master, I am not a painter, I don't sell art, and generally don't paint for others. If I have to paint, at least 1,000 gold coins. Xiang Minghu turned his head and said, 1,000 is too expensive. The consumables are provided by our side, and it didn't take you much time. Niu Dao said. So how much do you say? Xiang Ming extended a finger. I will give you a maximum of 100. Niu Dao shook his head. No, it's too low. Naturally, the two cooperated, and the bargaining won by one saying one harmony. As if doing business, it was really a matter of course. Sha Huanli looked at this, and then at that. Seeing Xiang Ming refuse to let go, Niu Dao suddenly said to Sha Huanli, City Lord, you come to judge. Can some things be measured by consumables and time? He pointed to the painting on the easel. City Lord, don't you think my painting is worth only 100 gold coins? Sha Huanli looked at the picture, and she loved it. The 100 gold coins seemed really low, but she turned back and said, 1,000 is a little expensive. In this way, if you draw another one, I will give you 500. How about gold coins? This, Niu Dao is a little embarrassed, said to Ming Shun. The city master has spoken himself. Isn't the city master's face worth 500 gold coins? Sha Huanli raised her hand to stop him and motioned him not to intimidate, to say something well. Niu Dao sighed. Since I said so to the director, well, 500 is 500. Sha Huanli suddenly showed her contented content and seemed to be happy because she saved 500 gold coins and immediately let the person carefully remove the painting on the drawing board to make room for Niu Dao to paint again. Niu Dao made people move a chair and let the maid sit upright without any movement and took a charcoal pen to draw it. Sha Huanli looked at her spirit, watching how Niu Dao painted this kind of painting. As the outline of the characters gradually appeared, Sha Huanli was amazed, asking questions from time to time, asking for skills. Niu Dao gave some explanations. Seeing Sha Huanli having a good time, she smiled slightly to the back, quite relieved. After painting, Niu Dao charcoal put aside. Okay. Sha Huanli was stunned. Only the maid was sitting on the drawing paper. Except for the chair on which it was sitting, there was no space around it, and there was no background, and the frame was much smaller compared with her one. The picture one is vast and complicated, and the other is small and simple. Couldn't help but ask, why don't you draw the background? Niu Dao said that a pair of bot must be compared. It's actually very energy-consuming to draw this. I can only draw up the 500 coins to this point. Xiang Ming stepped forward and looked around. His mouth twitched, but said nothing. Fortunately, Sha Huanli was also very good at speaking, but she didn't care about it. After watching, Sha Huanli was obviously eager to try, shouted a maid sitting opposite, and took a charcoal to try it out. Xiang Ming turned and left, gestured to the head of the shopkeeper, and the shopkeeper reached out and invited Miao Yi and Black Peony to leave. Arrived at the garden below, the shopkeeper invited the two to wait a moment. He left for a while, and when he came back, he took out a stack of gold tickets in his sleeve and handed it to Niu Dao. Mr. Count. Black Peony glanced, a little bit hot, and saw the face value of the gold ticket, one for 10,000 gold coins, which is also the largest in the face value of the gold ticket. Niu Dao counted 20 full pieces, which is 200,000 gold coins, and could not help but sway his mouth, and found that the one who was still trustworthy to the director, one painting was 100,000, two paintings were 200,000, no less of him, before Sha Huanli's face bargaining was fart. The shopkeeper was a little envious, and he screamed and said, the director told Mr. Xin Yuan, don't talk nonsense, otherwise it will cause trouble to yourself. Understood. Niu Dao nodded his head, instructing Black Peony to take a step forward. After the Black Peony left, Niu Dao looked around. He quickly took out 10 gold tickets and took half of them directly. He stuffed it into the hands of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's hard work, a little meaning. The shopkeeper was stunned for a while. Those who had seen the hotel guests rewarded the money, and those who had not seen the 100,000 gold coins scared him a little and hurriedly quit. Niu Dao again pushed back. The rest assured the shopkeeper, this matter is known to the world. You know me, I don't dare to talk nonsense and trouble yourself. The heart of the shopkeeper who said this was hot. The in-service was attentive. It was normal for guests to reward, but the other party was generous and scary. He dared not accept the reward and pushed back. People can't stand without trust and say 100,000 gold coins. I won't get more penny. If you have more, please ask the shopkeeper to find a suitable opportunity to see how to deal with it." Hearing this, the shopkeeper held the golden ticket, sloping the sleeves homeopathically, caged it, and subconsciously looked around. In fact, he knew in his heart that the 100,000 gold coins were handed over to him. He wanted to see what Lord Dao wanted to do. If he was allowed to do anything that was not good for him, he immediately turned over the money to Xiangming. Then the two left together unconsciously, stepped down the stairs out of the arch, and saw the waiting square and black peony. He went to each place after saying goodbye to the shopkeeper. On the way, Yuan Fong couldn't help but whispered, "Is the money given?" Lord Dao squinted at him and told the two of them, "Today's affairs are not allowed to be disclosed to anyone." "Yes," the two answered. Back to the inn room, Lord Dao took out the 100,000 gold ticket again. Each one was 50,000 and distributed it to Yuan Fong and Black Peony so that the two would stay on the body for their own penny. Of course, in the view of Black Peony, Lord Dao left 100,000. "I just took so much money with others." Black Peony was a little embarrassed and resigned. "Let you hold it. There is not so much nonsense," Lord Dao said indifferently. "There are some things you can do in your heart, and you don't need to explain too much to your brothers and know too much. It is easy to think too much. It may not be a good thing for them." www.mtlnovel.com. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Black Peony had no choice but to accept it, and also understood the meaning in his tone, also anxious to climb to the city's main palace before referring to her. Came out from the house and returned to his house. "I was still feeling emotional. It was not easy to think of saving money for so many years. Looking at other people, earning it, throwing it out, and not taking it seriously at all, this heart and spirit are ashamed." Back to the house, she hung up the painting and admired it, thinking that the painting was worth 100,000 gold coins. Suddenly, she found out the 50,000 gold tickets, and she was full of surprises. She remembered that before Lord Dao drew this picture for her and asked her, "If the painting is sold to you for 100,000 gold coins, would you buy it?" Thought of horror at this moment. Did the Taoist act deliberately, already knowing that someone would spend 100,000 gold coins to buy his painting? She couldn't help but sort out the causes and consequences and remembered that Lord Dao asked her about Sha Huanli. When thinking of drawing, she specially asked Yuan Fong to call the guys to deliver wine and let the guys take the paintings to frame. Can't help but think more and more shocked. This is clearly intentionally close to Sha Huanli, but close to and keep a distance from Sha Huanli. Is it trying to escape? The Yuan Fong in the house was still holding the 50,000 gold ticket and turned it over and over, and there was a lot of joy on his face, and he grumbled a few words from time to time. "Dao Dao, how long did she know her? Even her kind of people do not know. How can I give her so much money at once?" This is a bit of an exclusion, but he doesn't want to think about how long he has been following the cow. So soon he thought that he and the cow were the same. Lord Dao didn't pull this with him and pointed to the gold ticket in his hand. "You go shopping in the city, go to the shop of Qi Yunzong, and change your ring knife to a good one. By the way, you can buy some for your practice." Ling Yuan Dan. Yuan Fong said, No hurry, I will help you save it first." "Help me save?" Lord Dao is speechless, knowing this old bald donkey's thoughts and wanting to save what temple to build, sneered. "You don't hurry to improve your strength now. The temple is built. If you encounter trouble, can you keep it? Hi. If there is an immortal, the name is not, the water is not deep. And if there is a dragon, the spirit, you forgot the words of the monkey?" Fong Yuan froze for a moment. The golden ticket was raised, without a word, went out. The shopkeeper arrived at the front desk, sitting behind the counter, thinking about the extra 100,000 gold coins in his arms, and was a bit noisy. Dispelled the distracting thoughts in the head, and asked the man who helped himself to the church, "Is there nothing wrong?" But he said, "It's okay, yes, the old dog who just ran out of the church is coming. It seems that there is something to find you." The shopkeeper frowned. The person who had stayed in a mortal sect suddenly came to stay in the store, which was a bit abnormal. He secretly ordered the old dog to stare, so as to avoid any trouble in the inn. "Is it really something?" "Wave, let him come." "Good." The man walked away quickly. After a while, the running buddy nicknamed Old Dog came and squeezed into the counter. The head of the shopkeeper asked, "What's the matter?" The old dog whispered against his ear, "The Tulu Shinzong are indeed a bit abnormal, sneaky and sneaky, have been strolling the garden before. When the shopkeeper was away, the two secretly ran into the black peony in the house of Lei Zongkong. They didn't know what they did. After the two came out, Huang Enping left, and Chui Yuan was still there." Lei Zongkong? The shopkeeper immediately thought of Niu Dao, whispering his beard. What do these people want to do? Do they want to make trouble in the inn? His first thought was to maintain the stability of the Yeye Inn. The old dog shook his head. "I don't know. But it shouldn't be a mess at the inn, let alone the two of them. Even if they gave the centenarians 100 guts, they wouldn't even dare to leave Xianzong 100 guts. The Tao does not know what the origin is." Think about the shopkeeper too, but in order to be cautious, he still urged, "Call a few more people, stare these people to death, and don't allow anyone to do anything at the Yeye Inn." "Okay." The old dog nodded and walked away quickly. That night, Niu Dao shouted a few people, called a table of good wine and delicious dishes in the inn, and together with the Black Peony gang, everyone was sitting for the first time to eat together. After pushing a cup for a compliment, Niu Dao put down his glass and formally told him, "Everyone has a good rest tonight. It is time to clean up as soon as possible." A few people looked at each other and listened to the meaning in this sentence. Are you going to leave? Especially people like Black Peony. Don't you say you want to live for half a year? Black Peony asked, "Dao Yi, do you want to go?" The name of Dao Yi of Black Peony. Lei Zongkong subconsciously pursed his lips, dissatisfied with his heart, and a dog who lost his family dare to be called a Yi. Niu Dao slightly nodded. "Start tomorrow." Black Peony asked, "Where are you going?" Niu Dao said, "I know it when I get to the place." He still has the habit of saying 3 points. Black Peony nodded and didn't ask any more, just murmured in his heart, "I don't know what the Dao Yi was going to do." According to all the previous signs to judge, it was clearly to be close to Sha Huanli, but after successfully approaching, he kept the distance. She thought that Niu Dao was playing for her own sake, but now that the sky is gone, it doesn't seem to be trying for her own sake. Is it because she guessed wrong? What is this man trying to do? After dinner, Niu Dao went to the night market of Zaigoching again, went to the shop of Wanshiman to buy the eggs of a few months old butterfly, and prepared to hatch a glowing butterfly. Niu Dao bought 10 butterfly eggs at a time, each of which is as large as the jade pearl, and the average butterfly egg is certainly not so big. The price is not cheap. 1 butterfly egg will cost 100 gold coins, and 10 will cost 1,000 gold coins. The money was spent, but Wanshiman's instructions to the customers were also very careful, and the things used for incubation were included to teach how to incubate and control. After arriving at the hotel, they went to each room to rest. Niu Dao and Yuan Fong were tossing butterfly eggs there. Each took a small wooden box about the size of a slab, and took out the lid to see it. The fragrance was faint and fascinating, and there were colorful and mushy things in it. The Beast Gate said that it was made of mashed flowers and sea mud. The records in the last cleansing record say that there must be some secret recipe in this 100-flower mud. The 100-flower mud prepared by others can't be hatched at all, and only the 100-flower mud prepared by 1,000 beasts can do it. And it is very strange. I don't know what screening method was used by Wanshiman. The eggs sold are all male butterflies after hatching, and female butterflies cannot get eggs. The 1,000 Beast Gate can be said to hold this wealth road firmly in its own hands. According to the method of 10,000 beasts, the two cut their own hands and dripped a lot of blood into the small wooden box, and then thoroughly mixed their blood and mud. Then the two took a butterfly egg of Shuyue and buried it in the mud. According to the 1,000 Beast Gate, after the butterfly eggs are buried, they will absorb the essence of flowers and blood. After the little guy in the eggs breaks out of the ground, he will eat the flowers in the box and then form a cocoon again. When the cocoon came out, a glowing moon butterfly succeeded. In short, the process is very simple, and you don't need to worry about anything. All the complicated processes are simplified for you. The final hatch moon butterfly will recognize whoever takes the blood. The wound was slightly smeared with wound medicine. The two smiled at each other, and each took a small bag like a sachet to put the box in one and hung it on the belt. Lei Zongkong stayed in the house for a while and then opened the door again. After looking around at the door, he hurried away, came downstairs and walked through the garden to the other room opposite the upstairs, looked around again, and knocked gently on the door. After the door opened, it flashed in. Open the door to welcome others, not Chui Yuan. When the door closed, the two met together, and Chui Yuan asked, "Is there any situation?" Lei Zongkong whispered, "He will leave, and leave tomorrow." Chui Yuan frowned. "Don't you say he wants to live here for half a year?" Lei Zongkong, "Chui Yi, I can't figure out what he thinks. He said he wants to go, but I can't stop him." Chui Yuan, "Where are you going?" Lei Zongkong, "I don't know." Chui Yuan, "Did you ask?" Lei Zongkong, "This man's mouth is not settled. The city is a bit deep." And Black Peony asked, and he couldn't ask any name. Chui Yuan pondered for a while and patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, you go first. Please let me know if anything happens." Lei Zongkong nodded. Chui Yuan went out and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he recruited behind him. Lei Zongkong quickly came out and left, and Chui Yuan hid inside the house again. Lei Zongkong didn't stay in his house for a long time. After waiting for a while, Chui Yuan left again and quickly left the inn. On the top floor of the inn, in a room where the shopkeeper's knees are meditating and practicing, it is impossible for him to stay in the lobby around the clock and have his own time. Dong dong. Knocking on the door outside, the shopkeeper slowly closed his eyes and said, "Come in." The old dog opened the door and recently reported, "The shopkeeper, that Lei Zongkong sneaked into Chui Yuan's room just now." After going there, Chui Yuan also left the inn and sent the follower to report that Chui Yuan had left Xinzong's shop. The shopkeeper put his legs down and stayed, wandering around the house, squinting. What exactly do you want to do with this Xinyuan Road and Lu Xinzong? What he is worried about now is that the director Xiang Ming said that if this Xinyuan Taoism is done, he is deliberately approaching the city master. The ghost behind him may not come from the city master. If this is the case, the 100,000 gold ticket will be given. He dared not swallow his stomach with 100 guts. But after thinking about it, I thought it was impossible. The one who rushed to the city owner dared to meet Sneaky at the Inviting Moon Inn. His brain was almost sick. Old Dog said, "The shopkeeper, I don't look like Xinyuan Road is linking with Luxianzong, and it is more like those of Black Peony carrying Xinyuan Road and Luxianzong." "Oh, Horan," the shopkeeper turned and asked, "Why do you see it?" Laogo said, "The shopkeeper, you think if Xinyuan Road is to be linked with Luxianzong, is it still necessary to put a Lei Zongkong in the middle interval? Everyone doesn't know that Black Peony, they already have Xinyuan Road stuck together. Why bother to do it? The two sides can't just collaborate directly? Besides, looking at Lei Zongkong's sneaky appearance, it seems that he also intends to avoid Xinyuan Road and the people who stay in Xinzong. Lei Zongkong is alone. Only then went to meet the people of Luxianzong, www.mtlnovel.com. In my opinion, the people of Black Peony and Luxianzong seem to be plotting something behind the Xinyuan Road." The shopkeeper nodded slowly. "It makes sense." After a while, he suddenly turned around and said, "Old Dog, you go to Xinyuan Road to say hello, and say I asked him to drink tea, so please invite him alone." The old dog was stunned for a while. The shopkeeper, don't you want to remind him? We don't need to intervene in this matter. In short, we are staring at it, and we don't want them to make trouble in our inn. Others just do it themselves. It doesn't matter so much. It is not our business. The shopkeeper said indifferently, "Xinyuan Road met the city master today." The old dog, stunned, suspiciously said, "What is the origin of this Xinyuan? What did the city owner see him doing?" The shopkeeper, "Did you ask about the city master? Don't ask if you shouldn't. I have my own plans. How can it be left unattended? There are some things that he can't say clearly, worrying about what Niu Yu Dao made at the Yi Inn, and don't that 100,000 gold ticket is used to stop himself. He really could not figure out what happened. He couldn't bear that responsibility, and the trouble was falling into the hands of the mansion of the city. If he shook it out, he would be embarrassed. This is 100,000 gold coins, not one. A little bit of money. It seems like a reward for money. He was going to explore the tone first. If the situation was not right, he immediately handed over the 100,000 gold ticket to Xiangming. Yes, the old dog nodded, afraid to ask more, and turned away. Niu Yudao and Yuan Fong have already rested. Today, everyone is taking off earlier. Tomorrow, they have to start and have to recuperate. Said it was a break. In fact, they all meditated and practiced cross-legged. With the help of Ling Yuan Dan, Yuan Fong clearly noticed that the progress of cultivation accelerated. The reason is very simple. In addition to absorbing the heaven and earth auras, you can also absorb the auras in the spirit element pill at the same time. It is strange that the progress is not accelerated. While Nyo Yudeo's cultivation progressed faster, others absorbed the aura and transformed the Ka source into his own, but he directly merged Dong Guaharen's source into his own. After Xiuwei broke through to the foundation, he clearly felt that the speed of integration of Dong Guaharen's origin was suddenly accelerated. Since then, the third half-stored amulet of FA transmission has been all refined into his own, and is already being refined. Fourth, compared with the two amulets of refining and chemical refining during the gas refining period, you can reach the peak of gas refining. Neo Yudao has noticed that the realm storage capacity during the foundation period is far beyond the gas refining period. This is not surprising. Understandably, it would be strange if it is similar to the gas refining period. But the problem is that Neo Yudao made a little estimate, and I don't know if the remaining 30 Taoist amulets in the body could be refined to be able to reach the end of the foundation, and it should be no problem to reach the middle. Donghua Haoren used to be a master of Jindan period. However, he was seriously injured when he was teaching the FA at that time, and the repair was too expensive, and he could not give him all the repairs of Jindan period. It's fair to say that if Donghua Haoren completed the whole body, it means nothing, and it's estimated that he didn't pass on the matter. Worldly things, so-called gains and losses, nothing more. Dong dong, knocking on the door outside. Two people on the two knees facing each other opened their eyes at the same time. I don't know who came to knock on the door at night. There was no one to come in directly. Yuan Fong stayed and ran to the door to open the door to see what was happening. When he came, he told him, Dao Yi, the man of the inn. Oh, please come in. Neo Yudao nodded. He believed that under normal circumstances, no one would dare to make trouble at the inviting moon inn. Yuan Fong went to open the door again and let the buddy in. The one who came was the old dog. Learned that the old dog had met with the city owner today, and the old dog seemed very polite, both bowing and nodding. Guest officer, we are in charge of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper? Neo Yudao remembered the interaction in the daytime and smiled. I don't know what to call. The old dog smiled and said, It's not a summons. The shopkeeper said to invite the official to drink tea. Drink tea? Neo Yudao stunned him for drinking tea? He didn't believe it. There must be something wrong. Put his feet down and stayed, got up and pulled his clothes. He said, The master has a request. Don't dare to follow. Waving his hand and gesturing to go down. Fong Fong immediately followed, but the old dog reached out to stop Yuan Fong. Sorry to say, the shopkeeper said, only one guest official. Oh, Neo Yudeo's eyes flashed, and he smiled and said, Okay, just stay here. Waving his hand, Yuan Yuan left. Yuan Fong immediately took his saber, presented it, and let him wear self-defense. Neo Yudao pushed smoothly, shook his head, and left. Knows in his heart that in this moon inn, if the shopkeeper really wants to deal with him, it's useless to bring a sword. It's better to leave the spot. The two went out of the room, and the old dog led the way, took the cow to the top floor of the inn, and knocked on the door of the shopkeeper. I saw that the shopkeeper was already sitting there and making tea. Neo Yudao smiled at him. The shopkeeper's wave screen retreated from the old dog, and he reached out to the opposite side to signal that Neo Yudao would sit down. Neo Yudao looked at the room. The furnishings were simple, and he judged in his heart that this was just the place where the other party settled, not the destination. After walking across to sit down, Neo Yudao smiled and asked, I don't know any advice about the summons of the shopkeeper? The shopkeeper pointed to the tea stove that hadn't boiled the water and said with a smile, drink tea, looked at each other with a smile. Both knew the truth. Drinking tea was just an excuse. Niu Dao arched his hand. I still don't know the name of the shopkeeper. The fair-skinned shopkeeper plucked his beard. Bai Yulu. Everyone in this city should know it. Niu Dao gently applauded and exclaimed, Good name, good name. Bai Yulu said, I don't know who the Xinyuan brothers are, and what are their disciples. Niu Dao shook his head and said, It's just a loose repair that travels all over the world. Sanxio. Bai Yulu Pai smiled and said, 100,000 gold tickets are given to anyone without blinking. This is not like the spirit of Sanxio. This temperament is not as good as Baimu. This statement made it clear that I did not believe that the other party was a casual repairer. The following behavior became more and more like this. 10 golden tickets were found out and pushed directly to Niu Dao. The other party refused to reveal the truth. He dared not keep the money. He was wondering, how could he have received this money before? And he was so worried. Later, after thinking about it, he may not be able to take a look at hundreds of thousands, and he can face it reasonably at 120,000, but the other party's shot is too ruthless, and it is 100,000 gold coins, which suddenly hurt him. Hold back. Niu was surprised. The shopkeeper, what does this mean? Bai Yulu. The ceremony is too heavy. I am not an innkeeper, and I can't help my brother. I really feel ashamed and can't stand it. Niu Dao said calmly. The rivers and lakes, horses, wind, or rain. Walking is the road, making friends, just asking for less bumps on the road. Never thought about asking for anything, and never take the initiative to trouble your friends. The shopkeeper, I think too much. If you think this money is hot, think that someone is plotting misconduct. He cast his hand and directly grabbed the hot teapot and lifted it. And after throwing 100,000 gold tickets on the table, he would throw it into the charcoal stove. Rely. Bai Yulo's mouth twitched, and he quickly reached out and grabbed Niu Dao's wrist. The two looked at each other. Niu Dao slowly pressed the teapot onto the charcoal stove, and Bai Yulu also slowly released his wrist, sighing, Brother takes it away. Is it a pity that 100,000 gold coins burn like this? Sanxio worked hard for 100,000 gold coins. He was convinced of this, and 100,000 gold coins said to burn. Put the gold ticket on the table. Niu Dao pushed to him and let the other party deal with it. Bai Yulu did not take over and asked lightly, Did you have a relationship with Lu Xianzong? Lu Xianzong. Niu Dao froze for a moment, thinking that the other party knew his details and secretly marveled. There are not many people who have been in contact with him so far. He thinks that no one knows himself in this Picking Star City. It seems that the power behind this Picking Star City is really powerful, far beyond his imagination. The context. He was a little worried. Is Lu Xianzong one of the forces under Luo Qiu? He asked rhetorically. The shopkeeper is talking about Liuxian's Lu Xianzong? Bai Yulu. As far as I know, there's only one school called Lu Xianzong. Niu Dao said, It is rare for me to be strange, but to stay with the immortal sect, there is no friendship, but there is hatred. Still unwilling to disclose his details. Has hatred? Bai Yulo's eyes looked up, and he seemed to understand what was happening. The tea on the tea stove boiled, and he held a pot for each other and asked, What's the matter? Seeing the other party's attitude, seems to be thinking too much. Niu Dao said slowly, It's okay, there are a few disciples in Lu Xianzong who died in my hand. Why do the treasurers want to mention Lu Xianzong? Bai Yulu probably knew something and reminded lightly, My brother is afraid to be careful about the people around me. Niu Dao narrowed his eyes slightly. How to say? The people who stayed in Xinzong lived in the inn. 2. One named Huang Enping and the other named Chui Yuan were all people in this city's shops of Lu Xianzong. Bai Yulu reminded. Niu Dao immediately served tea and respected him, waiting for the words behind him. Bai Yulu raised his glass and briefly tasted the tea. The status of Picking the Star City is detached. Some things are not related to the inn. I shouldn't have said much, but for the sake of my brother making the city owner happy today, I will say more. 2 sentences. Lei Zongkong, presumably you know that you have eaten together tonight. After staying in the inn, the people who stayed in Xinzong have sneaked into the face with Lei Zongkong twice. Once in the day, and once in you. Soon after supper, I don't know the exact situation so far. Niu Dao, who placed the teacup on her lips, slowly sipped the tea, her eyes flashing strangely, and I wondered what she was thinking about. When the thoughts are certain, Niu Dao raises his hands and then dries his head to express his thanks. Bai Yulu raised his glass and sipped, meaning something. Niu Dao held the pot to help him fill it up. I have written down this love, and if there is a chance in the future, it will be rewarded. No matter whether the shopkeeper treats me as a friend, I will talk and never give trouble to friends. Tonight, if someone on my side meets with the people who stayed in the immortal sect again, how about letting the man in charge of the shop give me the altar in my room? If it has trouble, forget it when I didn't say. Bai Yulu did not agree or refuse, and served the tea slowly, which is also an attitude. So Niu Dao didn't say anything and started to talk about it. www.ntlnovel.com. This tea is good. After chatting for a while, Niu Dao got up and bowed back. I will leave the star-picking city tomorrow. Let me say goodbye. Bai Yulu lifted the teacup. No delivery. Niu Dao nodded and turned away. Bai Yulu squinted the 10 gold tickets in the case and smiled slightly, whispering, "This person is a bit interesting." The door opened, the old dog came in, and also saw 10 large gold tickets on the table, surprised, and said, "This is—" Bai Yulu shook his head and said, "I saw him begging the city owner to be happy today, and I reminded him casually, who wanted him to have hatred against Luk Xianzong, and dropped 100,000 gold coins to express his thanks." "Ah," the old dog shook his head. "This guy is generous enough." Bai Yulu picked up 5 pieces and pushed them out in front of him. "If you accidentally picked up the pen fortune, everyone is working hard. Take it and let the brothers divide it. Old dog is also welcome." He got in his hand. "Then I thank my brothers. Do your own thing well." Bai Yulu waved his hand. After the old dog, Lihao, left, Bai Yulu took 5 gold tickets on the table, sighed, and should have swallowed himself. However, after this conversion of the Hung Tsai, for a while, there's no worries. Even if the manager knows it, it does not matter. He calmly put the remaining 5 into the bag, and the tea is a lot of fragrance. Yuan Fong was at the door. After Niu Dao was invited to leave, he waited at the door. Niu Dao came back. Yuan Fong followed the door, closed the door, and got close to Niu Dao and asked, "Dao, are you all right?" Niu Dao shook his head, but he looked at Yuan Fong with some unclear feelings. He felt a little emotion in his heart. The monkey is very vigilant and good at investigating. If the monkey is around, it is difficult for some people around him to escape the monkey. This is the difference between Yuan Fong and monkey. But he didn't say anything about Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong still lacks experience in this area. Needless to say, when things happen, they can naturally refresh Yuan Fong, and they will encounter similar things next time. Yuan Fong will not be indifferent. Naturally, it will find ways to monitor and at least keep its due vigilance. Some things are always said to have little effect, and I have to let myself realize it. This is experience. Wave his hands to wipe out the lights in the house. Niu Dao slowly walked to the window and pushed open the window. He looked down at the lights in the ancient city with a calm look. Someone around was secretly hooking up with Lu Xianzong, and it was no longer necessary to guess what they were plotting. Said that it was a betrayal. I am afraid that it is still not possible to talk, and it has not been long before I have met, and there's no way to betray you. Maybe they are each their own, but he was thinking about a question. Black Peony. Did he look away? Slightly ruled out. He is basically certain that he should have been discovered by Lu Xianzong after he arrived at the star-picking city. If he had discovered already, he might not be able to come to the star-picking city himself. There are 2 possibilities for Black Peony and Lu Xianzong to be sneaky. Either the trap set by Lu Xianzong deliberately brings Black Peony and others close to themselves, fools themselves, or finds Black Peony afterwards. After he arrived at the star-picking city, he went straight to the inviting moon inn. He also discovered the Black Peony and other people outside the inn for the first time. It is unlikely that Lu Xianzong preset it in advance. In this way, The possibility that Luxianzong set a trap to deliberately bring Black Peony and others close to him can be ruled out. So only the latter is possible. After his thoughts were cleared in his head, Niu Yudao said lightly, "Light up." Immersed in the dark, the square saw that Niu had something to do without disturbing. After hearing the words, the lights in the room turned on again. Niu Yudao reached out his hand and closed the window, then turned back and said, "Let's take a look at the map." Yuan Fong immediately took the map out of the package, spread it out on the table, and put the lights on to illuminate. Niu Yudao walked to the table and found the location of the star-picking city in Zhaogua. His eyes followed the northeast direction to the established route in South Korea. After a pause, his eyes moved down from the southeast of the star-picking city, landed in Qingshan County in the territory of Yin Kingdom. Then he stretched his finger and fell on the map and walked along this route, and moved it back and forth again and again. On the only road near this route, a stop called Shanhu County stopped, and his finger was on the map. Shanhu County lightly tapped twice, as if determined. Old Bear asked them to come over. Niu Yudao stared at the map and said. Yuan Fong put down the oil lamp and just turned around. Niu Yudao added his voice again, "Don't useless nonsense, just let them come." "Yes." Yuan Fong walked away quickly, whispering in his heart, not knowing what he wanted to do. Came to the outside and directly knocked on the door of the Black Peony. Without entering, he greeted the Black Peony at the door. "Someone who calls on you. Dao you let you pass." Black Peony strangely said, "What's the matter?" Yuan Fong, "I don't know." He turned and went back. Black Peony had no choice but to obey, and soon Duan Hu, Wu Sanliang, and Lei Zongkong shouted out. Learned that Niu Yudao was looking for them, and Lei Zongkong couldn't help but ask, "Boss, why are you looking for us so late?" "I don't know." Black Peony shook his head. Several people came to the door of Niu Yudao and knocked on the door. Yuan Fong opened the door and put a few people in. A few people came in and saw Niu Yudao standing in front of the map at the table and surrounded him. Black Peony glanced at Niu Yudao's complexion and smiled. "Dao Yi, what did you tell me?" Niu Yudao glanced at a few people and sighed. "I just remembered something. After you were with me this time, the movement seemed to be a bit louder. I entered the inn and out of the hotel and attracted a group of people to stare. The mischievous people are watching." Lei Zongkong, Wan Yin, tightened his heart, and the others looked at each other and nodded slightly, which is true and entirely possible. Black Peony tried to ask, "Dao Yi, what do you mean?" Niu Yudao said, "In order to be safe, I plan to make a slight change in the plan to leave. Let's go separately. In order to avoid being stared at, everyone should not go to the horse farm around. Take the way of walking, and choose the direction to leave secretly." The Black Peony nodded in agreement. In fact, this is also the way many monks leave the Star City. The large mountains around them escape into the mountains quietly with the cover of the terrain. If they are dressed up in disguise, people are like a drop of the sea, and it is difficult for outsiders to find it. Unless a large number of people are mobilized in a circle, it is difficult for outsiders to know where the person slipped from. Niu Yudao said, "It's too eye-catching to walk together. Tomorrow you will go to the river to secretly leave. I and Yuan Fong will live a few more days and choose to take the opportunity to secretly leave. The so-called river channel is the snow melted from the high mountains and the river formed in the mountains. Many monks leave the Star City to escape into the river first, dive to a location, and then escape into the vast mountains. It is difficult for outsiders to find." Several people looked at each other, and Black Peony, Niu Yudao's finger on the map, nodded, "Shanhu County. Let's meet at the largest inn in Shanhu County." Several people stretched their heads and looked at it. "Remember," Black Peony nodded. "Okay." Niu Yudao said, "Things are so settled, you'll have to hurry tomorrow and rest early." Several people retreated. After several people left, Niu Yudao asked Yuan Fong to clean up the map, but he took the sword in his hand, pulled the sword in his hand, repeatedly looked at the sharp edge, took a piece of white silk, and sat in front of the lamp, wiped slowly, muttering in his mouth, "Jianghu." Several people came out of this room and got together in the black peony room to discuss the matter of leaving, and then went back to each room to rest. After tea time, Lei Zongkong returned to his house and sat quietly for a while, then quietly opened the door and left the room, looked around, and left quickly. Go downstairs, walk through the Lin Yuan, and come upstairs opposite, without knocking, open the door directly into Cui Yuan's room. Cui Yuan had just returned shortly, still thinking about looking for Lei Zongkong later, but did not expect Lei Zongkong to take the initiative to find the door again, so he was a little surprised. Lei Zongkong nodded. Cui Yang, the situation has indeed changed. Niu Dao changed his plan to leave, preparing to leave in batches, shaking out all the plans that Niu Dao just arranged. Cui Yuan muttered, "This guy is really careful enough." Lei Zongkong, "Cui Yi, we have to leave tomorrow. We can't be by his side. I'm afraid that if I can't report in time, I can't figure out his route. Secret leave is the expected option, no surprise. So I brought this thing." Cui Yuan sneered and found out a sachet and handed it to him. "You can take this thing with you." Lei Zongkong took it in his hand and opened it. I saw a bag of yellow beans the size of soybeans and a thin layer of wax on the outside. He asked in amazement, "What is this?" Cui Yuan, "After the wax is broken, it will emit a strange fragrance, which is convenient for me to trace your trail. You are waiting for the opportunity to arrange it on the road. I have my own way to trace it." Lei Zongkong strangely said, "I and Naxu acted separately, and the meeting place was also set in Shanhu County. Why did Cui Yi still pursue my trail?" Cui Yuan, "What if he changes his plan and doesn't meet in Shanhu County? You can still get out of the way on the way. It's not convenient for you to contact us at any time on the way. It's not easy to find this claw, which shows cunning. You have to guard against it. You are safe to take this with you." Lei Zongkong understood and nodded. Cui Yuan smiled suddenly and patted him on the shoulder. "My uncle has been summoned to report to the door of the teacher, and he will strive for your referral guarantee." Lei Zongkong didn't know if the other party was fooling him. Lu Xianzong would care for a few of their loose repairs. They wouldn't dare to fart without helping them. So he didn't really have much hope for this matter. He just hoped to help get rid of trouble here. If Lu Xianzong was really kind-hearted, it would only be an unexpected joy. For him, things were clear. From a moment Lu Xianzong found him, he had no choice. The consequences of not agreeing can be imagined. Can Lu Xianzong let him go? Can you spare them? But he had to pretend to be happy, and said, "Cui Yi, rest assured, Lei Mao will live up to expectations." "Okay, you go back quickly to avoid any accidents." Cui Yuan looked calm. Yu reading books www.yukangshu.com. After the two were separated, Lei Zongkong quietly returned to his house, and Cui Yuan then left the Invitation Moon Inn. On the top floor of the inn, the old dog appeared and knocked on the door of the shopkeeper again. Baiulu didn't take a break, but set up an abacus, turned over the account book, and cracked under the lamp to settle the account. Pretended to have something in his heart, so he was not at ease, so he didn't have a rest. Who asked him to collect money from others, and he had something to worry about. The old dog approached his side and reported. The shopkeeper, Lei Zongkong, slipped into Cui Yuan's room and met him. After separating, Cui Yuan returned to Lu Xianzong's shop. Baiulu yelled, "Got it!" When the old dog left, the crackling abacus stopped, and Baiulu leaned against the back of the chair, whispering, "It was really guessed by him. The material is quite accurate. What the..." Stretched out, got up and left the room, and slowly came to the front desk of the inn with his hands on his back. Seeing that he came, the man on his behalf stood up and he said, "The shopkeeper, so late, I haven't rested yet." Baiulu said indifferently, "Forget about the account for a while. Come out, yo. Is it all right here?" Buddy said, "Well, it's okay." Baiulu's hand knocked on the counter. "I just met the guest in the no Yitzi room. Let the altar wine pass." "Good lad, here we go." The man nodded, knew in his heart that there is no way to force Hai Ruyue to agree on the spot. This matter is not trivial, nor is Hai Ruyue able to make decisions by himself. Hai Ruyue's expressionless and silent voice is considered tacit consent. Niu Dao added another sentence. "There is still a little thing that needs to be opened by Princess Chang." Hai Ruyue, Is there anything I can do together? There was a bit of anger in the words. She seems to have experienced the suffering of Shang Chaozong and others. Shang Chaozong and others have long discovered that Niu Dao does not say too much about everything. The first time I asked to see that it was a good doctor who saw a doctor. As a result, I only told you that the good doctor was arrested and asked you to help save someone. When the good doctor was rescued, the good doctor was in a bad mood and refused to cure. He wanted to kill Song Long. After killing Song Long, he thought that he could come and find out that the good doctor was not a good doctor, and the good doctor became Niu Dao himself. It's okay if the good doctor is replaced. After the replacement, he still can't cure it. When he turned around, she let go of her son and changed it to treat her, to help her relieve her worries. Made a big circle. The request she gave to Shang Chaozong for her son's treatment was downplayed and became unimportant. The matter of sending troops to help Shang Chaozong to seize Qingshan County was put in the first place again. What is it called? Now this guy has to ask again. It is strange that she is not hot. Niu Dao said with a smile, "There is a deserted person from the Shangqing sect among the people detained by Song Long. I want to see him alone. You ask Zhu Shun to discuss this matter." Ryu dropped her words and got up and walked away, lest this guy have something to do, which is disturbing. Ran away. Niu Dao had to meet with Zhu Shunlu, and after the negotiation, he waited one step further, waiting for Zhu Shun's arrangement. Was led to rest. Feng Zhe was silent all the way, feeling that he was a little bit embarrassed by the prince's heavy trust. Just that time, he was able to see that Niu Dao had basically explained Ruyue to him, so he decided to make a final decision there. Thinking that I have been here for such a long time, I haven't had any effect if I have been entangled with Ruyue for so long. Let us take a look at other people's cattle. You just came today. So many things have happened, and they have made a lot of effort to make things happen. He thought he had done his best, and Ruyue could not change his mind. Now, however, he has realized the gap between people and finally understand why the prince has to summon and inform himself to cooperate with others. The prince sent a real expert lobbyist. Because of this, he was deeply annoyed and hated his incompetence, hated himself for misusing the prince so much precious time, and almost missed the event of the prince. Looked at Niu Dao's eyes again, full of awe, and never thought Niu Dao was messing around. The round square behind Niu Dao is also secretly emotional. Before that, I was worrying about the treatment of the disease and losing my head. I didn't think that it would pass like this. The treatment of the disease seems to be unimportant. Deviation? Ming Ming put it, things turned into this way. Even if the Red Yang Zhuge cannot ask for, what can be done? The more I think, the more I feel that Dao is really powerful. Today, following Dao is an eye-opener, and I find that I have to learn a lot from Dao. He now understands Yuan Gang's pitiful tough guy who is cold, hard-working, unaffected, and unconvincing. So why did he serve Dao? After some tossing down, it was late at night. Yuqing Garden, the sea, is like a moon, and it is isolated looking up at the moon. Zhu Shun walked gently beside him and said softly, "Madam, I have been told to continue." Ryu asked faintly, "What do you think?" Zhu Shun, "Although I came here as a lobbyist, it is not unreasonable to speak." Ryu was slightly melancholy. At that time, Ning Wang Shang Jianba, when Yu Luo Xiaofu and others, Wu Yumeng Shanming and others, when Ji martial arts complement each other, the army is overwhelming. If there's not enough support from the practice circle, I'm afraid of Yin. The country is really about to change people. Now his son, Shang Chaozong, is also capable, and when I received the news that he was released from Yinjing, I was not optimistic about him. Zhu Shun also sighed. Yes, there are only 500 people around him, and there is suppression by the court of the Yin kingdom. No one is optimistic. They all think that the fief is his burial place, or they have to escape. However, along the way, orderly, steady, step by step, first married Feng Lingbo's daughter, borrowed Feng Lingbo's soldiers, and forcibly established a foothold in Songlu County, and now has to annex Qingshan County, not to be underestimated. Ryu, His ambition is more than just a small Qingshan County. I think he's afraid to stare at the entire Nanzhou next time. Once the Qingshan County was won, the news spread to Yinjing. I don't know if the Emperor Yin will regret returning the tiger to the mountain. It is often the case under the general trend. A magistrate can reach 100,000 soldiers with just a few strokes. Could it be that I'm sitting in Jinzhou and not even a Shang dynasty? Why don't I see the magistrate come a vote for me? Is it because I am a woman? The meaning in the words seems to feel that there is a lack of capable people around me to help. Zhu Shun was silent. This is not easy to say. Hai Ryue suddenly asked. I don't know if the strategy to persuade me was from Luo Xiaofu's disciple Lan Ruoding, or is this Niu Yu Dao himself? Zhu Shun said in a deep voice, it is not like Lan Ruoding's idea or the Shang dynasty sect's idea. Madam, if you have this idea, why don't you have to drag it to the present? Hai Ryue nodded. It makes sense to say that if it comes from there, you can't commit to letting this cow have a way. You can let that Fangzhe act as an agent. Sending this cow has a way when there's a stalemate. It must be for the cow. Tao is confident. One can see from the sudden incident of Songlong. This sudden situation is by no means predictable by the Shang dynasty. However, this young man looks young, but step by step, he resolves the trouble one by one. Oh, Dad, don't make fun of me. You know I don't drink. I usually pretend to hide my identity. You're not as good as a fairy. If you don't drink alcohol or meat, just put it here if you don't drink it. Niu Yu Dao didn't matter. At this time, the gaze staring at the sword body moved to the wine jar, and a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. The sword light flashed in his hand, and he returned to the sheath, throwing the sword aside, swiping his sleeves to sweep out a strong wind, extinguished the light, and gave the sentence in the darkness, resume early. Just joke. Suddenly fell into darkness. Yuan Fong was speechless. The time he followed Niu Yu Dao was still too short. The next morning, several people met together in the inn for breakfast and then went back to each room. After a while, the prepared Black Peony and others came to Niu Yu Dao and knocked on the door to leave. Dao Yi, let's go one step further and wait for you in Shanhu County. Black Peony and others bowed their hands together to leave. Niu Yu Dao, who was standing opposite the window, slowly turned around, and the pestle sword was in front of him, saying to Yuan Fong, clean up things, let's check out, let's go together. Black Peony and others were stunned. They didn't mean to leave when they had breakfast together. How can I change my mind now? Change his mind again? Yuan Fong puzzled. Dad Master, aren't we going to stay for a few more days? He asked other people's doubts. Niu Yu Dao said, I think about it. It seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. As long as the secret leaves this place, there should be no major problems. Everyone together, there's a mutual care on the road. Several people looked at each other. Lei Zongkong asked, Master Dao, do we still have to go to Shanhu County? Niu Yu Dao said, you don't need to meet, but you still have to pass through Shanhu County. Waving your hand, Yuan Fong quickly picked up things. Yuan Fong, oh, in fact, there is nothing to pack up, beat the package, and carry it on the body. It is considered finished. Several people left the room and went downstairs to the hotel lobby to check out. Cui Yuan, who was drinking tea slowly in the garden, noticed them. Drinking tea is the surface, and the monitoring is true. After seeing Yuan Fong carrying the package, he was stunned. Looked quickly at Lei Zongkong. Lei Zongkong intertwined with his eyes. There were people around him, and it was difficult to convey any obvious news, giving him a look that he could not understand. Came to the lobby, Yuan Fong naturally took out the 1,008 receipts, more refunds and less supplements. These money for him, a wealthy man, it is impossible to throw them away. Sat at the back of the counter and stood at Bayou. Without any experience, he signaled to the guy on the side. After the settlement was clear, the man asked, will you take the bright road or the dark road? Black Peony said, understood. Buddies immediately greeted people to lead the way off. Bayulu arched towards the line. You gentlemen walk slowly. The eyes met Niu Yu Dao's eyes, and they didn't see any abnormality on the surface. A man led the crowd away from the side hall, entered a closed promenade, and finally walked into a mountain, down the steps, walked for such a long distance, and faintly heard the sound of rushing water. Goodbye to the sky. Everyone has appeared at the exit of a cave under a mountain cliff. In front of it is a turbulent river, which is just the junction of the two rivers, stirring up the water mist. It is said that people picking up Star City are guarded to prevent someone from sneaking in. At least at this exit, everyone saw a monk meditating cross-legged, sitting cross-legged on the stone platform on one side. After negotiating with the monk, the man officially released. Yu Dao pointed to the downstream, motioned to walk downstream. Several people nodded, cast their spells, and jumped into the turbulent river together, hidden in it. Once in the water, www.mtlnovel.com, some people's bodies are as if wrapped in bubbles, and they quickly follow the flow. From now on, a few people are considered to be out of the refuge of Yaoyuan. If anything happens, Yaoyuan is not responsible. However, under normal circumstances, the possibility of accidents along this channel is very small. The water in this canyon river is very urgent. If you stay in this torrent for a long time and make a pile to forcibly resist the scouring of the torrent, not many people will be able to eat and drink. In this water, you will be affected if you are away from the line of sight. Random interception is easy to misunderstand. Unless you know the specific time to leave the inn, it may be successful in ambush. Coupled with the upstream and downstream tributaries, it is unclear which route to take increases the difficulty of ambush. The tributaries of the river basin are also long, and it is not easy to figure out where people are going ashore. Once they are ashore, it is very convenient to sneak away with the help of the vertical and horizontal ravines that exist in the middle of the mountains, and it is indeed not easy to be discovered. Without knowing the specific situation and without a lot of manpower to lay the net, it is difficult to catch anyone here, which is also one of the important reasons why the picking of the Star City can become a gathering place for monks of all parties. Announcement: App Android, Apple dedicated version. Bid farewell to all advertisements. Please pay attention to WeChat public account to download and install. Appsid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Seeing Yu Dao and others took the package and left, Cui Yuan followed and wandered to the lobby. Watching the guys bring Yu Dao and others together in the direction of the dark road, Cui Yuan determined that the situation had changed. Yu Dao did not act separately from the Black Peony and others, but checked out and left together. Cui Yuan secretly complained and quickly left the inn. Sitting behind the counter, Bai Yulo glanced at the figure that Cui Yuan left, holding a wait-and-see attitude, wondering whether Zhuan Yuando could escape the pursuit of Lucian men. It's just that he ain't understand it. If Xin Yuan Dao really has a grudge against Luxiamen, if he really wants to get rid of Luxiamen, it's safer to go away by himself. Isn't it safer? Xianzong's sneaky Black Peony and others quickly rushed to Luxianzong's shop. As soon as Cui Yuan entered the shop, he immediately shouted to Huang Enping, who was behind the counter. "Brother, the situation has changed." Huang Enping stood behind the counter and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Cui Yuan walked to the counter and said with anxiety, Yu Dao and Black Peony withdrew from the room together and did not leave separately. They left the secret road from the Invitation Moon in together. Huang Enping, what's the matter with Lei Zongkong? Didn't you contact you in advance? Cui Yuan shook his head. No, if it wasn't for me, I saw it with my own eyes. I'm afraid I didn't know they were gone. Huang Enping's face was black. Is Lei Zongkong playing with us? Cui Yuan, not quite like. Lei Zongkong should understand the consequences of playing us. If it is really playing us, Yu Dao should have been informed and secretly left. Why should he go around and take risks to wait until now? And Lei Zongkong gave me a wink when he left, and it seemed quite helpless, like Yu Dao temporarily changed his mind, making him too late to notify us. Huang Enping frowned. Is Lei Zongkong exposed? Cui Yuan hesitated and said, It's not like if Lei Zongkong was really exposed. Why didn't Yu Dao take him with him? You can secretly leave him alone, so why bother with him? In this way, the two thought about it, and there seemed to be only one possibility. It was Lord Dao who was too cautious and deliberately made a bunch of blindfolds to prevent leaks. This scorpion is indeed cunning. Huang Enping hated. What to do with Uncle Shi? Cui Yuan asked, crying a little. Huang En's flat head is also big. If Lord Dao is doing this, Shanhu County is likely to be a blind eye, and he will not go at all. And Uncle Shi has personally taken a horse and gathered 3 martial arts stars to rush to Shanhu County. It's almost 5 hours before departure. When the news here passes, it's a joke that people rush back to search. Lord Dao didn't know where to go, and Lord Dao had left through the inviting moon and secret road. The two of them had manpower. It was impossible to find Lord Dao in the vast mountain range. It was impossible for him to find a needle in a haystack. However, no matter what, I still have to inform the uncle of the situation, and the uncle should decide what to do. Quickly wrote a secret report here and let go of the gold wings. After finishing these urgently, Huang Enping sat down on the chair and sighed. Want to know what Lei Zongkong's condition is? Very simple. It depends on whether he will throw out scented bait to report. Cui Yuan also sat down aside. Until now, the two are helpless. They can only wait for the decision of Uncle Shi's side or hope in Lei Zongkong. In the garden of the city's main palace, the general manager Xiang Ming is not like a housekeeper, but like a gardener. In short, Bai Yulu can often see him personally cutting the flowers and plants in the garden with a pair of scissors. Gone! Hearing the report from Bai Lu, Xiang Ming stopped the pruning and slowly turned to look at him. It seemed a bit unexpected. Bai Lu slightly bowed. Yes, just left through the underpass. The guy confirmed it with his own eyes. Xiang Ming was silent. He thought that Lord Dao was intentionally approaching Sha Huanli. He looked on with cold eyes and dared to pay attention to Sha Huanli's head. Who knows that the other party did not mean to please and directly asked for a sum of money, and now it has gone directly. It seems that the old man is more attentive. Xiang Mingluo laughed at himself. Bai Yulu laughed with him. It's always right to be cautious. Xiangming, what is the origin of this person? Bai Yulu, talk to him. He refused to show his bottom, but Lu Xianzong is obviously unfavorable to him. If the executive wants to know, ask Lu Xianzong, should be able to understand. Xiang Ming squinted him. I heard that he gave you a lot of benefits? Bai Yulo's heart was tight, and he knew that things would spread to the other person's ears. He laughed and said, the subordinate is seeing the city owner like his paintings, worrying that the city owner will still call him. Do nothing. I didn't say anything. The general manager is assured. I understand the rules. We are aloof in the status of the Star City. We will not easily mix up with the messy things. Knew in his heart that there is no way to force Hai Ruyue to agree on the spot. This matter is not trivial, nor is Hai Ruyue able to make decisions by himself. Hai Ruyue's expressionless and silent voice is considered tacit consent. Lord Dao added another sentence. There is still a little thing that needs to be opened by Princess Chang. Hai Ruyue, is there anything I can do together? There was a bit of anger in the words. She seems to have experienced the suffering of Shang Chaozong and others. Shang Chaozong and others have long discovered that Lord Dao does not say too much about everything. The first time I asked to see that it was a good doctor who saw a doctor. As a result, I only told you that the good doctor was arrested and asked you to help save someone. When the good doctor was rescued, the good doctor was in a bad mood and refused to cure. He wanted to kill Song Long. After killing Song Long, he thought that he could come and find out that the good doctor was not a good doctor, and the good doctor became Lord Dao himself. It's okay if the good doctor is replaced. After the replacement, he still CA and cure it. When he turned around, she let go of her son and changed it to treat her, to help her relieve her worries. Made a big circle. The request she gave to Shang Chaozong for her son's treatment was downplayed and became unimportant. The matter of sending troops to help Shang Chaozong to seize Qingshan County was put in the first place again. What is it called? Now this guy has to ask again. It is strange that she is not hot. Lord Dao said with a smile, there is a deserted person from the Shangqing sect among the people detained by Song Long. I want to see him alone. You ask Zhu Shun to discuss this matter. Hai Ryu dropped her words and got up and walked away, lest this guy have something to do, which is disturbing. Ran away. Niu Dao had to meet with Zhu Shunlu, and after the negotiation, he waited one step further, waiting for Zhu Shun's arrangement. Was led to rest. Feng Zhe was silent all the way, feeling that he was a little bit embarrassed by the prince's heavy trust. Just that time, he was able to see that Niu Dao had basically explained Hai Ruyue to him, so he decided to make a final decision there. Thinking that I have been here for such a long time, I haven't had any effect if I have been entangled with Hai Ruyue for so long. Let us take a look at other people's cattle. You just came today. So many things have happened, and they have made a lot of effort to make things happen. He thought he had done his best, and Hai Ruyue could not change his mind. Now, however, he has realized the gap between people and finally understand why the prince has to summon and inform himself to cooperate with others. The prince sent a real expert lobbyist. Because of this, he was deeply annoyed and hated his incompetence, hated himself for misusing the prince so much precious time, and almost missed the event of the prince. Looked at Niu Dao's eyes again, full of awe, and never thought Niu Dao was messing around. The round square behind Niu Dao is also secretly emotional. Before that, I was worrying about the treatment of the disease and losing my head. I didn't think that it would pass like this. The treatment of the disease seems to be unimportant. Deviation? Ming Ming put it, things turned into this way. Even if the red Yang Zhuge cannot ask for, what can be done? The more I think, the more I feel that Dao is really powerful. Today, following Dao is an eye-opener, and I find that I have to learn a lot from Dao. He now understands Yuan Gang's pitiful tough guy who is cold, hard-working, unaffected, and unconvincing. So why did he serve Dao? After some tossing down, it was late at night. Yuqing Garden, the sea, is like a moon, and it is isolated looking up at the moon. Zhu Shun walked gently beside him and said softly, "Madam, I have been told to continue." Hai Riyue asked faintly, "What do you think?" Zhu Shun, "Although I came here as a lobbyist, it is not unreasonable to speak." Hai Riyue was slightly melancholy. At that time, Ning Wang Shang Jianba, when Yu Luo Xiaofu and others, Wu Yumeng Shan Ming and others, when Ji martial arts complement each other, the army is overwhelming. If there's not enough support from the practice circle, I'm afraid of Yin. The country is really about to change people. Now his son, Shang Chaozong, is also capable, and when I received the news that he was released from Yinjing, I was not optimistic about him. Zhu Shun also sighed. Yes, there are only 500 people around him, and there is suppression by the court of the Yin kingdom. No one is optimistic. They all think that the fief is his burial place, or they have to escape. However, along the way, orderly, steady, step by step, first married Feng Lingbo's daughter, borrowed Feng Lingbo's soldiers, and forcibly established a foothold in Songlu County, and now has to annex Qingshan County, not to be underestimated. Hai Riyue, his ambition is more than just a small Qingshan County. I think he's afraid to stare at the entire Nanzhou next time. Once the Qingshan County was won, the news spread to Yinjing. I don't know if the Emperor Yin will regret returning the tiger to the mountain. It is often the case under the general trend. A magistrate can reach 100,000 soldiers with just a few strokes. Could it be that I'm sitting in Jinzhou and not even a Shang dynasty? Why don't I see the magistrate come a vote for me? Is it because I am a woman? The meaning in the words seems to feel that there is a lack of capable people around me to help. Zhu Shun was silent. This is not easy to say. Hai Riyue suddenly asked, "I don't know if the strategy to persuade me was from Luo Xiaofu's disciple Lan Ruoding, or is this Niu Dao himself?" Zhu Shun said in a deep voice, "It is not like Lan Ruoding's idea or the Shang dynasty sect's idea. Madam, if you have this idea, why don't you have to drag it to the present?" Hai Riyue nodded. "It makes sense to say that if it comes from there, you can't commit to letting this cow have a way. You can let that Feng Zhe act as an agent. Sending this cow has a way when there's a stalemate. It must be for the cow. Tao is confident. One can see from the sudden incident of Song Long. This sudden situation is by no means predictable by the Shang dynasty. However, this young man looks young, but step by step, he resolves the trouble one by one. Deny knew in his heart that there is no way to force Hai Ruyue to agree on the spot. This matter is not trivial, nor is Hai Ruyue able to make decisions by himself. Hai Ruyue's expressionless and silent voice is considered tacit consent. Niu Dao added another sentence. There is still a little thing that needs to be opened by Princess Chang. Hai Ruyue, is there anything I can do together? There was a bit of anger in the words. She seems to have experienced the suffering of Shang Chaozong and others. Shang Chaozong and others have long discovered that Niu Dao does not say too much about everything. The first time I asked to see that it was a good doctor who saw a doctor. As a result, I only told you that the good doctor was arrested and asked you to help save someone. When the good doctor was rescued, the good doctor was in a bad mood and refused to cure. He wanted to kill Song Long. After killing Song Long, he thought that he could come and find out that the good doctor was not a good doctor, and the good doctor became Niu Dao himself. It's okay if the good doctor is replaced. After the replacement, he still can't cure it. When he turned around, she let go of her son and changed it to treat her, to help her relieve her worries. Made a big circle. The request she gave to Shang Chaozong for her son's treatment was downplayed and became unimportant. The matter of sending troops to help Shang Chaozong to seize Qingshan County was put in the first place again. What is it called? Now this guy has to ask again. It is strange that she is not hot. Niu Dao said with a smile. There is a deserted person from the Shangqing sect among the people detained by Song Long. I want to see him alone. You ask Zhu Shun to discuss this matter. Hai Ruyue dropped her words and got up and walked away, lest this guy have something to do, which is disturbing. Ran away. Niu Dao had to meet with Zhu Shunlu, and after the negotiation, he waited one step further, waiting for Zhu Shun's arrangement. Was led to rest. Feng Zhe was silent all the way, feeling that he was a little bit embarrassed by the prince's heavy trust. Just that time, he was able to see that Niu Dao had basically explained Hai Ruyue to him, so he decided to make a final decision there. Thinking that I have been here for such a long time, I haven't had any effect if I have been entangled with Hai Ruyue for so long. Let us take a look at other people's cattle. You just came today. So many things have happened, and they have made a lot of effort to make things happen. He thought he had done his best, and Hai Ruyue could not change his mind. Now, however, he has realized the gap between people and finally understand why the prince has to summon and inform himself to cooperate with others. The prince sent a real expert lobbyist. Because of this, he was deeply annoyed and hated his incompetence, hated himself for misusing the prince so much precious time, and almost missed the event of the prince. Looked at Niu Dao's eyes again, full of awe, and never thought Niu Dao was messing around. The round square behind Niu Dao is also secretly emotional. Before that, I was worrying about the treatment of the disease and losing my head. I didn't think that it would pass like this. The treatment of the disease seems to be unimportant. Deviation? Ming Ming put it, things turned into this way. Even if the Red Yang Zhuge cannot ask for, what can be done? The more I think, the more I feel that Dao is really powerful. Today, following Dao is an eye-opener, and I find that I have to learn a lot from Dao. He now understands Yuan Gang's pitiful tough guy who is cold, hard-working, unaffected, and unconvincing. So why did he serve Dao? After some tossing down, it was late at night. Yuqing Garden, the sea, is like a moon, and it is isolated looking up at the moon. Zhu Shun walked gently beside him and said softly, Madam, I have been told to continue. Hai Ruyue asked faintly, What do you think? Zhu Shun, although I came here as a lobbyist, it is not unreasonable to speak. Hai Ruyue was slightly melancholy. At that time, Ning Wang Shang Jianba, when Yu Luo Xiaofu and others, Wu Yumeng Shanming and others, when Ji martial arts complement each other, the army is overwhelming. If there's not enough support from the practice circle, I'm afraid of Yin. The country is really about to change people. Now his son, Shang Chaozong, is also capable, and when I received the news that he was released from Yinjing, I was not optimistic about him. Zhu Shun also sighed. Yes. There are only 500 people around him, and there is suppression by the court of the Yin kingdom. No one is optimistic. They all think that the fief is his burial place, or they have to escape. However, along the way, orderly, steady, step by step, first married Feng Lingbo's daughter, borrowed Feng Lingbo's soldiers, and forcibly established a foothold in Songlu County, and now has to annex Qingshan County, not to be underestimated. Ryua, his ambition is more than just a small Qingshan County. I think he's afraid to stare at the entire Nanzhou next time. Once the Qingshan County was won, the news spread to Yinjing. I don't know if the Emperor Yin will regret returning the tiger to the mountain. It is often the case under the general trend. A magistrate can reach 100,000 soldiers with just a few strokes. Could it be that I'm sitting in Jinzhou and not even a Shang dynasty? Why don't I see the magistrate come a vote for me? Is it because I am a woman? The meaning in the words seems to feel that there is a lack of capable people around me to help. Zhu Shun was silent. This is not easy to say. Ryua suddenly asked, I don't know if the strategy to persuade me was from Luo Xiaofu's disciple Lan Ruoding, or is this Niu Yu Dao himself? Zhu Shun said in a deep voice, It is not like Lan Ruoding's idea or the Shang dynasty sect's idea. Madam, if you have this idea, why don't you have to drag it to the present? Ryua nodded. It makes sense to say that if it comes from there, you can't commit to letting this cow have a way. You can let that Fangzhe act as an agent. Sending this cow has a way when there is a stalemate. It must be for the cow. Tao is confident. One can see from the sudden incident of Songlong. This sudden situation is by no means predictable by the Shang dynasty. However, this young man looks young, but step by step, he resolves the trouble one by one. Deny, it's me. Lei Zongkong shouted suddenly, staring at Niu Yu Dao with a sudden, so what? Despite some speculation, when he roared out to admit, the three of them were still unbelievable. They couldn't believe that Lei Zongkong would betray them, but Lei Zongkong himself admitted. Niu Yu Dao said, Black Peony, I can release him alone at any time yesterday, but I will give you a face without moving him. Black Peony, remember I told you, unreliable people kicked out. You said everything, it's your dead brother. You can trust it, okay. I believe you. But now, should you give me an explanation? Duan Hu and Wu Sanliang stared at Lei Zongkong with sorrow. Duan Hu shouted, why? Black Peony also nearly crushed her silver teeth, staring at Lei Zongkong and shouting, why are we sorry for you after so many years together? Why should we betray us? I didn't betray you, and I did it for everyone's sake. Lei Zongkong patted his chest with a heart-to-heart look, very emotional, and pointed to Niu Yu Dao. It's him. You ask him if he'd dare to disclose his identity? He himself is insecure. He is lying to us to sell his life for him. If I do this, everyone will die, and Lu Xianzong won't let us go, nor will the Yin Kingdom Court. Let us go. That is not something we can resist. We follow him only a dead end. Why did it involve the court of Yin Guo again? The three of them stared at Niu Yu Dao in consternation. Black Peony gritted his teeth and tried to ask, Dao Yi, who are you? Despite being accused by Lei Zongkong, Niu Yu Dao didn't argue with him at all. He didn't need it and didn't need it. His expression calmly said, who I am doesn't matter. The road is chosen by myself. I didn't force myself. There's no one who is sorry. Those who are afraid of things can quit. I don't want to stay. You can slowly discuss what matters. I don't care about the result of the consultation. I must give me an explanation. The implication is not Lei Zongkong let go. Lei Zongkong pointed at him and shouted, he is a bull. You are the rumored disciple of the Shangqing dynasty who followed Wang Guozong of Yin Guoyangping County, which was rumored and killed the envoys of Yin Kingdom some time ago. Niu Yu Dao said, he has been swept away by the Shang dynasty, and he cannot guarantee himself. Sweep out? Yuan Fong scorned his lips contemptuously, feeling pitiful for ignorance. Did they sweep out the door? For these low-level monks, Niu Yu Dao didn't need to explain to them the ups and downs. But one thing made him couldn't help but interject. I am not Shanking's disciple. I have been expelled from the portal by the Shangqing sect. No matter who mentions this identity, he will deliberately set aside. This statement undoubtedly admitted his identity, which also proved to be another meaning of Lei Zongkong's words. He had no power and background. Is he just right? Black Peony and others were taken aback and looked up and down in disbelief. The killing of envoys of the Yin Kingdom has made Niu Dao world famous. Lei Zongkong. He admits himself. Do you still think I'm betraying you? I'm doing it for everyone too. Black Peony shouted. Why did you hide from us? Why didn't you tell us in advance? Lei Zongkong waved his arm. I still ask this, www.novel.com. I still can't figure out which side I want to stand. I'm still asking me now. Why don't I say it? What do I worry about? Understand, Niu Dao said. He is right. Since things have been made clear where to go, it is now necessary to understand. Duan Hu and Wu Xin both frowned. In this way, Lei Zongkong couldn't talk about betraying them, which side made them embarrassed. But suddenly Black Peony turned to face three people and said decisively, This time listen to me. Let's go with Master Dao. Lao Lei, you also listen to me. As long as you sincerely agree to go with us, Master Dao, I'm begging you, I don't count on these people's minds. The reason why she made such a quick decision is that she vaguely saw some clues from Niu Dao as a chance to gamble. Helping Luxi and Zong may be able to escape a danger, but will Luxi and Zong give them anything? She had been talking to Niu for as long as she had given her 50,000 gold coins, and the gold ticket was on her. Another point is that helping Lu Xianzong may not be able to escape the danger. Niu Dao's strong self-confidence makes her feel palpitations. Niu Dao is obviously weak, but he dared to bring them to this remote place to turn his face. For this, Duan Hu, Wu Sanliang, and Lei Zongkong are all faintly aware. Lao Lei, Duan Hu, and Wu Sanliang also urged. Lei Zongkong hesitated. Black Peony even took out 5 gold tickets, 50,000 gold coins. This is from Dao Yi. Several people stare at the gold coins, surprised. Niu Dao. People who intend to murder me. Let him stay with me. You ask him whether he will be uncomfortable in the future. What meaning is obvious. Black Peony is busy pleading. Master Dao, will you give him another chance? Niu Dao said. Opportunity is also given separately. I don't know him. I don't know who he is, so I don't need that. Black Peony, still the same sentence. I believed it when you originally said it. If something happens now, you must give me an explanation. If you do and give it, I will solve it myself. As soon as this remark came out, several people felt a huge threat. No need to ask him. Lei Zongkong roared, staring at Black Peony and others and asked, Everyone has been together for so many years. Do you believe him or me? Where do you stand? He also felt the danger and wanted everyone to join forces. Niu Dao said calmly, They stand on your side and you can't run. Lei Zongkong drew his sword in his hand. Duan, who with deep frowns, and Wu San looked at each other and walked to Lei Zongkong together. Black Peony glanced back, embarrassed, and finally leaned over and put the gold ticket in his hand on the ground and slowly backed over there. Dear Master, I'm sorry, our brothers have supported each other for many years. It is only now that I say, leave my brother alone. Dao Yi, your lord doesn't remember the villain. How about we get together? Several people were quite afraid of Niu Dao's strong self-confidence. Niu Dao's eyes flashed a little imperceptible appreciation, coldly said, It's a secret to murder me. What's so good? Duan, who drew his sword, Wu Sanliang drew his sword, and Black Peony also drew his sword slowly. The 4 of them joined hands and watched slowly, retreating slowly to prevent a sneak attack. Niu Dao slanted his finger to the round side. Old Bear also has a group of brothers. Old Bear also thought about killing me. I will not take it seriously. I can still be with him. Zhao Lei Zongkong raised his chin. Do you know what the difference is between Old Bear and your brother? Do you know why I refuse to accept him? Being in a team, I have limited ability. Even if something goes wrong, take responsibility, but still insist that you are right and feel that there is no need to discuss with others. Now that the matter has happened, but you dare not take responsibility, and you have to take the brethren to take risks together. This is a villain. Lei Zongkong was said to twitch. Neo Yudeo's face was contemptuous. Lei Zongkong, don't say I look down on you. I will give you a chance if it's like what you said. You are for everyone's sake. Then stand up 3 strokes. As long as you can pick me up, I will let you go after the 3 tricks. If you dare not come out to take the trick, I will still let you go, because I am afraid of killing such a villain. I am afraid to dirty my hands, but some people have to take their lives to replace you. Life, choose it yourself. The round side of the side was cheering, and he began to worry that it would not work for a few monks during the foundation period. Now, when he hears the words of Master Dao, it is too powerful, and it would not work without confidence. Black Peony turned around and said, "Don't care about him. He is provoking the divorce. Let's go." However, Lei Zongkong didn't mean to leave. He stood tight on his cheeks and stared at the cow with the word. Black Peony pulled his sleeve. "Go away." Neo Yudao stared at Lei Zongkong's eyes with a mocking taste. "I take another step back and give a palm. As long as you can take me a palm, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will kill the Black Peony." Yuan Fong immediately said to the side, "Lei Zongkong, if I am you, keeping my life is important. Let the Black Peony die for you. Why bother so much?" He has practiced with Neo Yudao and Yuan Gang, and has experienced Neo Yudeo's Chinquan palm. He knows what it is like, and it is absolutely sour. He is looking forward to Lei Zongkong also try it. Lei Zongkong said angrily on this side, "Are you talking? Neo Yudao, does it make sense to ask? If you can't even take my palm, do you think you can still run? Isn't it worth your gamble? Go!" Black Peony was anxious, pulling Lei Zongkong hard. Lei Zongkong Horan looked back. Boss, when he heard that he surrendered to the Shang dynasty, it was only a period of gas refining. Now, it is at most the foundation period. It is similar to our cultivation. I don't believe that he can't even take his palm. With a snap, his sleeves ripped, and he flashed out of the way, and he knew got right. Here I also know that it is useless to persuade. Lei Zongkong has been put off the stage by the other party's words, so if he runs away, he will not face them afterwards. Black Peony stomped on her feet anxiously, throwing away the sleeve she had ripped off her hands, and could only watch nervously with Duan Hu and Wu Sanliang. Lei Zongkong gritted his teeth and said, "Just a palm." Neo Yudao nodded. "1 palm." Lei Zongkong shouted, "Look at the palm." Without saying a word, the man rushed out and slammed out. Neo Yudeo's clothes are windless and automatic, and his hands on the hilt suddenly free one and shoot it out with a furious palm. Boom! 2 palms collided with a loud bang. Lei Zongkong's eyes suddenly opened, and he noticed that he was not right. There were 2 distinctly different forces on his opponent's arm, which quickly disintegrated his palm power. His palm power could not concentrate on breaking the law. Startled in my heart, what the hell? Even more terrifying to him was that an extremely overbearing spiral force in the palm of the opponent's palm was drastically poured into his body. Lei Zongkong stepped back, his eyes wide, and the spiral force that rushed into his body had been divided into 2, invading his internal organs. After retreating again and again, half of the face quickly turned red, half of the face was pale, and even hoarfrost appeared. Poof! Lei Zongkong, unable to resist the strange power in his body, spewed out a bit of blood, his body crooked and fell to the ground. Neo Yudao raised the palm slowly back on the other palm in front of him, and his hunting clothes hung down. The difference between the 2 cultivation bases is not much. He can hold 1 palm in place, and the difference between the 2 sides can be judged so clearly, not only because of his hegemony, but he dares to play this bet for a reason. A first glimpse of Chinquan Huajin in Chinquan Ju. Of course, with the growth of his cultivation practices, the power of Chinquan nowadays has also become more sophisticated, and the next step is to have time to study the method of Chinquan moving. Seeing that Lei Zongkong's face was hot and hot, half of his face was frosted, and he was happy, and finally someone shared the taste with him. Black Peony and others were surprised. They did not expect Lei Zongkong and Neo Yudao to have such a great difference in strength. They cannot even connect with Neo Yudao. What's more terrifying is that Neo Yudao didn't even stand there. Move it. Fear permeated the body and mind, and finally understood why Niu Dao had this confidence. The three of them flashed over and helped Lei Zongkong. At this time, Lei Zongkong kept vomiting blood in his mouth. He desperately cast a spell to suppress the strange power in his body. He coldly and hotly attacked the internal organs at the same time. The frost is getting thicker and thicker. The three did not have much time to think about it, and quickly joined forces to cast a spell to resolve him. Otherwise, Lei Zongkong's life was worrying. The rattle approached, and the three men looked up and saw that Niu Dao clung to the sword and walked slowly, standing in front of them. Niu Dao said, "I said, could take me a hand. I let him go. Can't take it. Is there any need to save? I don't want to embarrass you. Just leave if you don't want to stay." The three looked at each other and were anxious. If the previous four had escaped, they might have a chance. Now if they bring a heavily injured Lei Zongkong, it is estimated that no one can run away. Suddenly, Black Peony turned around and knelt directly in front of Niu Dao, begging, Dao, you are a person who has seen the world. There is no need to live with us little people. So please let him go." Lei Zongkong's weak eyes squinted, and he saw Black Peony kneeling down for himself, feeling agitated and poofed with blood. Niu Dao, "Old bear, what do you think?" Yuan Fangzheng was picking up the gold ticket on the ground and rushed to his arms. He said, "Don't know what life and death are, dare to count Dao Yi. Dao Yi, this hatred has already been settled. It is not suitable for future trouble. You have too much heart to kill. I don't like to kill." Niu Dao despised and looked back at several people. But what he said is not unreasonable. It really is not suitable to stay around. Two options. He stays next. You go, you stay, he goes. At this point, how to choose seems to have no choice but to peony them, but it is difficult to speak. Lei Zongkong vaguely said, "I'm going." The three of Black Peony were silent, their faces complex. Niu Dao said, "Yes, I will give him healing and let him go. In the future, the three of you will be mine, and you will have to live for me in the future. If you don't agree, I will take his life. It is a bit ridiculous, consider it yourself." As a result, Lei Zongkong shook his head again. However, these remarks prompted Black Peony to grit his teeth and nod. "I promise." Duan, who also nodded hard. "I promise." Wu San nodded. "Please ask Dao Yi to heal him." Niu Dao, since all decisions have been made, www.mtlnovel.com. Then write a blood book and sign the sale contract. Lei Zongkong shook his head, and there were tears on his red face. The Black Peony trio looked sad, turned the paper out of the package, bit their fingers, wrote blood calligraphy and painting, and delivered the deeds one by one. Niu Dao leaned his head and gestured. Yuan Fang guarded a step forward and received the deeds of sale one by one. After checking, he nodded towards Niu Dao. Niu Dao Fang waved and said, "You give up." The three of Black Peony backed away and gave way to the side. Niu Dao handed the sword to the round side, pulled Lei Zongkong, and put a palm on his back. Later, the redness on Lei Zongkong's face faded together with Ning Shuang, and Lei Zongkong's spirit slowly eased over. Snapped. Niu Dao raised his palm. Lei Zongkong staggered forward. A spit of blood poured out of his mouth, which was mixed with ice cubes, smoking cold smoke on the ground. With this spit out, Lei Zongkong's breath instantly cleared, and his rickety back straightened slowly, staring at Black Peony and others. In the end, under the watch of Black Peony and others, he slowly turned around, walked towards his mount, climbed up, ran a few steps, and then turned back, put aside the cattle, and came to the three of Black Peony and found out a small sachet was thrown to the Black Peony, and said to the three people, "The bait that Lu Xinzong gave me, I have guided along the way. They are estimated to be coming soon. You will leave here soon." The three looked at each other, arched their hands together, silently. "Take care." Lei Zongkong turned around and rushed out of the forest. Niu Dao recruited Yuan Fang to come and asked for the three contract of sale, and leaned his head and said, "Stare at it." Yuan Fang yelled and flew away, hiding on the hill, observing the open area outside. After looking at the three deeds of sale, Niu Yu Dao handed it to Black Peony. The Black Peony that received it was stunned. Dao Yi, this is... Niu Yu Dao, help me keep it, don't lose it. The three were stunned and looked at each other. What do you mean? But at this moment, Yuan Fong flashed back and fluttered back and looked solemnly. Dao Yi here. Lei Zongkong seems to have met with them. It may be the person who stayed in a mortal zone. Let's go. Niu Yu Dao quickly flashed out and swept toward the hill. Black Peony and others came after him and saw that Niu Yu Dao was observing the person coming. Black Peony anxiously said, Dao Lord, let's go. If you are found, you can't go. Niu Yu Dao has no intention of fleeing and continues to stare at the observation. He did not think that he could not leave if he was found. He knew that Lei Zongkong was a spy and dared to take a walk with him for no reason. Let Lei Zongkong leak that he was going to Shanhu County for his greatest reliance. He estimated that Lu Xianzong would never let him run away once he knew his track, and Song Long died at his hands with so many masters in Jinzhou, and he did not believe that Lu Xianzong was sloppy. The response must be to mobilize the existing main forces to clean up him. In other words, when he took Lei Zongkong and others to leave the Inviting Moon Inn, he was certain of his heart. Of course, there are accidents in everything. The safest way to pick a star city is to go directly to the people in Tainyumen or Wandong Tianfu for help. There are two reasons for not finding it. First, I don't know if Tainyumen or Wandong Tianfu will take him seriously. Second, he doesn't want to expose the purpose of this trip. Even Harry Yu has explained it to him. Don't let him. Wandong Tianfu knows that because of some responsibilities, Wandong Tianfu does not want to take it. There was another accident in front of him, and he did not expect that Lu Xianzong would follow the way of looking for sweet birds. Look at who they are. Niu Yu Dao turned around and told Black Peony and others. Black Peony and others looked closely, and the distance was a bit far away, and they could not see clearly. Liu Qi, who was on the grassland, looked around blankly, and the fragrant bird landed on Chui Yuan's shoulder. He refused to look again. The trace of the fragrant bait seemed to be here. The six people looked around and wondered which direction Niu Yu Dao and others had gone. If they followed the way, they should have entered the forest in front, but the guidance of the bait was suddenly interrupted, and several people doubted whether something had changed. As everyone knows, after Niu Yu Dao entered the forest in front, he suddenly dismounted and stopped. Lei Zongkong was inconvenient to do things under the eyes of the public. The six people were negotiating, and suddenly a ride out of the forest in front of them attracted the attention of the six people. Lei Zongkong, who came out of the horse, also saw them and ran straight towards them. After running closer, he recognized Huang Enping and Chui Yuan among the six, and he also knew the other four. The six people stared at him and ran forward. When he saw his sleeves were ragged, with blood stains on his body, and looked embarrassed, Huang Enping said quietly, "What's going on?" Lei Zongkong shook his head. "I was discovered by them when I was doing my hands and feet. Fortunately, my former brothers lost their old feelings and helped me to stop me. I was able to get out." Huang Enping asked anxiously, "Neo is a Taoist?" Lei Zongkong returned his finger and said, "It's in the forest in front. I don't know if I'm leaving. Let's go." Huang Enping waved his hand and took the lead from the horseback. Several people followed the fly. Lei Zongkong hesitated for a moment, then flew up and followed. Looking at the flying distance of the people coming, Niu Yu Dao's heart basically fell to the ground. He was worried that there would be an accident, and a deadly master ran. Now it seems that there is no need to panic. The first two are Huang Enping and Chui Yuan. The second are Lingxiu Mountain disciples Lai Bing and Yao Yuliang. The second two are Fuyun sect disciples Fong De and Fong Shaochuan. Black Peony quickly reminded that after seeing the coming person, she it seems to be relieved. Duan Hu and Wu Sanliang couldn't help but glance at Niu Yu Dao, who claimed to be able to leave a few of them. Shouldn't they be afraid of these people? It's just that a few people didn't understand what Lei Zongkong meant when he came back. Was he forced to be helpless, or did he stand with those of Lu Xianzong again? After being confirmed, Niu Yu Dao no longer hides, flashes out. Pessel's sword stands on the hill, waiting. Yuan Fong was alert to Black Peony and others and followed. Huang and Ping, who flew down the hill, stopped and looked at Niu Yu Dao and others on the hill. They didn't expect that these people not only ran, but dared to show up and wait for them. Huang Enping and Chui Yuan returned and took off a pair of moons in hand. The soldiers and Yao Yuliang pulled away from the soft metal whip on the waist. Fong De and Fong Xiaochuan both drew their swords, and Lei Zongkong also pulled out his sword. Huang Yinping held the lunar finger and said, Niu Yu Dao, just grab his hand and catch, and still suffer less living sin. His voice just fell here, and Lei Zongkong suddenly showed a terrible face, swinging his sword left and right. At such a short distance, Fong De and Fong Xiaochuan were killed by surprise. Fong De bleed around his waist, almost cut by the waist, and screamed. Fong Xiaochuan, who was later poisoned, hurriedly evaded. His waist was scratched, and his skin saw blood, but he was injured by the skin and flesh, and his invisible palm burst. Lei Zongkong gave a palm across the air. He was injured before. This palm caused him to choke a bit of blood again, and the shock retreated. Fong had fallen to the ground, and Fong Xiaochuan flew to Lei Zongkong again. Lei Zongkong waved his sword and was killed only by the force of parry. Huang Yinping and others suddenly turned around and did not expect Lei Zongkong to be brave. Seeing that Lei Zongkong was in danger, no need to say hello, Black Peony, Duan Hu, and Wu Sanliang had flew out to rescue. Huang Enping rushed out first, and the four people, regardless of the Fong Xiaochuan behind them, instantly interlocked and rushed towards Niu Yu Dao on the hill together. They know the way. They don't want to let Niu Yu Dao run away because of the entanglement of Black Peony and others. Black Peony and others break away. Niu Yu Dao has placed a single order here, which is also a good opportunity for them to start. Is a great job. Go cool on the side. Niu Yu Dao snorted. Yuan Fong was timid and shrunk when he heard his head shrunk. The two spinning lunar wheels exploded. The cow in front of the pestle sword could not avoid it. One wave of his arm, a clang of sword sound, and cold light came out of the sheath, and then a dazzling light and shadow, ding-ling-dang roared, and instantly flew 2 moons. The scabbard was inserted into the mud and left on the hill, and people came out with the sword light. Niu Yu Dao, who came out of the sky, raised his sword and went straight to Huang Enping, who rushed first. Huang Yinping waved another moon to resist. The symphony of gold and iron echoed. Huang Yinping was shocked. After the moon, Will hit the opponent's blade. The force he sent seemed to have no effect on the other party. A cold light flashed along and almost scared him away. Niu Yu Dao's wrist shook. Jian Feng had wiped a splash of blood on Huang Enping's neck. Huang Enping's head flew out of the sky. Niu Yu Dao almost emptied a foot in the middle of Huang Enping's abdomen and kicked Huang Enping directly out. Seeing the wrong situation, Chui Yuan hurriedly ejected another lunar emergency in his hand, but it was still too late. Niu Yu Dao, with his blood-stained sword light, flickered, stabbed out, and picked up the lunar wheel. He kicked Huang Enping to take advantage of it, and turned directly to Chong Yuan. The two whip shadows made a whizzing sound to come to the first aid, pumping wildly towards the cow. Niu Yu Dao volleyed his sword and picked it up, swaying the attacking steel whip, but the two steel whips were as flexible as snakes, and they could turn around again in the volley, like a poisonous snake, forcing Niu Yu Dao's fast sword to resist again and again. Chui Yuan showed a terrible face, taking advantage of Niu Yu Dao's impeccable and thoughtfulness, and rushed away with his palm hitting Niu Yu Dao's head. In the chaos, Niu Yu Dao waved his sword with one hand to resist and shot a palm with one hand to save himself. Boom! When the wind was overflowing, Chui Yuan's eyes suddenly opened, and he found the feeling of Lei Zongkong before. The whole person flew out and hit the ground. Niu Yu Dao, who was also shaken back, wielded his sword with a dozen long whips drawn from the bottom. With the huge whip, he was as light as a yin, and the whole person rose up into the sky, quickly escaping from the entanglement of the whiplash. Slap! The soldiers and Yao Yuliang lashed to the ground almost simultaneously. The ground banged 2 pits, and the soldiers and Yao Yuliang also used the power of this blow to send themselves into the air again, spurting the whip to chase the Niu Yu Dao, who was flying above, shaking out the sharp whip shadow and killing upward. Ascending to the top, the castrated cow has a way to flip down and head down. The sword light is like a blooming lotus light and shadow, facing the whip shadow that is intertwined below. www.mtlnovel.com. Ding ling ding. Whip shadow and Jianguang paused at the same time. Niu Yu Dao sword wrapped two steel whips together. The soldiers and Yao slammed the long whip, seeming to be entangled, unable to pull away. Niu Yu Dao screwed his sword in his hand and stepped on the left and right long whips. The three pulled into the sky and pulled together from the sky. As soon as they reached the ground, the soldiers and Yao Yuliang cooperated in a tacit understanding, quickly interlacing and fast-winding, intending to use the steel whip to restrain Niu Yu Dao. Niu Yu Dao, who intends to pull the sword, found that the sword was stuck to the steel whip pulled by the two, and he glanced at the soldiers. His eyes were cold, his face was fierce, and he quickly abandoned the sword and got away. The body pounced on the soldiers. Boom! The two shook their hands instantly. During the fierce battle, Cui Yuan's situation was not noticed, otherwise the soldiers would not dare to take this hand. Yao Yuliang immediately noticed that Brother Senior was wrong. The forces pulled by both sides were unbalanced, and Niu Yu Dao had turned back and rushed. The long whip is restrained. Under such a short distance, Yao Yuquan has no choice but to run away, unless he runs away, but the consequences of abandoning the same door are serious. In a hurry, in order to give the brothers the opportunity to get rid of the long whip, Yao Yuquan loosened the long whip and tried to repair it as a palm. Boom! Yao Yuliang squinted and stepped back, seeming to understand something. Niu Yu Dao has turned back and kicked the sword out of the long whip. He took a quick copy and dragged the long sword up to the grass. Black Peony and others are fighting. Black Peony and others are actually not Fang Xiaochuan's opponents, but several people do not fight Fang Xiaochuan hard, but instead use the way of fighting to entangle him, hoping to hold him and wait for the cow to come. A few people didn't fight Fang Xiaochuan. The grass scraps flew on the grassland, and the sword gas was vertical and horizontal. Lei Zongkong, who was injured one after another, was not bad, and he no longer had the qualification to fight Fang Xiaochuan again. The Black Peony trio surrounded Fang Xiaochuan in a horn and violently attacked with a sword energy. Fang Xiaochuan chaotically defeated the attacked sword energy. At the same time, the sword energy forced the three men to defend themselves. However, there was a little helplessness about the three. The three didn't approach him. Whoever he rushed to, he quickly fled and retreated, and the other two chased and attacked him. The three people are worthy of being together for many years, and they cooperate very well, advancing and retreating in harmony with the rules. The stalemate soon broke, and Fang Xiaochuan was in chaos, even a little panicked. Black Peony and others naturally discovered the reason, and found that Niu Yu Dao did not disappoint them. Only with such a little effort, he has already solved the others, and he has killed him with a sword. Usually cows are kind and polite, and occasionally they seem to say something that they do ain't like to kill or kill. Several people still saw Niu Yu Dao for the first time, showing such a fierce killer, like a gangster killing the drag sword rushed. So many people are not Niu Yu Dao's opponents. Fang Xiaochuan panicked completely and turned to escape. Black Peony screamed, "Tangle him!" The three of the attackers immediately made it out, no longer advancing back and forth, joining forces to attack Fang Xiaochuan without time to flee. Niu Yu Dao, rushing through the smoke, directly rushed into the battle array, and the chaotic sword defeated Fang Xiaochuan's sword Qi, which was instantly pushed forward. Fang Xiaochuan immediately shook his sword and returned with all his strength. When the two swords collided, Fang Xiaochuan was shocked. The strength of the sword was like a mud bull entering the sea, but it was resolved by a strange force on the other sword. Niu Yu Dao pierced with a sword, picked the sword, and pierced with it. A wrist and sword flew away. Jingguang paused. Fang Xiaochuan's right hand broke the blood at the broken wrist. The panicked left hand grabbed the long sword pierced into his chest, looked down at the long sword piercing his atrium, and the blood from the back of the sword pierced. Fang Xiaochuan slowly raised his head, looking to look at Niu Dao. The face of ruthless Niu Dao was flying with his foot in the middle of his chest, and he kicked it directly out. He drew his sword in his hands and looked around coldly. The blood at the tip of the sword dripped, and the grass fell. Black Peony and others stared blankly, but hadn't reacted from the sword just now. They killed Fang Xiaochuan with one sword? Suddenly, Niu Dao waved his sword and pointed in the direction of the hill. Several people looked back. Chui Yuan wobbled up, staggering and fleeing. Yuan Fang slipped out of nowhere, and his face was fierce, and he was not afraid of hitting this kind of instability. He raised the ring knife and rushed away, wanting to hack it. The result was pointed by Niu Dao. Yuan Fang accused him of stopping, and he ran back to the hill. The soldiers and Yao Yuquan also stumbled, and the speed could not be escaped at all. It was just a dying struggle. Niu Dao dragged his sword slowly and said in a deep voice, "Take a look. Why do the three factions join forces and find those few live mouths to make sure the situation is clear?" "Yes." Black Peony responded, waved his hand, and several people immediately followed suit. Yuan Fang ran back, put a scabbard on both hands, and he laughed with him and said, "Dao Yi." Niu Dao shook off the blood on the sword, waved the sword, and the scabbard emptied from Yuan Fang's hands and fell. The long sword lifted up the piercing scabbard, turned the sword and pestle in front of him, and stood straight in the grass. The sky is green, the fields are vast, and the grass is as low as the blue waves. It seemed to smell a dozen vultures hovering in the air. The cow standing in the grass, supporting the sword, has a way to look into the distance. Black Peony will report the situation in detail. Niu Dao. The Jindan masters of the three factions left the hall last night. When he left, Black Peony nodded. Chui Yuan said so, matching Yao's confession. Niu Dao. Did the soldiers fight? Black Peony. Reluctant to speak, he will find a way to open his mouth, but it may take some time. Niu Dao said, "If you don't waste time with him, if you stay, you will refuse to kill." "Yes." Black Peony responded and presented a package. "Dao Yi, this is the property found from several people. You handle yourself." Niu Dao said softly, not interested in these things. Black Peony didn't say much. He brought the package back, walked to the soldiers, pulled out his sword, and pierced his atrium with the sword. For this kind of thing, the Black Peony that is used to eating black and black is not soft at all, but I don't know what it means to have two live mouths. Niu Dao walked, and people pulled Chui Yuan and Yao Yuliang together. His sword and scabbard were inserted into the grass together with his palms pressed against their backs. Poof! When the two spit out ice cubes, Niu Dao shot and sealed the two acupuncture points, copying the sword in his hand, and said, "Tied." Duan Hu and Wu Yuliang tied the two with a soft steel whip they picked up. Yuan Fang obeyed the meaning of the cow and led 6 horses in the distance. Niu Dao picked up a horse, turned his horse, and pointed at Lei Zongkong, who was not far away sitting on the ground. "Take 2 living mouths to the back of the hill to see if we can come back." As soon as this remark came out, the Black Peony trio froze for a moment, and then there was a happy look on the face, and they noticed another meaning in Niu Dao's words. Black Peony busy scolded Lei Zongkong. "Don't you do what Dao ordered?" Lei Zongkong stood up with a complex expression, arched his hand at Niu. "Yes." "Go." Niu Dao patted the horse, galloping away. Black Peony and others flew on their horses, turned the horses, and the fast horses chased away. After catching up with Niu Dao and discovering that it was like returning on the same road, Black Peony wondered, "Dao Yi, where are we going?" Niu Dao said coldly, "Pick Star City." "Ah!" A few people were taken aback. Duan Hu said quickly, "Master Dao, don't you want to crash into the tiger's mouth when you pick up Star City again? They left last night. We should have enough time." Niu Dao answered indifferently, looking at the front, his eyes a little cold. "I ran out of Feinzong and Lingxiu Mountain again. It's not bad manners. Have fun with them." A few people look at me. I look at you, looking at each other speechless. A group of horses ran out of the grassland, and then into the gobi, and then to the downhill horse farm. The sky was twilight. The horse was thrown into the racecourse, and the group of 5 flew again, escaping into the vast mountains. When it was dark and the stars were in the sky, several people returned to the star-picking city where the lights were dark above the 3 black peonies, and the moon butterflies fluttered their wings. "Where's the store of Luxianzong?" Niu Yudao asked. Several people seemed to have guessed what he was going to do, and there was some surprise, but he still led him straight. When arriving at Luxianzong's shop, he saw a sign hanging on the door. Niu Yudao ignored the outside pedestrians, walked to the door and reached out, pressed the door bolt, and directly pushed in. A few people followed, and the 3 black peonies drove Yuedai around the house. Niu Yudao closed the door and said, "Clean up, take away all valuable things." The black peony trio Khan took a hand and found that this one really came to loot the shop. Looking back at a mortal sect, you have to be crazy. After doing this, you really get on the thief's ship. Yuan Fong crooked his mouth for a while, his eyes flashed, and walked away quickly, pulled a piece of cloth directly as a package, grabbed Ling Chao from the shelf, and quickly packed it. Black Peony and others had to follow suit and quickly pick up valuable things. The bird cage carried by Niu Yudao was placed on the counter. The 3 fragrant birds in it looked east and west, while Niu Yudao himself looked around. After a while, the 4 people picked up a package and carried it on their hands. Yu read the book www.yuyuqiangshu.com met in the front hall. Niu Yudao raised a bird cage with several gold wings for communication in his hand, waved his hand, and evacuated the crowd. Several people carried their parcels out of the house one after another, and there were people coming and going outside. They blatantly ransacked a sect shop, which was terrified. A few people looked at Niu Yudao again, as if they were accustomed to this kind of thing, left. Several people then visited the shops of Feinzong and Lingxiu Mountain. In the shops of Lingxiu Mountain, after sorting out all the scraped things into several large packages, Niu Yudao waved his hand. Go to the major shops to sell things." Wu Sanliang hurriedly said, "Master Dao, sell to major shops, at most only half price." Niu Yudao, "Look long-term, don't stare at this little money." Duan Hu couldn't help crying. "Master Dao, this is not a little money. The rare spirit grass, and it is very valuable. Are you tired of carrying such a big package?" Niu Yudao dropped the words and left, and opened the door directly. A few people went straight to the Lingzong shop to sell spirit grass. It was really a bargain. They were only willing to buy at half price. But Niu Yudao didn't care at all. The shopkeeper and the buddies sent the items, whispering back, wondering where these people came from. Niu Yudao waited for others to stop, and a few bird cages were thrown at the shop of Wanshiman, and a pile of gold wings was bought for half price. The weapon was sold to Qi Yunzong without even half the price. People would sell it as much as they wanted. Niu Yudao let Yuan Fong leave a few good daggers. After visiting a few shops, after all the things were shot, I counted the amount of money sold, and sold more than 1.2 million gold coins. Only 1.2 million. Almost evacuated the 3 schools of shops. So many things. Only 1.2 million. The painful bleeding of Black Peony and others. The larger the number, the more losses. And it is too bad. Think about how awful they were for 100,000 gold coins a few days ago. They were so squandered in a blink of an eye. This change is a bit ridiculous, and they are a bit unacceptable. Yuan Fong was quite happy and made a fortune. But when they were told by Black Peony, they knew that it was a half-price sale, and they were also depressed. After being kidnapped in Nanshan Temple for several years, they saved hundreds of gold coins. How many big temples were gone in a flash? Obviously, he scrabbled the pen, but the people who followed Niu Yudao were a little downcast, and the fear of the previous looting was thrown into the back of his head. The whole store was full of shops that could afford to buy the shopkeeper. It wasn't until I left the star-picking city that all jumped into the river that I wake up one by one. Dark in the water, unable to find the right direction, straight down the river. When I got ashore from the water, I looked at the astrology before entering the water. Niu Dao, who knew the direction, looked up at the astrology again. After finding out where to go, I found a bait given by Lei Zongkong and smashed the pill. Threw on the ground. The line screamed again, without using the moon butterfly, walking by the moonlight. Waking up from 1.2 million, God looked at the leading cow flying in front, and the black peony and other people were very emotional. I have to die in my whole life, and I have done a lot of bad things that I have been kidnapped. I have carried my head many times, but looking at others, it is also not a good thing. Just do it once and do not know how many times. Especially Black Peony, who witnessed Niu Dao as painting worth 100,000 gold coins, and bye-bye, looting 3 shops without blinking her eyes. She is almost certain that for them 10,000 or 20,000 gold coins for the Dao Yi. He was afraid of disdain. A few people suddenly found that other people's Niu Dao is also doing loose repairs now. Why don't they complain about doing loose repairs? Is it important for the Kaizong school to break away from the Buddhism? Is it worth 100,000 gold coins without even having a face? Yuan Fong was also puzzled, but now I found that Niu Dao said that he was short-sighted and Zai Jiazi was right. Is it difficult to get some money to build a temple? Need to worry about this? This group of people has experience this time, and the things that are small are really dismissed. It is true that the heart becomes bigger when you have no vision. Crossing out the mountain range, came to the horse farm again, took the stored mounts, and the 5 men rushed towards the depths of the Gobi. After going out of the Gobi and into the grassland, after a gallop, he returned to the hill. Les stopped in front of the hill. Niu Dao looked around cautiously and said, "Go to 2 people to see." Duan Hu and Wu Sanliang flew out of the horseback, landed on the hills, and flew into the mountains. After a while, Duan Hufei came back and landed on Ma Qiandao. Dao, everyone is there, no problem. Niu Dao flew up, and a group of people flew to the back of the mountain again. Wu Sanliang and Lei Zongkong stood side by side. The bound Chui Yuan and Yao Yuquan sat on the ground. Several moon butterflies illuminated the light below. Niu Dao lifted his chin, and Wu Sanliang pulled the 2 on the ground. Niu Dao confronted the dull-looking face and calmly said, "We just went back to pick up the Star City. Thanks to the information of the 2 of us, we learned that the shops of the 3 factions were empty." Chui Yuan and Yao were dumbfounded. These guys dared to pick up Star City, and the 2 of them were a little afraid to imagine the consequences of the master's discovery. Lei Zongkong also froze and looked at the Black Peony. The latter nodded slightly, and the other party believed that this man actually ransacked the shops of the 3 factions in Star-Picking City. It's something he didn't dare to think about, looting and picking up Star City shops. Also 3 at a time? It's crazy to think about it. It seems that my brothers are also involved. Chui Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" Niu Dao, "You can rest assured that I don't like to kill or kill, let alone you made a fortune for us, so I won't embarrass you." Waving his hand, "Let them go." Several people looked at each other. Duan Hu stunned. "Dao Yi, let them go?" "I'm talking, let it go." Niu Dao was very sure. Duan Hu and Wu Sanliang glanced at each other, so they had to untie the soft whip tied to them. Niu Dao pointed again. The ban also relieved them. Duan Hu and Wu Sanliang looked at each other again and did as Niu Dao said. The 2 prisoners were seriously injured, and there was no worry about what waves they could turn over. It's just that everyone can't figure out why they should worry about it and solve the troubles directly. You claim that you don't like to kill or kill. Let's do it and be happy to help. Although Niu Dao's prestige among several people has been gradually established, since he said this, it is not easy for everyone to say anything, and he will do what he wants. Not to mention them. Even Chui Yuan and Yao Yuquan are incredible. Before they had to kill Niu Dao, can Niu Dao actually let them go? The 2 were moving some paralyzed muscles and bones, and they were both a little surprised. Yao Yuliang, Niu Dao, we don't have much to say when we land in this field. We must kill to give a happy talk, and we can't commit cat tricks. Niu Dao said, "The rivers and lakes are horses, the wind is good, the rain is good, The road is the road, and the friends are made. I still say that I don't like to kill friends, like to make friends and be kind. If it is not forced to help, I will not do it. In short, whether you believe it or not, you can rest assured that we will not disclose a word about the looting of the 3 faction shops, nor will we disclose the news that you have told us, because we do not need it. Give yourself more trouble, so you too can rest assured to return to your school. Seeing that they didn't believe it, they laughed again. If the 2 of you are afraid of a bad business relationship after you go back, you can say this. Just say that I let the 2 bring a sentence, hoping that the 3 factions will raise your hand and let me take it. It doesn't matter how I round the field, but I don't care how I say it. But the 2 teachers who are unfavorable may suffer some blame. I won't be able to help you. You can figure out for yourself. After giving way, give your hand. Go, don't send. The 2 were suspicious and walked out of the group carefully. Not far away, Lord Dao suddenly made a noise again, bluffing the 2 and hopping, thinking that he repented. 2, don't touch the horse outside. We want to use it. You should go back on foot. In addition, Lei Zong, it is best not to mention Kong and touching S affairs. I've done some tricks on the store side. Do it, make yourself fooled and hurt yourself. The 2 of you, all the way, will not be far away. Cui Yuan and Yao Yuliang, relieved, accelerated their pace and finally flew up the hill. After landing on a grassland, they didn't move the horses. They ran in panic, fearing that the cow would regret it. As fate, behind the hill, the black peony is still a little unbelievable. Master Dao, did you just let them go? Enemies should be resolved and not tied. Lord Dao said lightly. Black peony smiled bitterly. Dao Yi is generous, but they are afraid they might not get this feeling. Lord Dao calmly said, it would be good to report grievance with morality. In short, it is not a bad thing to make more friends. Black Peony patted his forehead. He couldn't understand the idea. What kind of complaint is it? People can blame you for being a friend. Lord Dao didn't pull this with her, and turned back and signaled. Bring the horse you came with before, and change the way to get on the road. There are 3 faction items, don't drop it. Several people left the forest and came to the grassland under the moonlight. Lord Dao asked Yuan Fong to take the map again. After checking it, he pointed to a place and asked, who knows the situation of crossing Yinshan Mountain? A few thought about it. Duan Hu Dao said, it's not too far to cross Yinshan, and it can be reached in a day at most. Wu Sanliang, there are a lot of demon repairs in the inner nest of the Yunyan Mountain. The monsters are headed by the snake demon Yunji. The Yun Mountain is the site of Yunji. Yunji is also a master on the list. Zhao Guo once gathered some monks. In addition to the demon, the terrain of Yinshan Mountain is complex, and it is surrounded by clouds all year round. In addition, the cobweb-like caves in the mountain are difficult to eradicate, repeatedly being suppressed, making trouble in Yunji see and stand it. There are rumors that Zhao Guo and Yunji has reached a secret agreement, which probably means that the 2 sides do not infringe on each other. This is not what Lord Dao wanted to hear. He had seen it in Shangqing Shisuji and asked, I heard that Yunji is not too concerned about the world. It is her son Yun Huan who takes care of Yinshan. Rumor has it that Yun Huan is extremely greedy for money and forgot to benefit from justice. I wonder if it is true? Black Peony said, it's almost the same meaning as to whether it is extremely greedy for money and forgotten the benefits. It is open to question. The situation of crossing Yinshan is there. The financial path is limited. It is difficult for anyone to be that home. Some of Yun Huan's behaviors are not difficult to understand. Lord Dao nodded slightly, looking around the crowd. Who knows the people who cross Yinshan? Everyone stunned. www.mtlnovel.com. Black Peony looked around and tried to ask. If we know the true meaning, we should have none. Yinshan is not too far away without transition. See the little demon in the mountain. It is normal to have a face-to-face meeting. And there are some who say hello. Lord Dao said with great interest. Is it possible to recognize each other? Did you name it? There are 1 or 2. Black Peony nodded and said slightly suspiciously, Master Dao, would you like to go to Yinshan? Lord Dao said, is it impossible to go? The map gave Yuan Fong away. took out a wax pill, squeezed it, and threw on the ground, turned around and shouted, "Go!" Everyone was stunned, and they looked at the wax pill on the ground, and they all turned up and followed. A party was galloping in the night. Black Peony caught up with Niu Dao and asked, "Dao Dao, would you like to use Du Yunshan's hands to deal with the three factions?" "Dao, IMHO, Du Yunshan is afraid that he will this issue." Niu Dao said, "You think too much. You walk the road, you make friends, you pass through other people's treasures, you go to guard and visit. It is not a bad thing to make a few more friends." Looking at the Black Peony in front and the cow whispering, Lei Zongkong following in the back was silent. Niu Dao didn't say to accept him, nor drove him away anymore, but was followed by the brothers. "Lao Lei, don't think about it too much." Wu Sanliang slowed down a bit and paralleled it, comforted. Under the moonlight, Cui Yuan and Yao Yuliang swept out of the grassland, stopped breathlessly, and looked behind them, feeling that they should not be chased again, and began walking slowly on the gobi. Suffering from serious injuries, the spirit pill on his body was confiscated, and it was really immobile, walking slowly and recovering slowly. Feeling out of danger, the two finally had the mind to consider what was about to face. "They won't really ransack the three of our shops?" Yao Yuliang asked. "In terms of time, it's not impossible. He doesn't seem to have to slap this with us." Cui Yuan sighed. "I never dreamed that Niu Dao was so fat and dared to go back to pick up 3 shops in the Star City and ransack. If I knew that, how dare I reveal those circumstances?" Now the yellow mud fell in the crotch. "Not but shit. Yao Yuliang, what should I do? Does Niu Dao really keep secrets? If this matter is exposed, you and I are the traitors of the sect. You cannot afford the consequences." Cui Yuan, "What do you mean? Want to flee? If Niu Dao really wants to divulge, even if you and I fled, how could the sure men let us go? After that, the sure men must be chasing and killing us in the end, hiding for a lifetime. Anyone who betrays the teacher's door is susceptible to wherever he goes." Yao Yuliang, "What do you think?" Cui Yuan, "I think if Niu Dao really wants to kill us, can't he make such a big circle? Is it necessary?" Yao Yuliang, "Just let us go. Niu Dao is so kind. How can I feel weird? Really hide it as he said?" Cui Yuan, "You don't want to live anymore. You don't have to hide it." Yao Yuliang's voice grew a little bit louder. "Then we have to make it clear that we have to hide it. One will not hide it. The other will not be able to hold it." The two whispered and negotiated along the gobi. Picking up the Star City, Gao Sikong, who stayed in the Immortal Sect, Liao Sun of the Fuyin Sect, Wu Qianhao of the Lingxiu Mountain, the 3 men and women all along the way led the disciples to wear stars and dye you in a hurry, and finally rushed back to pick the Star City. There were fewer people around them, and they also prevented Niu Dao from going east and west, leaving 2 disciples to continue to rush to Shanhu County. What if Niu Dao really went to Shanhu County? For more than a dozen hours, I have been running back and forth on the road. This kind of taste of being led by a cow's nose is uncomfortable, but there is no way to do it. A line went straight to the store of Luxianzong. The sign that was closed at the door was picked by Gao Sutsong, and the door was pushed in. I first flew in and circled. The fragrant birds in the bird cage on the counter were chattering, and Liao Sun and Wu Qianhao stared at the counter. Gao Sutsong's attention was placed on the shelf as soon as he entered the door. His eyes swept across the empty shelf and looked around to find that the shop was empty. Others also found anomalies, and Liao Sun asked, "Is it a collection of things after all? I have to go out." Gao Sutsong immediately turned the shop inside and turned over the cabinet and found no place to hide things. Finally, he walked to the weapon rack and touched the long gun and long knife in place, his face dignified. Liao Sun and Wu Qianhao glanced at each other and guessed his thoughts. If they really hid things, why didn't they store the long swords and spears? As everyone knows, it is Niu Dao that these long guys are too inconvenient to carry out, so it is not convenient, so they did not take it away together. Wu Qianhao mentioned the bird cage. "What's going on with this fragrant bird?" Gao Sutsong looked back and walked over, frowning but also confused. Huang Yinping had chased them all the way. There were scented bait that should be carried by the scented bait on the road. The scented bird in front of him, why is there still a reaction? This cage-seeking fragrant bird was purchased temporarily from the 10,000 Beast Gate for the sake of stability. According to Wan Shaman, when fragrant birds are domesticated from childhood, the induced bait is prepared separately. When they are sold, they are matched for sale. Each batch of fragrant birds will appear the same after a few years. The scented bait is matched with the scented bird for sale and will not be misled by the scented bait purchased by others. In this regard, 10,000 Beast Gate should not smash its own signboard. I really don't understand. Gao Sutsung turned back and shouted. I immediately subpoenaed them to ask what was going on. Yes. The disciples nearby immediately followed suit. Turning to face Liao Sun and Wu Qianhao, Gao Sutsung said in a deep voice, no matter what, we still have to run. Liao Sun and Wu Qianhao nodded, and it was impossible not to continue. The three factions joined forces. If Niu Dao ran away, the fun would be greater. In the future, he may not even be qualified to sit in the star-picking city. Guard the mountain gate. What's more, there are disciples chased away by both factions, no matter how inappropriate. The two murmured in their hearts and complained a bit about Gao Sutsung. You just leave Xianzong to do it. Why did you pull us in? This is good. The Song family's face is there. You have no way to quit. After making a decision, the Xiangxiangnio was brought up and the party left the Luxianzong shop. Liao Sun and Wu Qianhao wanted to go back to their shops to see. As for the store of Luxianzong, it was supposed to be kept by the guards, but now the goods are basically gone. As a result, the party went to Lingxiashan store to see. The situation was almost the same, and it was empty. Then go to Feinzong's shop to see everyone, let alone everyone. They are all the same, empty. Gao Sutsung finally felt a little comfortable. Liao Sun, who came back to meet in a few laps in a shop, comforted himself. Should the goods be hidden? Gao Tsong and Wu Qianhao nodded together. It is possible. It stands to reason. Who is so bold to steal things in the shops that pick Star City? The shops in Xingxing City are protected by Xingxing City. But both of them have no idea. Your store is filled with goods. No one is looking at the store. If you do this, you have to send someone to help each store to see the store. Looking back, you said that you have lost something. Will you pick up Star City to help you investigate the case? Whether it's picking up the Star City or Sherman, it doesn't make sense. Without further ado, there are a few anxious things in the house now. I hope it is best if the disciples in their door hide the goods, otherwise the goods are lost, and Niu Dao runs away again, which is really troublesome. If you catch a cow, you are justified, and you lose your things because you caught it, otherwise you will be in trouble. Things are gone. There is no need for these two to send disciples to stay. And they set off together and left the star-picking city in a hurry. Niu Dao and his party had already galloped on the official road, and a gold wing chased through the night sky. Duan Hu reached out and grabbed the gold wings that landed and took out the dense pieces from his feet. The gold wings were stuffed into the carrying bird cage. The secrets were spread out and looked at. Duan Hu rushed to the front, reached out, and handed over the secrets to Niu Dao. Dao Yi, Lu Xianzong's communication. A moon butterfly flew to Niu Dao. Niu Dao borrowed the light to read the secret message and found that all the words were in cipher language. I could understand it. I asked left and right. Who can understand? Duan Hu Dao. This should be a secret word belonging to Luxianzong. Only disciples of Luxianzong can read it smoothly. We can reply in plain text. Reply a fart. Niu Dao shredded the secret letter on the spot, slammed it up, and scattered, and he was not interested in correspondence with the person who chased him. The gold-winged communication inducement is here only for after confirming the situation. He turned back and said, people of the three factions rushing to Shanhu County should have returned to the city of Picking Stars. It is estimated that they have been chasing along the road. Black Peony shocked. Master Dao, do you still leave a bait to lead the way? Niu Dao said, relax, they can't catch up. Let me put the bait and see what happens when they meet the fork. The jet lag is here. They are not so easy to catch up. You don't need to worry. Outside the Star City, the fragrant birds were released, and a group of people chased after them. After chasing out of the mountain range and chasing the horse farm, a group of more than a dozen people were equipped with double rides and took turns to ride. Wearing a star and wearing a moon, the vast Gobi rumbling and galloping, Uedai was exploring the path ahead, chasing the fate of the fragrant bird. This fate also coincided with the fate reported by Huang, Unping, and others. Uncle Sure. A cry came suddenly from behind the party. Gao Su Tsong raised his hand suddenly. The crowd stopped urgently and looked back one after another. I saw two people popping out of the pit on the rear side. It was Cui Yuan and Yao Quan. The two were walking on the road and heard the sound of rumbling hoofs in front of them. They saw a group of people coming. In such a physical condition, they feared that they might be in trouble. When the party passed by not far away, they discovered that they were the same. The two quickly swooped in and saluted before the ride. Uedai circled in front of the two and looked at the two's embarrassed appearance, even missing their weapons, and still had bloodstains on their bodies, obviously injured. Gao Sutsong shouted, "What's going on? What about Huang and Ping?" Cui Yuan showed his sorrow immediately. That cow has a great skill, and when I joined forces, he is not his opponent. My two were seriously injured, and it was only after the teachers and brothers desperately took care of each other that they were able to get out and report. Brother, they are afraid that they've been killed. Yao Yuquan nodded and choked with tears. After the two discussed www.mtlnovel.com, Neo Yu Dao called them to come back to talk about it. If you dare not use that method, it would be better to make the dead great and get out of their own way, otherwise the brothers will die. They made a prisoner and came back to spread the word, which is too embarrassing and affects the future. Wu Qianhao jumped off the horse and grabbed Yao Youyang's wrist to check the pulse. After confirming that he was really injured, Shun said, "What's going on in the shop?" As soon as this remark came out, Yao Youyang and Cui Yuan twitched, and Neo Yu Dao really ransacked the three shops. Yao Youyang wiped her tears and was surprised. "Uncle Sure, the goods are naturally in the shop." Wu Qianhao, instantly angered, grabbed his shirt. "The shops are empty. Where are the goods?" Yao Youyang seemed to be horrified. In order to be able to intercept Neo Yu Dao in time, it was too late to pack up and the goods were all in place. Brother said, no one dared to pick Star City. "Fuck." Wu Qianhao kicked it to the ground, kicked it up again, kicked Yao Yuquan out of the distance, almost mad. The disciple was killed and injured, no one caught, and the goods were also lost, ready to go. Everyone was in a heavy mood and guessed that the three stores were in the same situation. But Gao Tsong did not give up, but also hope, and also jumped off the mount, staring at Cui Yuan fiercely. "What about our stores?" Cui Yuan Putong knelt down. "Uncle Master, the goods were still there when we left." Gao Sutsong clenched his fist and finally released it and slapped his hand on the forehead. "This is really a headache." Liao Sun sat on the horse's back with a sullen face and didn't move. He didn't need to take any chances anymore. The situation in the shop was the same. The two didn't meet each other. It is unlikely that the Fuyun sect would have any good things. He now sees Gao Sitsong's teeth are tickling, so why do they pull them in? Although the three factions are all exposed to the Song family, because of the son of the Song family's housekeeper Lu Xianzong tends to be distributed in the distribution of interests. They were unlucky this time. "Where should I go?" "Papa." Gao Sikong, who was walking back and forth, patted his forehead vigorously and turned to look at the kneeling Cui Yuan. "Who dares to do such a thing in the Star City? Did you leak the news when you left? Think about it. Who is most likely to put the goods were stolen?" The goods of the three shops can be more than a little bit of money, and it is estimated that it will need several millions of gold coins. It is naturally necessary to recover them if they can be recovered. Cui Yuan shook his head again and again. "Uncle Sure, we have absolutely no leakage of information on this side. I really don't know who stole the goods." Gao Sutsong pointed to the fragrant bird that fell on the shoulder of a disciple. "What is the fragrant bait? Are you not chasing the fragrant bait? Why are there traces of the fragrant bait on the way to lure the fragrant bird?" This, Cui Yuan froze, screaming in his heart. Neo Yu Dao said that the lunatic is fooling. The thing is stolen. And what is the meaning of leaving a clue? Lung Lung said, "Uncle Sure, how is this possible? Disciples and others chased all the way here, and Niu Yudao fight desperately. Really do not know what happened in the city. Liao San said on horseback. In this way, the people who left the bait all the way are likely to be related to the people who steal the shops. Gao Sutsung frowned, but it was possible, and asked Chui Yuan, "Don't Xiangbai give it to Lei Zongkong? Didn't he follow the bull?" Chui Yuan. The incense bait was handed over to Lei Zongkong by the disciple. He will never be wrong. He did follow the bull, but the disciple really didn't know how Uncle Sure said there was still a bait along the way. What? The disciples really don't know. Liao San jumped off the horse and walked to Gao Sikong. Did Niu Yudao return to pick the Star City again? And Lei Zongkong left the clue again? But that's not right. How do they know that there are no people in the shop? A colleague is paying attention to several of our shops. This is unreasonable. If we know it early, how can our people keep up with it? We see and always want to ransack a few shops at the beginning. This is impossible. We the two stores did not blend in at first. This matter was irrational from the beginning, confusing everywhere. There are all kinds of possibilities, and few people can't be sure what is going on. Wu Qianhao froze back and forth and said, the time they fought and the time the shop was stolen, and the clue of who left behind the bait. If you figure out these two things, things will probably be eye-catching. Liao Sun, understand? Is it important to trace the goods now, or is it important to chase down the cattle? Gao Sutsong, two things are important. Maybe the goods are stolen by the bull. The two things are going on at the same time. Brother Wu, you take someone to verify on the spot. Brother Liao, and I lead people to continue chasing the bait. Keep in touch. I do know what the two think. The two nodded, and a group of people mounted again, rumbling away. This walked, and the line gradually found out that the people who were going to divide the two roads had been inseparable. The direction of the fragrant bird was exactly the direction pointed by Yao Yuliang and Chui Yuan, and the route was highly consistent. He ran out of the gobi, came to the grassland, and reached the hill. The fragrant bird who was going to fly to the other direction was temporarily called back. A group of people looked at the scene of the fighting, and they found traces of fighting. As a person in the same class, you can see at a glance whether some traces are the techniques of the disciples. Yao Yuliang and Chui Yuan could not confirm the life and death of other people, and no corpses were found at the scene. Even if there were corpses in such a place, I was afraid that they would have been divided between beasts and vultures. Yao Yuliang and Chui Yuan knew that they were also listed as suspects. Otherwise, they would not have to conduct a site survey to verify their words. After confirming that the disciples did fight here, Liao Sun asked the two, "When did the fight happen?" The two thought about it and gave the answers one after another. "It's about 5 hours from now." Gao, Liao, and Wu glanced at each other. Such a long time was enough for Niu Yudao to walk back and forth to pick the Star City, and there was no problem with both. Gao Sutsong said in a deep voice, 5 hours, did you go that little way? It stands to reason. Should we arrive early to pick the Star City? Chui Yuan hurriedly said, the two disciples fled before. Why dare to go the same way? And made a circle from other directions, which delayed the time. The finger pointed in the direction and made a gesture of making a circle. Gao Sutsong, Niu Yudao has enough time to commit crimes. If he did, how would he know that no one was in the shop? I played a game here and went back to pick up the Star City to steal things. What a big dog. I don't know what it is strange. Did you leak the news? Chui Yuan cried. Is Uncle Sure suspecting that his disciple betrayed Sherman and leaked the news? If the disciples really leaked the news, the disciple had a killer against Niu Yudao. How can Niu Yudao let us go? Yao Yuliang also nodded to Wu Qianhao, who was suspicious. Yeah, Uncle Sure, we escaped by chance. We didn't leak any news. After speaking these words, they both mourned in their hearts. The truth of the matter will not be revealed. Once they are revealed, the two will die. But when this remark came out, it dispelled the doubts of everyone. Think about it too. If the person who killed himself fell in his own hands, there is no reason to let it go. Even the madman who dares to kill the envoy of the Yin Kingdom will never shock this. When everyone looked at the two again, their eyes eased a lot, and they came out to fight for the teacher and almost lost their lives. As a result, they were still suspected, and their mood can be imagined. Wu Qianhao patted Yao Yuliang's shoulder. Yes, don't forget to go inside. You know this, it's already a big problem. I must ask a clear question. Yao Yuliang nodded and grieved. The disciples understand and can understand. Gao, Liao, and Wu went to meet each other again. This investigation, where the fighting took place, and the induction route of the incense bait also arrived here. It completely coincides. There is no such a coincidence. Plus Niu Yu Dao is enough. It is difficult to confirm whether Niu Yu Dao did the crime. Then the problem came and ruled out that Chui and Yao were leaking. That is, the other disciples had leaked. After Chui and Yao fled, some of the other disciples might have fallen into the hands of Niu Yu Dao, and then said some should not said things. Whose disciples did the three leak? Now that the three companies are working together, it is not easy to push the blame. It is easy to hurt and angry. And there is no way to push for the time being. No one can live, no dead, and the ghost knows who leaked the secret. The three glanced at each other, and the matter was temporarily pressed down. This cataclysm is really rampant. Liao's son gritted his teeth, and the other two factions had at least one living person. I don't think it's good to call Niu Yu Dao in the future. It's better to call Niu Yuyi in the future thieves. Gao Suzong said in a deep voice, "It is very likely that Lei Zongkong has not been exposed yet, and he still left clues along the way. Wu Qianhao, it is also possible that a trap was deliberately set to lure us to go." Gao Suzong spread his hands. "Brother Wu, what do you say? Or let's forget. Stop here." Wu Qianhao rolled his eyes. Isn't that nonsense? He wanted to stop, but could he stop? The three factions could not catch such a person without saying anything, and also damage the disciples. Even the old nest was copied by others. So stop here? Is it true that the monk Jinan really will end up being dismissed to look down at the mountain gatekeeper? Liao's son said bitterly. Now, even if the sword is in flames, we have to jump in. Continue to chase. As long as we catch Niu Yu Dao, we may get back our lost things. At least we can atone for merit. If you see ain't catch it, please ask for more blessings. If you know that the three shops have been sold by Niu Yu Dao to the bargain, the three of them are probably spitting blood, and it is impossible to find the Lingzong schools to redeem the lost things at the original low price. The three schools add no one is strong in Lingzong. These mounts need to keep their foot strength and transfer. You two walk slowly back. Yao Yuliang and Chui Yuan were seriously injured, and it was useless to bring it. They were thrown away. The two watched a group of people go galloping away, www.ntlnovel.com, looked at each other, Both were relieved and finally fooled past. Just looking around, the two were quite speechless and came back after a long time. The journey in front of him left in vain, and he had to go back and walk again. The stars are brilliant, and the two continue to go down together. The day is dawning. The rising sun is rising. The station, a larger hub station. Niu Yu Dao, who came from the wind and the dust, rushed into the post directly and jumped off the horses one after another. The 12 horses only gasped. The party asked for something hot to eat and drink at the post, and usually the post would also do business with guests. Others eat it. Black Peony went to the post with Niu Yu Dao and asked the postmaster to change horses. Although it was a horse ride along the way, the horse's physical strength was eventually limited. After a night of tossing, it was really hard to eat, but the line didn't want to stop, only to change horses. There are also some small inns on the way, but the small inns will not raise so many horses. Such a large inn is no problem. The horses that eat and drink in the stables are placed there. However, the horse in the post can be replaced with outsiders. These are all official materials. Even if you buy it, others will refuse to. However, 100 gold coins of the Black Peony were pushed to the postmaster, and everything was done. It was just a replacement. The post would not be missing a horse, and the horses of other people were all good horses. Restore. This is the secret mission of the Imperial Court. There's a business to do. You help them to change the horses. The postmaster found a post and came to bring the Black Peony to the horse for a reason. After a short stay, they changed horses, rushed out of the station again, and galloped away. A postman with a broom, sweeping the ground outside the fence, lowered his head. After Niu Dao and others passed by, he looked back, then raised a broom and hurried back to the inn. The door of the broom was easily placed, and quickly entered the house upstairs and entered his room. Once the door was closed, I walked to the couch, lifted the mattress, took out an origami, and quickly spread it out. It was a portrait of Niu Dao. It was exactly the same as the portrait that Shui Yuan had seen in the shop of picking stars. The stamp is printed, and this postman was a member of the Department of Spy News in Yanhua. It was temporarily placed here, waiting for the target to appear, but I didn't expect to find it. This situation was unpredictable by Niu Dao. Niu Dao only knew that Shui Yuan had his portrait on their hands. He didn't know that Song Jiuming could intervene in the entire Zhao kingdom. He didn't know that Song Jiuming could cast a net all over the world. If he knew it, he dared to show his head publicly. Not to mention Shui Yuan, the entire Luxianzong didn't know that Song Jiuming had arranged this hand, only that he had launched some practice schools. In fact, Song Jiuming couldn't tell them that if they used Yin Goen's espionage personnel stationed in other countries, how can they talk all over the place? And they must be kept strictly confidential. The reason why Song Jiuming dared to use this network was because he knew very well that Song Long was not only his son, but also an envoy of the Yin kingdom. After killing the Yin Inn, Yin Guo could not have done anything. Cooperate with action. After recognizing the portrait, he folded it again under the mattress and quickly wrote a sealed newspaper to the table. Then stepped on the table and opened a floor above, dragged a bird cage out of the attic, and grabbed the gold wings in the cage. Secretly filling the paper, pushing open the window, observing the movement outside. When no one was paying attention outside, the gold wings were thrown out, and the gold wings fluttered towards the distance. Qizhou Fuqing, Baihualu Yingyanwu. The wealthy businessmen in the city are all Shaokong, entertaining guests and friends. Wine and delicacies are in the front. Beautiful women are in their arms. They're hugging each other, and they are happy to change their cups with friends. While embracing a beautiful woman to persuade a drink, the housekeeper Quan Xiao walked into the room and came to Quan Shaokong and said with a smile, "Master, the people over there are here." The hand pressed down at the heart. Quan Shaokong squinted, pushed away the beauty in his arms, and stood up to complain to the guests present. "Excuse me, I'm sorry, I have a guest at home, so I'll miss you first." A fat old man sitting happily said, "I'm not mistaken, it's a VIP from Beijing. May I ask everyone to get to know each other?" "Okay, take care." The others immediately followed. Not right, not right." Quan Shaokong smiled and shook his head, immediately waved boldly. "Everyone eats, drinks, and plays well. All of them are on my account." He went out of the Baiwa building with the housekeeper and got into the carriage waiting at the door. The housekeeper greeted him quickly, and the carriage left quickly, while the wine and wealth on the face of Quan Shaokong, sitting in the carriage, was swept away, and his eyes were deep. Hurrying back to the whole house, the master and servant went straight to the inner courtyard study. Butler Quan Xiao took a secret letter from a book page in the bookshelf and handed it to Quan Shaokong, standing in front of the bookcase. Quan Shaokong shook his hand open. After reading it, he gave it back to Quan Xiao and walked to the front of the picture of Qizhou on the wall. The full bridge ignition turned the secret letter into ashes. Quan Shaokong fingered on the map route. According to this direction, it should be the direction of Duyun Mountain. From the time sent by the post, the target should be able to reach Duyun Mountain this afternoon. The feasible road over Duyun Mountain, not much. I see a intel clearly after crossing Yinshan. There are too many ways to go, and I do know where the target is going. Old Bridge immediately summoned the people around the area to set up observation whistle on the possible route. Be sure to master whereabouts of the target. He seems to be a rich businessman in Qizhou, but in fact is the head of the espionage department inserted by Yanhua in Qizhou. The rich businessman is only used to disguise his identity for easy action. Yes, the housekeeper should get off. Quan Shaokong pointed his finger at Duyun Mountain. Immediately let the nearby person contact Duyun Mountain's wicked evil and ask them to take a lot of money and be sure to solve the goal. Remember, Be careful, and we must not be exposed because of this matter. Sigh. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. Crossing the Yinshan Mountain, you can see from a distance that the mountain is steep and the clouds are misty. Yu Dao and his entourage arrived near the mountain range and no longer went along the official road. The horse turned into a deep hillside hiding place. The team jumped out of Malay. Yu Dao said to everyone, "The journey has not stopped. Let's take a break here." He turned back to the Black Peony and said, "You will accompany me to a trip later. You don't have to run all at once, lest someone else will blow the net in case something happens." Do you know what happens? When you are not worried at all, Black Peony is very helpless. What to do to provoke Du Yunshan's demon, but she can only nodded and agreed. "I'm going to meet the guests. This servant is not like a word. Wash it." Yu Dao threw the words and went to the nearby stream to squat down and freshen up. Black Peony also followed, skipped the stream, squatted across from Yu Dao, and reminded while washing, "Dear master, I haven't been in the Yinshan Mountain. I don't know anything about it." Yu Dao, "I haven't been there just to see. You don't know someone." Black Peony, "I'm not familiar with it, let alone the little demon. It is estimated that there is nothing to say in Duyun Mountain, not to mention the wide range of crossing Yinshan. I don't know which mountain is the little demon I know. I don't know for a while. Can you see me?" Yu Dao, "It's okay. Go in and see by the phone." Black Peony is speechless, but this is to drill into the home of the group of monsters. The two men finished washing and returned to the forest. Yu Dao said to Yuan Fong, "Give me 200,000 gold tickets." He has basically no habit of carrying money, especially when there are people around him, and he doesn't even carry any loose change. In other words, when he buys things, he usually doesn't have the habit of paying. He takes them away, and the people around him will pay for them. 200,000? Yuan Fong was a little vigilant. He had long seen that this Dao Yi is a person who does not take money as money. About 200,000? He was hurt. He doubted why. Yu Dao slowly looked away. "It's weird. Why should I report it to you?" The corner of Yuan Fong's mouth was drawn, and he reluctantly found a stack of gold tickets. Yu Dao originally gave the 50,000 gold tickets that Black Peony gave up. Later, the 1.2 million gold tickets obtained from the Star City were unified with more than 1.3 million gold tickets, all of which were on him. With so much money on the way, Yuan Fong's mood was called sour and found that he was too rich. If he was thinking of converting all to gold coins, he couldn't bear to think about it. He ordered 20 sheets and gave them to Yu Dao. Yu Dao looked at the thick stack of gold tickets in his hand and remembered something like that. He waved and gestured. A few people on the side seemed to hear the sound. All of them heartbeat, 50,000 per person. Yuan Fong stared at each other. Yu Dao raised his eyebrows. Yuan Fong immediately lost his temper, looked around, focused on Lei Zongkong, and turned back and asked, "Do you give all 50,000 per person?" Yu Dao knew what he meant and said indifferently, "Everyone has a share." Yuan Fong yelled and ordered 20 more photos and gave the Black Peony directly, "You take it." After that, the rest of the piles were immediately cleaned up. I was afraid that Yu Dao would have to pay out. In a blink of an eye, he lost 400,000 gold coins. Black Peony understands a bit of a cow's ethical style and gives it to you. You just take it. Then I would like to thank Dao Yi on behalf of everyone. Black Peony happily arched his hand towards Yu Dao and returned to the gold ticket. When it was sent to one person, there was a person saying, "Thank you, Dao." After 2 consecutive thanks, Lei Zongkong was miserable. Lei Zongkong refused to reach out and was a little embarrassed to take the money. "Hold it for you. Don't be hypocritical." Black Peony tucked directly into his collar. Lei Zongkong bowed to Yu Dao with a little embarrassment. "Thank you, Dao." Yu Dao didn't seem to hear it, ignored him, let Lei Zongkong continue to embarrass, went to the side, took out the paper from the horseback parcel, wrote something with charcoal pen, folded it, and made a round Fong came over to Yuan Fong and whispered, "If I didn't come back before dark www.novel.com, you immediately return to the star-picking city and find the shops in Wandong, Tianfu. Linglai Yinshan office was in trouble and asked them to fish. If they did not come, you would let them pass the letter to Hai Ruya, who would find a way. Yuan Fong said in surprise, Dao Dao, let's not go if there is any danger. There is nothing to do with a group of monsters. He said that he was not a monster. Niu Yudao said, there is no danger. Is this just in case you do it according to my words? Be smart on your way. Okay. Yuan Fong nodded and suddenly thought of something like that. He raised his hand and scratched his head and asked, Dao Yi, at the Moon Inn, someone hooked up to stay with Shinzo. How do you know so clearly? Could it be that the Ye told you? This was the doubt in his mind. He wanted to ask along the way. Someone around him had no chance to ask. Niu Yudao said indifferently, if a monkey is there, he also knows. Yuan Fong was surprised. Why? Niu Yudao said, your heart, your eyes, because your eyes are on the money, you can't see things. If I don't be alert, do you still have the opportunity to count money here? Old bear, not me say you compare with monkeys, it's really far away. No wonder they were able to fall into the hands of Song Yanqing's idiots. Turning away, although the situation is not so, sometimes you have to beat it. Yuan Fong opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally lowered his head slightly in frustration, whispering in his heart, is that true? Can monkeys also be found? Why didn't you see it? Is there really such a big gap between me and the monkey? Be careful. If we didn't come back before dark, I have made arrangements with Jinwei. Niu Yudao, who walked back to the world, gave a command to everyone and gave a gesture to the black peony. Let's go. After watching the two leave, Lei Zongkong raised his hand and pulled out the golden ticket that the black peony had just stuffed in, slowly smoothing it out in his hand, silent and sad. Duan Hu and Wu San's eyes fell on him, understanding his mood, and they all walked past and both showed the golden ticket in their hands, meaning everyone is the same. Seeing so much money, all three felt a little bit of emotion. Earlier, they were humiliated for 100,000 gold coins. Now, with the black peony, 200,000 are in hand. The original school is completely enough. In a few days' time, who would even think about the faction? Everyone has no interest in the affairs of the open school. I used to be so eager. Now I find that the previous ideas are quite boring. What is the purpose of the open school? Isn't that just for this? Besides, they don't even dare to open the school even now, and the people picking the Star City are not blind. They're carrying big bags and small bags in the Star City. The three factions just need to spend some time and check with Dim Sum to know what good things they did. It would be weird to let them go. If you open a school today, you might be destroyed tomorrow. It is really a thief ship. The two figures flashed out of the mountain forest, crossed the official road, and flew up to the opposite peak. In front of me was a misty and rugged place. There was no way to ride horses, only walking. The key is to understand the situation inside Yinshan Mountain. Don't understand. The two flew out one after another, gliding among the high mountains. Not far away, two black spots roared in the clouds ahead, and two stalagmites shot at them. The two turned sideways, avoiding the stalagmites, and they both fell on the hills below. Who dares to trespass across Yinshan Mountain? There was a scream from the cloud. The two opened their eyes and saw that the stirring cloud was mixed with gray demon tumble. The two figures were shot from the cloud and fell across the two, standing with a spear, a thick black hair on the back of one hand, and a scale armor on one face. At first glance, it was known that the cultivation was not enough, and it has not been completely transformed. Little demon. The two demon tigers watched and watched the two of them with a spear. The scale armor shouted, if you want to live, you will immediately quit Diyun Mountain. The two will not dare to make trouble in Diyun Mountain just because there are two little demon in front of them. Black Peony arched and said, under Black Peony, who Xiao, a friend of Du Yinshan, came to visit and hoped to tell him. The two demon looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. The scale armor then waved his hand. I haven't heard of Hu Xiao. Quit immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being welcome. Black Peony was a little embarrassed, and he whispered to Niu Yudao. Hu Xiao is indeed a person who crosses Yinshan Mountain. Maybe there are too many people crossing Diyun Mountain. They haven't heard of it. Neo Dao raised his hand and stopped, signaling without explanation. Understandably, if it was a famous person in Diyun Mountain, the two demon would not offend the Hu Shao Shao by saying have not heard, and then to the two demon laughed. Every little demon. The two haven't heard of it is normal. Yin Huan always heard of it? The second demon was stunned. How could the demon repair of Yinshan Mountain have never heard of Yin Huan? The owner of Yinshan Mountain is Yunji, who is known as the mountain owner, and the son of Yunji is now the owner of Yinshan Mountain. It is strange to know who is in charge. The black-haired demon suspiciously said. Who are you? Neo Dao said. I don't want to talk about the scattered repairs of the quartet. I have long admired the name of the head of the cloud and passed by Gabati to visit. This is a small meeting gift to the head of the cloud. I also hope to pass it on. 10 golden tickets were pulled out and handed to the Black Peony on the side, signaling to others. Black Peony was speechless and found that this man was really generous. He walked forward wherever he went. He took the gold ticket and forwarded it under the guard of the two demon. The two demon received the gold ticket. Check it, 100,000 gold coins. Can't help but look at each other. Really haven't seen so much money at once. The black hairy demon checked one by one, and then handed it to the scale armor demon. Do you see if it is true? Neo Dao said with a smile on his mouth. He didn't know what was laughing. The scale armor checked each other one by one, and whispered in the ear of the black hair demon. There should be no fakes. The black hair demon immediately gathered the gold ticket in his hand, and his temperament was a lot calmer. He held his fist and said, Dare to ask the two names? Xinyuan wrote, Black Peony. Just write down, the two of you will wait a moment. Let me go and report it first. The black-haired demon politely said and flew away quickly, although the scale armor is still monitoring the two, but the attitude is obviously a little more respectful, at least no longer eyebrows. The first shot was a huge sum of money for the person who met him. How could he take this little demon in his eyes? The visitors are probably not ordinary people. He still has such a glance. The change in attitude made Black Peony secretly sigh, and found that the Taoist was a bit simple and rude. When he met the nonsense of the two little devil, he directly used money to smash people at the first meeting, but it was simple and effective. The demon is calm. Neo Dao doesn't matter. In front of the sword, you could take a look east and west, looking like you were enjoying this misty landscape. Black Peony couldn't help but glanced at the sword in his pestle, and he also found that there was something wrong with the cow. The sword in the hand of this Taoist looked like a cane. After waiting for a while, a thin man flashed from the clouds, and the black-haired demon followed. Under Ho Ching Tian, the thin and slender man handed over his name as soon as he came. I don't know who are the two distinguished guests. Neo Dao. Yin Yu Sifang's free repair is all about it. Sanxue. Ho King Shenlha. Sanxue shot is 100,000 gold tickets, isn't it? Since the other party refused to tell the truth, he did not ask too much. The two of you want to see us as the head? Neo Dao nodded. Exactly. Ho Ching Tian. Why did you come here? Neo Dao. Visit the visit. Ho Ching Tian said aloud. I don't know whether to believe it or not, but he arched his hand and said, There are two distinguished guests who are waiting for a long time. Please follow me. The two followed him and flew away, all the way up and down between the mountains and the mountains. But Black Peony noticed that Neo Dao threw the bait given by Lei Zongkong on the way. A dark, steep mountain shrouded in mist, and a platform dug up halfway up the mountain. The two followed and fell on this platform. There is a cave on the mountain wall, the cave style, carved like a palace gate. As soon as the three of them fell to the ground, several people appeared on both sides and surrounded them in a half-moon shape. Black Peony's heart-string tightened. Neo Dao glanced coldly. Ho Ching Tian turned and smiled. The two of you are not to blame. There are always people who do not know how to live or die, so there are also rules in the mountains. I am afraid that the two will be aggrieved first, and the mana of the two will be temporarily limited. Black Peony looked at Neo Dao and saw that Neo Dao calmly nodded. It's easy to say. The sword was thrown out actively. Ho Ching Tian caught it, and in turn picked up the sword thrown by the Black Peony he followed, waved his hand and gestured, and immediately someone stepped forward to put the ban on them. Ho Qingtian handed over the two swords to the people beside him, and then extended his hand to ask, "The two of you, please." The three of them entered the cave, and the channel inside the cave was dark. Ho Qingtian released moon butterfly lighting. Reaching the steps upstairs inside, take a look at the end, already in a palace. The area is not small, but there are bursts of pungent smell. From the inside of the cave house, all the pythons are vomiting letters. When the people arrive, they will look back one after another. A moon butterfly is attached to the stone wall of Dongfu, illuminating the situation inside, but makes the inside of the cave more spooky and horrifying. Ho Qingtian invited the two to wait, and quickly went to the apse. Soon, Ho Qingtian hurried out and stood on the side of the steps under the throne in the hall. After a while, there was a chattering noise from the apse, and a black snake with a shiny and green glow swam out. The bucket was as thick as more than 3 feet, and walked directly towards the throne steps. As soon as the black snake climbed the steps, his head began to creep and changed into a human head. His head twisted, and the changes below his head quickly followed the changes all the way, turning into a strong black man with a black leather waist. Wrists have black leather wrists, tiger back bear waist, step by step to climb the steps. The snake demon transformed. Niu Dao murmured secretly, and opened his eyes again today. The strong man turned around and sat on the stone seat, quite imposing, staring condescendingly below. Ho Qingtian introduced, "Two, this is what we are heading for Yinshan." Niu Dao arched hands with black peony. Having seen Yin Dongjiao, there was a slight smile on Yin Huan's face. "I don't know what you two told Yunmu about." Niu Dao said, "Don't dare to teach, make friend around the world, make friends everywhere, pass through the precious treasures, and look up to the famous name of the family for a long time. Come to visit and make friends." Yin Huan seemed to be a non-smile, with a slightly eerie touch, and asked, "It's that simple?" 10 golden tickets were squeezed out in his hand, which was obviously submitted before Niu Dao. When I saw the appearance of the other party, it looked high www.novel.com. Niu Dao knew that the other party didn't mean to be polite with himself, and immediately nodded. "It's that simple." Fong is well known for seeing his style today, admiring in the bottom of my heart. I see it and help myself, want to climb high, want to become a heterosexual brother with the head of the house. I don't know if the head of the house is willing or not. Ho Qingtian was speechless and thought to himself, "This man is sick. Who are you? How old are you?" And haven't said a few words at all. Even if you don't know anything about the details, you want to be with us sworn of brothers? Lose your export. Black Peony looked back slowly at Niu Dao, stunned. Yin Huan sitting on it was also stunned. This was really the first time I saw it, staring at Niu Dao's eyes flickering, seeming to wonder what this meant. While Niu Dao held the hand, he drew 10 gold tickets from his sleeves and offered them with his hands. There is no time to prepare a gift through this place, but when I saw it today, I really admired Yun as a master. However, there is really nothing in the body, and I think about it. There's only this thing left on my body to express my heart, and I hope that Yun will not be dismissed. I will not mention it today. When I will come back with a gift when I come again. Apologies today. The atmosphere in the hall is a little weird, not to mention other people. Even the black peony looks strange to the cow. Ho Qingtian looked at Niu Dao and Yin Huan, wondering if Yin Huan would accept it. Yin Huan hesitated for a moment, whispering in his heart, "What is the person's way? What is the situation?" Seeing that there was no response, Niu was surprised. Is it headed to be abandoned? Yin Huan headed towards Ho Qingtian and gestured with his head. Ho Qingtian immediately walked towards the bowl, received 10 gold tickets, turned around and rubbed his eyes, and his heart was awkward. It was another 100,000 gold coins. Going up the stairs, the golden ticket was handed to Yin Huan, and a very weak voice murmured with it, "It's another 100,000. With the golden ticket in hand, Yin Huan could not help jumping with a frown. This is not a little money. After Ho Qingtian went down, Yin Huan, who had 200,000 gold tickets in his hand, suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed. After he laughed, he stepped down the stairs and walked to Lord Dao and patted the cattle hard. There is a fair shoulder. It's hard to be kind. The brother's an outspoken man. Well, I like it. Looking back, Ho Ching Tian waved his hand again and drank. My brother Xin Yuan and I saw it as before, and the incense burner was put on the outside of the Dong mansion to sacrifice the heavens. Let Songtian witness that I was sworn with brother Xin Yuan today as a stranger brother. Yes. Ho Ching Tian turned away. Lord Dao patted his chest, looking very happy, looking like he got what he wanted. What do you want to do? The foundation period. Yin Huan's mouth twitched. He was in the Jindan period. He actually had a worship with a foundation period and found that the fellow across the street was really dare to speak. Younger brother looks younger, but looks like a dragon and phoenix. It's the hero who is the master of the martial arts. There is the spirit of the dragon and the dragon. The two chatted in an instant, complimenting each other and slamming each other out. As if they were really brothers, they asked for warmth. The black peony on the side was really dumbfounded, and the brain was like a paste. I thought that the cow had the wrong medicine, and it was found that Yin Huan also took the wrong medicine. Actually, even dreaming, I didn't expect to talk before meeting. In a sentence or two, even if no one knows, the person who heads across the mountains can easily promise to be a brother with a different surname. She admits that 200,000 gold coins is a huge sum of money, but is it so powerful? Is it true that Lord Dao is a fool? No. Are people who can be headed in Duyun Mountain a fool? Certainly not. So the scene began to make Black Peony wonder if it was his brain disease or how shallow he was. The host and the host were very happy to meet. After talking for a while, Yin Huan excused himself to prepare for the worship. Lord Dao immediately said that he was going to see the scenery when he first arrived. Yin Huan immediately let people take Lord Dao to go out shopping. After Yin Huan was left alone in the hall, Yin Huan took out the 20 golden tickets again and examined them carefully. Even he doubted whether the golden tickets were fake. Ho Ching Tian, who had told the matter to come, came close to him and wondered, "You are the master. Do you really want to worship him?" Yin Huan, 200,000 people have given it. How much can I spend on a fragrance case? Ho Ching Tian, this man obviously didn't tell the truth. We don't know his details at all. I'm afraid I don't have a picture. I need to think twice about being the master. Yin Huan squinted at him. I'm not blind. I still need you to remind me. Why don't you send the money? One thing is one code. What else is all about us? Ho Ching Tian suddenly realized that he understood what he meant. The money was accepted. Nothing was done. No right or wrong. And he praised and said, "The wise master." Lord Dao and Black Peony outside the cave were built to be restrained. If you want to see the scenery of Duyun Mountain, you can't go anywhere. You can only stroll around outside the cave. On the platform outside the cave, it was temporarily lively, and a ceremony for worship was being set up. Taking advantage of no one on the edge, Black Peony, who took the matter aside, approached Lord Dao and whispered to remind, "Dao Lord, we haven't lifted the ban on us now." Lord Dao sworn. Lord Dao looked back slowly and looked at her as if looking idiot-like and seemed to be asking, "Do you think I really worship?" Black Peony understood his eyes and felt a little self-conscious. He felt that this mentally retarded question should not be asked. But there was one thing she didn't understand, and she tried to ask again. How could Yin Huan promise to worship so easily? Lord Dao, it's obvious that you are rushing for money. Black Peony looked around for a while and wondered. Just for these 200,000 decisive promises? 200,000? Lord Dao's mouth is slightly ridiculous. If people are rushing for 200,000 people, they will see a huge gift of 200,000 people when they see him casually, and they look forward to his so-called gift in the future. But he didn't explain this, making Black Peony want to go. When he didn't say anything, Black Peony didn't ask any more questions, but he's still reminded. This crossing of Yinshan Mountain is not a place of goodness. Dao Yi is so rich, so be careful that the other party will get rich when he sees money. Lord Dao said indifferently. It's too late, even if you are careful now. People really need to be distracted. We can't run at the moment. He doesn't agree to worship. We may be really in trouble. Since he agreed, your worry can be put down, nothing will happen. The game he launched with his own hands naturally made clear the risks. He had already said that there was only this thing on his body, and the other party had to consider it if he wanted to move him. In case he really had this thing on his body, if he moved him, the future gifts would be broken. People who smashed 200,000 gold coins as a gift when they met. Will the future gift be worth looking forward to? And those who have such a skill and have the confidence to find the door, without knowing the details, Yin Huan also has to decide whether he can easily provoke and will cause trouble. Since he dared to go up to the mountain to find Yin Huan, he naturally came with some assurance. He wouldn't come running for pure luck. As the old saying goes, he didn't dare to go up to Liangshan without 3/3. The incense case with a bunch of things set up. Ho Qing Tian came over to invite him, arched his hands, and for a moment he didn't know how to change his mouth, so he called it from the side of the black peony. Dad, the worship can begin. Huh. On the other end, Yin Huan also walked out of the cave with a laugh. Niu Yu Dao hurried forward, and the two met. Yin Huan reached out and grabbed his hand, and the two held their hands to the incense case placed on the edge of the cliff. Clouds lingered in front of the cliff, and there were more than a dozen demons on both sides to observe the ceremony. The two stood before and after the incense case. Ho Qing Tian handed the incense lighted by the two pots to the two. The two laughed at each other, kneeling on the futon one after another. Yin Huan Bingxiang tells the sky. The sky is above, the thick soil is below. Yun Huan is willing to be a stranger brother with Xin Yuan Tao and will be blessed and shared in the future. The prayer word is a bit simple. In short, if you do'nt see the same life and death together, what will happen if you do'nt take this oath? I guess it's not very auspicious. Nyo Yudeo's mouth twitched a smile, and he followed the same words. Heaven is above, thick soil is below. Xin Yuan Tao would like to become a brother with Yin Huan of different surnames. After 3 knocks, he got up one after another and stepped forward to put incense in the incense burner. Turning to look at each other, Nyo Yu Dao arched his hand. Have seen brother. Yin Huan laughed and patted Nyo Yudeo's arm. Brother. Both sides of the demon repair have been reminded by Ho Qing Tian. With the name, they bowed together and said, Congratulations to the master, congratulations to the Lord. Nyo Yu Dao arched his hands towards everyone. Thanks. After a hasty walk to the ceremony, Yin Huan waved the crowd away and then turned back and said, Brother, stay a little longer and have fun in crossing Yinshan Mountain. He wondered if he could keep the guests and get a good look at the details. Nyo Yu Dao sighed. Brother has taken it with good intentions, has an appointment with others, is not good at eating, and will continue to hurry up. Can't stay for a long time, but I can see that my brother is satisfied and come back to harass later. There are still people chasing outside, and he will not stay for long. So anxious. Yin Huan was a little surprised because he didn't see Nyo Yu Dao revealing his true intentions, so he had to leave. Is he really thinking too much? Also, Nyo Yu Dao patted his forehead. I almost forgot. I haven't met my aunt. It's not too late to go after seeing my aunt. He also wanted to take a look at the famous Yin Ji, by the way. Yin Huan regretted. I'm afraid it won't work for the time being. My mother is retreating and practicing, but I don't see you. In fact, it is impossible for anyone to bring Yin Ji to him. Nyo Yu Dao said aloud and nodded repeatedly. It is indeed inconvenient to disturb, then wait for the next opportunity to say it. The younger brother will say goodbye. By the way, the younger brother has a ruthless request. I hope my brother can help. Yin Huan's heart moved, came, thinking about the topic, and smiled. But it's okay. Nyo Yu Dao said, the younger brother offended some people in the Star City a few days ago and killed several disciples of Luxianzong, Fianzong, and Lingshu Mountain. This journey was quite entangled. The younger brother turned back to attract people. Do you bother elder brother to help me solve them? Yin Huan's eyes flickered. He had heard of these 3 schools, but he hadn't dealt with anything. He said happily, It's easy to say, it's easy to wrap it with me. Brother is really a happy person. I won't say anything politely. I don't want to pass it. After some greetings, it wasn't until Niu Yudao mentioned himself that Yin Huan seemed to remember that the brother was still under restraint. He was furious and immediately ordered the person to be lifted. Yin Huan then excuses that something can't go away www.mtlnovel.com, didn't see him off in person, and ordered Ho Qing Tian to send it for him. When he left Yun Mountain and went back to hiding, Black Peony still felt like watching a sloppy farce. Along with the plunder, Black Peony asked, Dao Yi, do you think Yin Huan will really help solve the three factions? Niu Yudao laughed at himself. I didn't expect it at all. Of course, if he really had this kindness, it would be good. Black Peony couldn't figure out what he was thinking and smiled bitterly. Dao Yi, the atmosphere, 200,000 will just disappear. Niu Yudao said, wandering rivers and lakes, the wind or rain. The road is taken, the friends are made, don't worry about the money. Black Peony, excuse me, I don't see Yin Huan's meaning in making friends. It's a photo session. There are so many people in your world who like your heart. There are so many birds in the forest. Make friends. You have to have a beginning. With a beginning, there will be a future. As for future things, I will. Dao Yi said yes. Black Peony smiled dryly. Is oral dissatisfaction. Are you called making friends? This is to smash money, okay? She also met this kind of person for the first time. She cried out to make friends everywhere. She released Cui Yuan and Yao Yuyang to say that they were making friends. She threw a bunch of money and said to Yin Huan that they were making friends. What kind of friends are these? Is it a friend? No one is reliable. In fact, there are still unreliable things, but she doesn't know it. For example, Chun Guishuo, who was released in Jinzhou, also said that he was making friends. But no matter what, I dared to plunge into Yinshan Mountain to make a mess, and took Yin Huan to say that my brother easily played it out. Black Peony really felt it. This Dao Yi is not brave enough, and he is good at being able to take risks. As soon as the two returned to the hiding place in the forest, the waiting people immediately came around and were relieved to see the two return safely. Yuan Fong surprised. Dao Lord come back so soon? Are you okay? Is really too fast. It's just an hour before and after leaving. Black Peony is a little crying and laughing. Heart said, is it fast? And even faster. When I saw Yun Huan less than a cent of incense, the Taoist worshipped the man who had crossed Yunshan's house, where he was called a brother, and played with his children. It is estimated that no one else believes this. It's okay, let's keep going. Niu Yudao waved to everyone. Yuan Fong sounded it was fine, he was a little worried, and he came back safely. And his party went official and galloped away again. On the mountain cliff, the incense case and the like withdrew a clean, upward to the top of the higher peak, under a pine tree. Yun Huan sat alone beside the stone platform. Ho Qing Tian's figure flew up and fell aside. The head of the house, there are traitors. Yun Huan slowly raised the pot and poured wine, then casually asked, what business? Ho Qing Tian, by a life it is not cheap. 20,000 gold coins, pay 5,000 deposit first, and then pay 15,000 when you are done. Yin Huan, whose life is worth this price? I told you, don't take jobs beyond our ability. Ho Qing Tian, the identity of the target was not disclosed by the buyer. However, the middleman made a guarantee. The repair of the target does not exceed the foundation period. There are 5 partners around the target, and the strength estimate will not exceed the foundation period. No background in power. Did not reveal the identity of the target. Yun Huan put the wine glass to his lips and put it down again. I don't know how to start. Ho Qing Tian, the middleman said, it will guide us to find the goal, and we will find it without any effort. There are so many strange things today. Yun Huan murmured, hesitating for a while, and said, retalk. Tell the middleman, without telling the target identity that there's a risk, add 10,000 and deposit 10,000. Of course, you should pay attention to ways and methods. If the other party refuses, you will make concessions. If it is 20,000, it will be 20,000. You should do it carefully. Be careful. Okay. Ho Qing Tian arched his hand and walked away. However, before waiting for Yun Huanju to pass half a pot, Another man named Zhu Changgue flashed over and strode to the front to report. Being the master, some people break into the mountains. Yinhuan Ho Ran turned back. Who is it? Zhu Changgu. The self-reported family is a disciple of Luxianzong, Feinzong, and Lingxian, and it is said to chase the murder so that we can do it conveniently. Dare to love that kid really attracted people? Yun Huan murmured. His cheek twitched. He would not honor the promise of Niu Yu Dao, and waved unceremoniously. Just say there and know them here. The person you are looking for is not the place they want to search. Let them go. Yes. Zhu Changwei took the lead, jumped off the mountain, and glided away. Traveled through the mist all the way to the outskirts of Diyun Mountain and fell between the stalemate valleys. Suddenly, the visitors were Gao Sutsong, Wu Qianhao, and Liao Sun, who were tracking their way all the way. At this time, they were surrounded by dozens of monster repairs. Zhu Chang'e, who fell into the deadlock camp, shouted, I have help you to ask. You have found the wrong place. There is no one you are looking for here. Hurry up. Gao Sutsong said in a deep voice. Do we have to find it before we know it? Zhu Chang'e sneered. Is this the place where you want to search, and you can search? We will go to you to search for Xinzong to search for another day. Do you keep Xinzong willing? Gao Sutsong. If there is any evidence to prove anything, it is natural to discuss whether or not to search. Zhu Chang'e. Then do you have any evidence to prove that the person you are looking for is crossing Yinshan Mountain? Come here. Gao Sikong turned around and drank, and a disciple approached. He reached out and grabbed a chattering bird from the birdcage that disciple was carrying and showed it to the other party. Do you know us? There will be no mistake in following the fragrant bird. The clue of the bait is still there. Is this count as evidence? Had just followed another scented bird, but the scented bird flew here and was attacked by a multicolored poisonous snake wrapped around the tree. He failed to escape and was eaten. Zhu Chang'e. Maybe the scented bait is on the other side of the Yinshan Mountain. It is normal for the scent-hunting bird to take a shortcut and pursue. Liao San interjected. We are chasing along the way. What is clear in my heart? I just ask you now. Do you want to cross the Yinshan, Luxianzong, and Lingxian? If so, just you can be the master. We will leave immediately, and this account will come to ask for advice later. The other party upgraded his words to this point, and at the same time against several martial arts. Zhu Chang'e couldn't dominate. He leaned his head to the people around him, and the latter quickly turned around and plundered. Soon, Yin Huan came, and a group of people came behind him. After falling into the three parties, Yin Huan glanced at the fragrant bird in Gao Sutsong's hands. He probably guessed what was going on. It was unlikely that someone would break into the Yinshan Mountain to arrange the bait. He could not find it here. Xin Yuan said that they threw the bait when he entered the mountain. Before adding Niu Yu Dao, he made it clear that these three factions would come, and it was difficult to believe that Niu Yu Dao did it. Yun is the master. Gao Sutsong, Liao Sun, and Wu Qianhao all arched their hands. Picking up the Star City is not far from here. Yin Huan also occasionally picks up the Star City. The three of them are resident in picking up the Star City. I heard that Feinzong, Luxianzong, and Lingxiu Mountain would like to cross Yinshan with me. Yin Huan asked coldly. Gao Sutsong. It's a shame to say that Yun is the master. There is no grievance in the past, and there is no hatred in the past. Why do you come and go? But there are indeed suspects who have a major relationship ran into the Yinshan Mountain. Just want to ask the master to give a face and let us continue chase down. Yin Huan. The face can be appreciated, but the threat is useless. I just ask why. It wasn't that he wanted to help Niu Yu Dao. How could he let outsiders come in and out his own home? Really want to agree to this matter. Where did he put his face? Gao Sikong nodded slightly. Yin headed is good, and the head of Cloud knows the identity of those we are chasing. Yin Huan's heart moved. It seemed that these people knew the true identity of the person, and immediately sneered, maybe say it. Gao Sutsong. This man killed Yin Long's envoy Song Long in Jinzhou. The name is Niu Yu Dao, but it was a recidivism by the court of Yin State. Yin Huan was a little dumbfounded. Xin Yuan said, Niu Yu Dao. It is not that Niu Dao is famous for his own strength, but that it is not trivial to kill a country's envoys. After Niu Dao killed Song Long, he is well known in the world. By the way, unless the news is very blocked, there are not many people who have not heard of it. Suddenly, Yin Huan had the urge to scold his mother, and she never dreamed that Xinyuan Road was Niu Dao. How could he think that Yin Guo's recidivist would actually come to him to cross Yinshan Mountain? He even bowed to him. He really didn't expect to worship a guy at random. He was actually such a big guy. Although his strength and power were not as good as him, his reputation was definitely much louder than him. I also want to take advantage of it. Several people behind him had witnessed him worshiping with Yin Yo before, one by one secretly con. If one knew that the one who headed the Yinshan Mountain was the worshipper of the brother, I wonder if the court of Yingguo would stare on this side. The forces of practice circles that a country's court can use are not trivial. Yin Huan also realized what Gao Tsong said. Not only Luxianzong, Feinzong, and Lingxiu Mountain, they were pressing him against the court of the Yin Kingdom, but he was not afraid. After all, it was in the territory of Zhao Guo. But he also don't want to cause any trouble. It turns out so, okay, no matter what you say is true or false, I can give this face, but my face across Yinshan is not so good. I can let you search, but if you can't find what you are looking for, people, you have to give me an explanation. Yin Huan said coldly. Liao's son, what kind of explanation do you want to be headed by Yin? The person who committed me to cross Yinshan died and left his life. Yin Huan sneered and forced the other party to retreat. Gao Sutsong, Liao San, and Wu Qianhao lost their faces www.novel.com before chasing here. A few people have judged that if Niu Dao can hide in here, he must be sheltered by Yunyan Mountain. Otherwise, this group of monster, it is impossible to trespass in the gathering place. It is unlikely to find people here. However, they still have to bite the bullet and rush in, not trying to explain to the teachers. The three also knew that there was such a big disturbance now. If Niu Dao really colluded with Dian Mountain, I was afraid that they would have known the wind for a long time, and I wouldn't let them cross the Yinshan Mountain if they had run away. The truth about accommodating Yin Guo's recidivism. But this is exactly what they need to explain. In this tracing, they can notice the trace when looking for the fragrant bird, and sometimes they can't notice it. They know they have been tricked. It is okay now, and the account is there. It is not that they didn't try their best, but that it was broken by Duyun Mountain. This side is weak and not an opponent of Duyun Mountain. Gao Sutsong gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, we have written down this account." Yun Huan disdainfully said, "You come here with Lao Tzu, you are not sure yourself, and you're not sure if people are crossing Yinshan, and dare to scare me? Let's go." Gao Sikong drank and turned to lead a group of people to fly away. Didn't stop them from here, just sent someone to track and monitor their departure. Yun Huan slowly turned around and looked around the crowd and said with a loud voice, "I have remembered it, and I shouldn't expose a word that should not be said, otherwise I will kill him." The person who knows nodded, knowing that he was talking about worshipping the cow. It was twilight. Niu Dao and his party appeared on a section of the road and galloped down all the way. They have left the precipitous mountain range, and the terrain in front has become gentler, and a river is like a ribbon. Black Peony waved his hand to a bridge on the river. Dao. Shall we go straight or cross the bridge? Cross the bridge. Niu Dao gave a cry, and his party arrived at the bridge, quickly changed their direction, and rushed across the stone bridge, all the way away. Looking down at the fork in a mountain forest, a man in black slipped down the trunk from the tree crown, and soon a gold wing flew out of the mountain forest and flew into the sky. On the other side of crossing Yinshan Mountain, Ho Qingtian took more than 20 people to cut out the crossing Yinshan Mountain range, took a short path, and walked straight, reaching the area designated by the middleman. In the forest, Ho Qingtian walked back and forth with his hands, and a group of people sat on the ground and waited with boredom. After waiting for a while, one got up and came, "Dong Master, what does this mean, and when should we wait?" Ho Qingtian, "Wait, don't blame us for not coming the news. Anyway, our deposit is in hand." The words just fell, and a gold wing came down from the sky. One of them grabbed his hand, took out the secret letter, and handed it to Ho Qingtian. Ho Qingtian looked at the content and pointed in a direction. The target will pass through 3 bends. We can stop them when we arrive before Haishur. A group of people quickly left the mountain forest, passed a plain, and then entered a mountainous area, gliding quickly one by one, leaping vertically and horizontally straight into the destination. About the time of an hour, a group of people landed on top of a mountain and looked at it. The official road under the moonlight meanders along the mountain, just 3 bends. Ho Ching Tian waved his hand to stare at the mountain in front, and the others rested and waited on the spot. Wait for less than half an hour. The eyeliner dispatch flew back urgently and reported, "Dr. Dong, someone is here. It may be the target. Prepare." Ho Ching Tian shouted. A group of people quickly rushed down the mountain, ambushing on both sides of the mountain road to wait. Gradually, the rumbling horseshoe sounded louder and closer, getting closer and closer to this side. On the hill, behind a big tree, Ho Ching Tian hides sideways and peers. The people are getting closer and closer. Although they cannot see the people under the moonlight, they are gradually seeing the number of people. Ho Ching Tian jumped down the mountain and led the 2 of them to stand directly on the road around the corner, holding a sword and waiting, breaking the target's path. The people who came were naturally Lord Dao and others, without even knowing that there was an ambush in the road ahead, had just rushed across the bend and saw someone holding a swaying sword under the moon, and the line quickly stopped the horse. All around came out and surrounded a group on the spot. "If you ask for some money, you will not be killed if you catch your hand," Ho Ching Tian said lightly. "This is a fool's word." Black Peony and others were frightened and quickly pulled out their swords. Yuan Fong raised the ring knife in his hand, and his face was hideous. He used to rob others, never thought he would be robbed today. In the moonlight, Lord Dao was calm and right, and looked around with cold eyes. He thought that the face in front of him was a bit familiar. When the other party made a sound, he suddenly squinted and said in a deep voice, "God, what do you want to do?" Slowly touched the hilt of his sword with his hand, and his eyes gradually floated. As soon as this remark came out, Yuan Fong and others were at a loss, not knowing what he was talking about. Black Peony is staring straight at the road blocker ahead. The demon cultivators all around were stunned, and they called out the name of the cave master. Did the interception target know the cave master? Ho Ching Tian was also stunned, and quickly released the moon butterfly, flying towards the Lord Dao to investigate. Yuedai approached, taking a picture of Lord Dao's face on horseback. Ho Ching Tian was speechless. Drove Yuedai around the group again. Yes, 12 rides, 6 people, and Zhuanyuando was the youngest of the 6. The target of the assassination was this one. This. Ho Ching Tian gradually became a little crying and laughing. Everyone's first shot was 200,000 meet and greet, and he would lose money for killing this tens of thousands. Besides, if he didn't speak, he couldn't move this one. He quickly waved and shouted at the crowd. Let down, the big water rushed to the Dragon King Temple. It is his own." Also got his sword back, and quickly walked towards Lord Dao, arching his hand. "Dao Yi, yourself? What's the situation?" The group of demons slowly put down their weapons and looked at each other. They had never seen Lord Dao. A demon repaired the knife and whispered to the people around him smartly. "Yeah, I said that this transaction is a bit strange. It is estimated that someone wants to tell us. Apart from the Black Peony, Yuan Fong and others can't figure it out. Look at me. I look at you." Lord Dao's hand on the hilt was not released, staring coldly at Ho Ching Tian. "Is it my brother who sent you to kill me?" Ho Ching Tian hurriedly waved his hand. "How is this possible? You and the head of the house are the brothers who worship the master, and the head of the house can't kill you. What's the situation?" The group monsters were not surprised this time. "Is this the brother of the master?" Yuan Fong and others are a bit ignorant and do understand. Should Yunhuan be the one who crosses Yinshan? Dao Yi and Yunhuan are worship brothers? Lord Dao said, "Then why did you rob me halfway?" Ho Ching Tian said with a smile, "Master Dao, misunderstanding, really misunderstanding. I am not taking my brethren out to find some way of wealth. It is really a sin." Lord Dao, you're really fast. I'm starting before you. You and I can still meet here. I'm afraid it's a straight line from Diyun Mountain's shortcut. How to stop me? What a coincidence. It was really not easy to rush here deliberately for the purpose of hijacking. Ho Chin Tian smiled bitterly, saying so. It was impossible to pass, and said, "Don't hide, Dao Yi. The mountain just took orders. Some people paid for us to come here to intercept. I really didn't think the target would be Dao Yi if I knew it earlier. How could it be offended?" These words Niu Yu Dao believed. Otherwise it has already started, and can't be so wordy. Was stared. Niu Yu Dao suddenly flashed this thought in his mind, and said in a deep voice, "Let your people search the nearby forest to see if there are suspicious people." Ho Chin Tian froze for a moment, thinking, do you really think you are the head of the Brotherhood? But still shouting to the left and right. Are they all deaf? Didn't Dao hear what you said? Search, go and search. Yes. A group of monsters repaired their lives, divided into two gangs, and searched into the left and right mountains. Niu Yu Dao jumped off the horse, walked slowly to Ho Chin Tian and asked, "Who told you to kill me?" Ho Chin Tian, "Dao Yi, I really don't know this. Now, I also want to know who killed you. It is estimated that the owner also wants to know, but the middleman cannot tell us." Niu Yu Dao said, "Who is the middleman?" Ho Chin Tian sighed. "Don't ask this, Master Dao. First of all, the middleman who can do this must have a good background, which is not easy to provoke. Secondly, this is all shameless trading, and people will not be exposed. I don't know who the other party is. In addition, each line has its own rules. Even if I know it, I see it and tell you, if the rules are broken, it will cause trouble for Diyun Mountain. Not to mention, the buyer should it will not reveal your identity to the middleman. Even if you find the middleman, you may not be able to find out who the buyer is." Niu Yu Dao thought about it too, so he no longer entangled this and asked, "I don't know how much my life is worth?" Huh. Ho Chin Tian was a little embarrassed and said, 30,000 gold coins. If we knew that it was Dao Yi, even if we had a start, we would not be able to take the price. Niu Yu Dao said, "If you don't kill me, how do you explain people?" Ho Chin Tian sighed. "Accepting 10,000 deposits, according to the rules, the rest of the money is naturally gone, and the deposit must be doubled back. Of course, the owner can't hurt his brother for this money." Niu Yu Dao yelled his head, "Black Peony!" Black Peony jumped off the mount and came over. "Dao Yi." Niu Yu Dao asked, "How much money do you have?" Black Peony, "More than 50,000 gold coins." Niu Yu Dao knew that this was all about her, and she was not called Yuan Fong because she could not be exposed when she shouldn't expose her wealth. She leaned her head and said, "Take 50,000 to him. This guy spends so much money." Black Peony lamented in his heart, but there was nothing to say about it. He took out his gold ticket, received it in a fraction, and handed it to Ho Chin Tian in 5 pieces. Ho Chin Tian pretended to quit in that pretend. "How is this so funny?" Niu Yu Dao said, "You can't hold it just because I let you lose. Since Master Dao has said so, then we would be thankful." Ho Chin Tian arched his hand and received the gold ticket in his hand. He was happy, not losing money, and earned a pen. This trip is not a white run. The value of running. Niu Yu Dao said, "When did you receive the sale here?" "Gold tickets were in the bag." Ho Chin Tian replied, "Just before you leave." Niu Yu Dao narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes strange. There was a chat on the road for a while. When the group demon of Sashin came back, there was nothing to gain, and no suspicious person was found. After asking about the situation, Ho Chin Tian asked Niu Yu Dao, "Dear master, what do you do next?" Niu Yu Dao said, "Go back first. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Okay, that's okay, but Dao Yi, you may have been stared at, but you have to be careful on the way. We missed it, and the buyer will find someone else to start." Ho Chin Tian reminded seriously, "It's better not to have an accident with such a gigantic gold owner. It may be beneficial in the future. Well, go back and say hello to my brother." "Okay, then I'll say goodbye to this. Lord Dao takes care." Watching the group demons disappear in the mountains, Niu Yu Dao pointed to Duan Hu and Wu Sanliang again, and they were both going to stare. After the two came back and confirmed that Ho Chin Tian and others had left, Lord Dao turned his horse again and sat on his horseback, staring at the unknown road in front. His eyes flickered, and he turned the horse and said, "Go." Did not go forward, but let everyone back. Didn't talk about going back to the original road, but found a suitable incision on the way and led a group into the mountains.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.